This Courageous Journey, written by Misty M. Beller, narrated by Matilda Wilson. Chapter 1. It's a wonderful thing to know what one wants to do with one's life. To have a goal worth striving for. Noelle August, 1858. Montana Territory. Noelle's Journal. August 12th. Today, we left the train. Forever, if my aching limbs decided the matter. The Lord's mercies are new every day, as the psalmist wrote. But I think today's relief from that filthy, rattling car may be the greatest mercy the Father has offered in recent centuries. We couldn't have chosen a more inspiring place in which to disembark. The grassland stretches as far as I can see, all the way to the edge of the sky. Flat at first, then ruffled in hills, like creases marring a smooth linen cloth. Elmer says we'll be traveling straight north, and he's purchased a wagon to carry us. I think perhaps I'll be walking much of the way. Tomorrow is far too soon to be sentenced to days on end of another shaking conveyance. I imagine Louise will be eager to stretch her limbs as well, although she looked so pretty when she mounted the wagon bench and sat beside Elmer. The pair of them as much in love as they were a half-dozen summers ago on their wedding day. Beau stuck his tousled little head between them, his gap-toothed smile as bright as the freckles splashed across his cheeks. Were I to ever consider marriage, I should dream of a portrait just like they formed. Yet I'm not foolish enough to see only the loveliness. The lifetime of domesticity may suit many, but I'll not resign myself to being merely a shadow behind a man. I want more, greater things. I want to stand out. I think, the beating in my breast seems to know, this journey is the beginning of greater things. My skin tingles with anticipation. Soon, I will meet face to face with my destiny. Noelle Grant closed the leather-bound journal and pressed the cover flat as she stared across the world around her. Were those mountains in the distance? Almost all of Simeon's letters had mentioned mountains, so this flat land must mean they weren't even close yet. Noelle, come, I want you to meet someone. Louise's voice pierced her focus, and Noelle turned to meet her friend. Elmer finally found a guide to take us the rest of the way to your brother's home in Canada. Noelle allowed her friend to tug her elbow, guiding her back toward the cluster of people and buildings that made up this muddy train stop. Has he said how long the rest of our journey will take? Not that I heard, but Elmer's thinking 3 or 4 weeks at the most. A surge of anticipation swelled in her chest. Another month, and she'd finally see her brother again, and meet his new family. Simeon had been away from home so long, yet she'd not stopped missing her protective elder brother. The oldest in their brood of 9 siblings, he'd always had a way of making her feel special, like she was more than just one of the many. There they are! Elmer's gravelly voice broke through her thoughts as he turned to face them, allowing a view of the man to whom he spoke. Mr. Abrams, meet the other member of our party, Miss Noelle Grant. He stood tall, dressed in buckskins from head to toe, a darker fur cap on his head. Substantial, with those broad shoulders, and his feet spread as though braced to withstand attack. A beard fringed his face, and his eyes narrowed as he took her in, making it impossible to read his expression. She dipped a slight curtsy. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Abrams. His nod was barely perceptible. Ma'am? Then he turned back to Elmer. Can you leave at first light? And just like that, she'd been dismissed. Not worth bothering over for more than a simple word. She turned away from the men. Someday she'd make a name for herself that would stand out when she was introduced. Someday she would be more than just another face in the crowd. Something pushed at her skirts, and she stepped back, looking down to see what she'd rubbed against. Dark, soulful eyes stared up at her from the furry face of a dog. He pressed against her skirt again, and she reached down to stroke his head. Hey there! The dog's fluffy hair sported patches of black and brown and white, and as she rubbed behind his ear, his tongue lolled out in a contented pant. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and the dog jerked to attention, whirling from her. Noelle searched for the source, her gaze landing on their guide, who scowled at the animal and pointed to the ground by his foot. The dog circled and sat in that exact spot, then looked back at her, those dark eyes seeming to question. He tilted his head, adding to the inquisitive look. "Who are you?" he seemed to ask. "And why can't we be friends?" She raised her gaze to the man. "He wasn't bothering me. I like animals." He didn't answer, just eyed her, scrutinizing as though taking her measure. Frustration built in her chest. Did this man have a single bone of civility in him? A feminine throat cleared and helped her to rein in her thoughts, pricking the surge of frustration so it eased out of her like spent air. Louise was right. They needed this man's help to get to Simeon. Whether he possessed proper conversational manners or not didn't matter, as long as he didn't make improper advances. A knot tried to form in her middle, but she pushed it down. She'd be on guard, and Elmer would too, certainly. And now that they'd obtained this last critical requirement, they could start out tomorrow. Soon she'd be on her way to visit her long-lost brother, and, hopefully, uncover some terrific stories along the way. Stories that would propel her to journalistic renown. Stories she could tell in a way that would prove she was someone special. Daniel Abrams strode away from the crowd of people and buildings that tried to call itself a town. His spirit craved the peace away from all that bustle and talking. Now that he had things lined up for his next foray north, he could relax. Maybe take a swim in the river to clean up. This might be his last chance in water that didn't steal his breath with its icy chill. Heading back into the Canadian territories would be a relief, though. Back to the land he'd traversed 1,000 times during his growing-up days. The land of his father, although that wasn't the case anymore since the man's death. Yet it was hard to think of those mountains and rivers as anything other than his father's domain. Even while Daniel's soul longed for that land, he had to fight the urge to flee from it. This time, he would be good enough, even though the one who mattered would no longer be there to see it. At the water's edge, he stripped off his hat, tunic, and moccasins, leaving only his breeches. Grizz bounced at his feet, knowing what was coming. "You want to join me, boy?" He tousled the animal's head and received a sloppy lick on his arm. "Come on in." The water wasn't deep enough to dive from the shore, so Daniel waded in to his waist. On the bank, Grizz barked and pounced. "Come on!" Daniel slapped his leg. With a flying leap, the dog dove into the water, landing with a splash before his legs started paddling furiously. Daniel pushed aside the weight on his chest and chuckled at the sight the dog made, then sank down in the water to his chin. The chill invigorated his senses, making his blood surge. After ducking under the surface, he came up with a splash to meet Grizz, nose to nose. The dog barked, spraying slobbery water in his face. "Oh, ho!" Daniel returned it with a light splash. The dog blew into the water in a way that appeared suspiciously like a return volley. "You want to play like that, do ya?" He splashed a few drops back at the animal, but his mind slipped back to the woman whom Grizz had approached earlier. He'd always heard white women could be fragile and skittish, easily frightened by a woolly, bear-like dog such as Grizz. Daniel's instincts had been to shield her from the dog, and the dog from her. Yet the look on her face had almost seemed hurt, as if he'd insulted her. That hadn't been his intent, but he'd obviously missed the mark. He so rarely spoke with women of any race, almost never with white women. It appeared he'd have to be more careful. Grizz finally tired of their splashing game and headed back to shore. Daniel took the quiet moment to lay back in the water, floating half-covered by its surface. Just the solitude he needed to focus his mind on the job ahead. He'd never particularly liked work as a guide. So much harder to be responsible for other people than when he was on his own, trapping and trading with the Indians. But the pay was decent, and since he was headed toward the Canadian mountains anyway, accepting this job was smart business. If only Biggers didn't insist on taking that wagon. With the conveyance, they'd have to skirt some of the mountains, which would add time to the trip. It'd be so much easier and safer to use pack horses, even if they had to buy a few extra animals. But the man wouldn't hear of it. Said the women and boy would need a place to ride. Which was another thing. Did they really know what they were getting into? heading into the mountain wilderness as they planned? These Easterners probably wouldn't last a year where they were traveling. At least, not the women. He straightened in the water and pressed his feet into the muddy river bottom, then scrubbed wet hands over his face. Guiding them north was one thing. Keeping them alive to finish the journey was a whole different obstacle. He'd have his work cut out for him. Chapter 2. What have I agreed to? I must be a thick-headed fool to think I can keep these people safe where stronger men have failed. Daniel Noelle's Journal. August 15th. We've been 3 days on the trail, although if we're following an actual trail, I can't see it. The land is covered in thick grass as high as my knees in some places. To keep from slowing the horses with our walking, Louise and I have been riding in the wagon much of the time. Yet my limbs crave activity. If only we had a spare horse, I would ride, jaunting across the open land with the wind sweeping my hair, caressing my face with its refreshing fingers. Mr. Abrams is the fortunate one in the group, with not one horse, but two. He rides atop one and piles supplies on the other's back, alternating his mount each day. Such a mystery he. Through the day, he scarce speaks a word, even when we halt to rest the horses. At night, he murmurs a few sentences to Elmer, then fades in and out of camp as silent as a phantom. He never makes noise when he walks, but always seems to be watching us, watching the darkness around our camp each night. What does he expect to see? Sometimes, when I'm preparing the evening meal over the fire, I'll feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. I've come to expect to see Mr. Abrams when I turn. His gaze is so direct, yet he never apologizes nor explains himself. Such a mystery. I should feel affronted by his stares, yet I don't. I want to know more about him. Noelle paused her quill and rubbed at a spot on her arm. Maybe the wool in her shirt sleeve was causing the itch, although this shirtwaist had never bothered her before. Perhaps that meant it was time for a washing. She straightened and pushed away from the tree, providing rest for her few moments of solitude. She'd best check on the food. Laundry would have to wait until after the evening meal. She could heat water in the pot after she scrubbed it of stew remains. The expansive sky had fallen into a grayish hue as night crept toward them. Noelle left her spot near the narrow creek and slipped back into the circle of camp. She reached for the ladle beside the fire and drew it through the bubbling mixture simmering in the pot. Louise knelt beside the wagon, a few paces away, peering at Beau's arm. "Noelle, come see if you know what this is." She straightened and eyed the pair. "What's wrong, Beauberry?" The boy twisted, pinching his lips. "It won't stop itchin'." Usually Noelle could pull a smile from him with the pet name, but not this time. She moved over to them. A red rash marred almost the length of his forearm, puffy like a cluster of smaller dots. Louise held both of her son's hands, but he twisted to rub the inflamed area against his trousers. "No scratching." Louise tugged his arm straight, then looked up at Noelle. "Have you seen that before?" A crawling sensation spread across Noelle's own arm as she stared at the boy's welts. She rubbed at her itch before she could stop herself, then worked up the cuff of her own sleeve. The red splotch on her arm wasn't as large as Beau's, but it definitely held the same appearance. "I don't know what it is, but I'd sure like to. Do you think it's an insect bite? Perhaps our illustrious guide would know." "Know what?" She whirled as the owner of the deep, masculine voice stepped from behind the wagon. Once again, he'd not made a sound as he approached. Heat crawled up her neck at her words. She'd not meant to be impertinent, but she'd probably sounded that way. Louise, sweet soul that she was, spoke up with an answer. "Mr. Abrams, do you think an insect might have caused this rash on Beau's arm? Miss Grant has been afflicted with the irritant as well." The man's gaze swept her for a single heartbeat as he stepped closer. His presence swelled in their little group, and it took all she had not to step back. He turned to the boy and sank to his haunches beside him. "Let's see what ails you." Taking Beau's wrist in his large hand, the man's dark brows dipped as he studied the arm with perhaps a bit of exaggerated intenseness. Beau's face blanched a little, his strawberry freckles bright as his eyes rounded at the man. "What do you think?" Mr. Abrams lowered Beau's arm and locked his gaze with the boy's. "I think I have a good idea now where I got the poison weed from." She could only see the side of the man's face, but it looked as if the corner of his lip twitched. He released Beau's arm, and the boy drew back while Mr. Abrams held out his other hand, palm up. "See this?" The lad leaned forward, his eyes lighting. "Oh, you got red marks too." "Yep, just like yours. They come from a plant the Indians call poisonweed. I'm always careful to avoid it, but now I'm thinking maybe some of that tinder you gathered last night to help me with the fire might have touched the stuff. What do you think?" Ah, that made sense. She'd seen red spots from plants and insects before, but never anything this severe. Everything seemed more extreme in this abundant wilderness. "I bet you're right." Beau breathed the words as though the man had just spoken for the Almighty. "And that's probably why Miss Grant got it too. She helped me find 'em." Both gazes swung up to her, the eager blue eyes of the boy and the dark, penetrating stare of the mountain man. And yes, the corner of his mouth tugged in what could be the start of a grin. Mixed with the intensity of his gaze, that half-smile made her stomach flutter. Her own mouth tried to return the expression. Her hand moved to rub her sleeve before she realized what she was doing. His focus dropped to her arm, and he pushed up to stand. "I think I have a salve that'll help. With the itching, anyway. The red will take a few days to go away." When he returned a few minutes later, he handed a small canister to Louise. "Spread a little on and let it dry. Use it whenever the itching comes." He didn't look at Noelle as he spoke. In fact, he barely looked at Louise. After handing over the container, he tousled Beau's hair and rewarded the boy with one of those delicious half-smiles. For a second, she almost wished he'd turn that grin on her. Mountains at last. Daniel leaned forward in the saddle as the horses picked their way up the rocky incline. A glance back at the wagon showed the team leaning into their harness, white flecks of sweat lining their shoulders. At least the wagon wasn't overloaded for the pair. He'd have to make sure they stopped to let the animals blow after each uphill pull. Maybe after this incline, he'd have the women walk. The last thing they needed was for a horse to give out on the edge of the mountain cliff. A few minutes later, the ground leveled for a stretch, and he signaled a halt, then dismounted to let his own gelding rest. They'd climbed about halfway up this mountain, and the peaks on the other side were just visible. Massive, imposing structures that rose almost to the clouds. A few of the distant summits wore snowy white caps. The farther north they traveled, the more crests they'd find that never lost their snow. They'd need to avoid those mountains, especially with a wagon. Memories of past carnage from wagons and animals flicked through his mind, but he pushed them away. That wouldn't happen on his watch. Couldn't. He inhaled a chest-filling breath. He could already taste the higher elevations and the delicious, clean air of the mountain country. This land had been built into him from his earliest moments, if not by his mother, at least by his father. Already, the country they traveled felt like the outskirts of home. Lovely, isn't it? At the feminine voice, he twisted to see Miss Grant only a few strides away. He'd not even heard her approach over the breathing of his horses. Turning back to the view of the mountains, he tried to slow the beating in his chest. Why was it that being so near a woman put him on edge? He could face off with the beady eyes of a cougar and barely feel a pinch of angst, but put someone of the female persuasion near him, and he couldn't seem to take a steady breath, especially with this woman. "Do you prefer mountains or prairie land, Mr. Abrams?" Her voice rang clear, still right behind him. He swallowed to summon moisture into his mouth. "Mountains!" The word came out on a rasp, pitching high at the end like a lad's. He cleared his throat, then tried again, just so he didn't leave her with that sound ringing in her ears. I grew up in the mountains. Feels like home." The burn of her gaze seeped through his buckskins, but he didn't turn to meet her stare. What ran through her mind? Did she think his answer unusual? Or did she just think him unusual? I've always loved mountains too, although these are very different than the ones near our home, much grander. And there are so many of them. Her voice took on awe with her last statement, an awe he could easily relate to. From this view, the mountains seemed to stretch far enough to cover the earth. I can't imagine growing up among these cliffs and scenery. Her tone grew soft. I'd say you were blessed indeed. He nodded. There was good and bad. Admiring the view was nice, but she had to know the dangers of this place. Life up here is hard. The winters can kill a person with little warning. Between the weather and the animals and the land itself, half the people who move out here from the east won't make it past the first year. He turned to face her, meeting those sparking blue eyes head on. I said I'd take you and your friends north, and I'll do my best to get you there safely. But I still recommend you all turn around and head back the way we came. She didn't back down from his gaze. If anything, she raised her chin a notch. For a long moment, they stood there, squaring off. Yet her look seemed to hold a wash of emotion. He'd become so good at reading men's thoughts in their eyes, a skill that gave him the upper hand in almost every trade. Yet he couldn't decipher a single thing in her fathomless gaze. She held him transfixed. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Abrams. I understand your concerns. Yet, I do intend to press on. We'll make it north, sir. We're among the stronger half of the people you mentioned. You can rest assured of it. And with her words, he could almost see it. This woman had more pluck than he'd first assumed. Yet, how many times would her words come back to haunt her? Haunt them both? Daniel struck the flint against the steel, sending a spark into the pile of tinder he'd created. The spark flickered against a dry leaf, singeing the brown surface as it faded out. Again he struck the metal, spraying 2 sparks this time. One caught on the shreds of birch bark, taking hold of the flammable material. Daniel leaned in and nursed the light to a tiny flame. The clanking of pots sounded from the wagon as he worked. The women must be eager for the fire he'd produce so they could all fill their bellies with something warm. Long days on the trail seemed to be taking their toll on the group, and the higher elevations made the nights cooler. Soon, they'd be downright cold. He had a healthy flame now, though still small, spreading across the birch and working to light the twigs he'd piled around it. A bark sounded from the direction of the creek they'd found. Daniel straightened, senses straining. That didn't sound like Grizz's playful yap. Elmer and the boy had gone that direction too. Were they in trouble? His hand went to the hunting knife at his hip. Another bark, and Daniel jumped to his feet. No doubt about the danger in the dog's tone this time. Chest pounding, he sprinted that direction. Grizz had found trouble, from something or someone. As Daniel entered the copse of trees that shielded the brook from view, he slowed. The branches suppressed the light, but he could see motion in the open area ahead. He had to approach carefully. There was no way of knowing what danger he'd be interrupting, and the last thing he wanted was to make the situation worse. Someone screamed, high-pitched, like the boy. Grizz's ferocious growl sounded, as though he had hold of something and didn't plan to let it go. Daniel lunged forward, weaving through the trees and leaping over a fallen log. He had to get there now. Who knew what trouble those Easterners had found? Why had he let them leave the camp on their own? He barely refrained from bursting into the clearing. Instead, he paused at the edge, straining to quiet his breathing as his gaze swept the area. Bo lay on his back in the grass, Grizz pulling at his trousers. From the other direction, Elmer was running toward the pair, still twice as far away as Daniel was. Daniel sprinted toward the boy, his gaze still scanning the area. Grizz had seen something he didn't like, something he thought endangered the lad. There, a spot of brown fur on the other side of the boy, too small to be a full-size bear. Daniel's heart tripped as he scanned the area around them. A roar sounded behind him, and he spun. There, less than 20 paces away and coming fast, a full-size grizzly was galloping on all fours. The mother, he and the boy were right in the path between her and her baby. Chapter 3. I am capable. I need only the chance to prove it. Noelle Daniel scooped up Bo, then turned and lit for the woods. Come on! Hopefully Elmer could hear him and wouldn't pause to ascertain the situation. Grizz's barking never stopped, but grew fainter as Daniel left the water's edge behind. The dog must have spotted the mama bear and thought he could scare the creature off. Daniel slowed enough to form a shrill whistle, the one Grizz knew to answer every time, then resumed his sprint through the woods. The barking stopped, and the only other noise breaking the air was the heavy footfall of Elmer, crashing through the woods behind him. They reached the camp, and Daniel slowed to a halt, his heart pounding so loudly in his ears he had to strain to hear any other sounds, especially those from the woods behind. Was the mother bear so enraged she would follow? Or would she be satisfied when she saw her cub safe? Elmer jogged up beside him, panting, then took his son from Daniel. The boy had only whimpered once or twice while Daniel carried him, but now let out a full wail. Probably shock from the ordeal. What is it? What happened? Louise was the first of the women to reach them, and Daniel stepped away as her husband answered her questions. Daniel strode to his saddle and pulled the Hawken rifle from its scabbard. A check of the mechanism showed it was ready to fire. His gaze swung toward the creek. Still no sign of the bears. Should they move camp anyway? He headed toward the trees shielding the water, the path he'd just run carrying the boy. If the bears still loitered in the creek, Daniel would insist the group repack all their supplies and move on. Better to be safe than sit awake all night watching for a danger he still might not be able to fend off. Mr. Abrams? He'd just reached the trees when the voice caught him, making his heart stutter. So few people called him Mr. It seemed odd each time he heard the title. Although maybe the woman who now spoke his name was the reason his pulse skipped a beat. He turned to face her as she approached. Where are you going? Her pretty face looked worried, her brow creased and her mouth pinched. Going to find the bears. See if they pose a threat for us tonight. Stay here in this clearing. Don't let anyone leave until I come back. He waited for her nod. She didn't offer one, though. She met his gaze, hers uncertain. Should you go by yourself? 2 guns might be necessary. The frustration building in his chest released in a scoff. I'm fine without Elmer. He should stay here to protect the rest of you. She raised her delicate chin. I can help. I'm a decent shot, and I have my own pistol. He barely kept his jaw from dropping, but he didn't have time to dispute her nonsense, so he turned back toward the woods. Stay by the wagon. His words rang with a sharp enough bark. Surely she'd heed his command. A pistol would be of small account against a bear. There was no sign of the bears as he crept through the woods. No sound of the woman behind him either, thank heavens. He paused at the edge of the trees to study the creek. A furry brown back rose above the shrubs growing along the bank. The mother? She lifted a monstrous head, snout turning to the wind. He froze. The way the breeze blew, she was probably smelling him, maybe even their camp. She turned to face him but didn't move. Not yet. After an achingly long moment, she dropped back to the water, leaving only the hump of her back in his view. He eased away from the bank, then headed toward the others. Time to move camp. It looked to be a long night ahead, but at least they'd have a better chance of staying alive to greet the morning. 2 nights later, the group huddled around the fire after finishing a simple meal of venison and corn cake. Noelle should have been more creative with the food, but they'd stopped to camp late, and she'd been so exhausted. Walking all day did that to a person, but with all the steep inclines the horses had to maneuver, she hated to add her own weight to their burden. And going downhill, Elmer had to pull hard on the brake most of the way to keep the wagon from pushing the animals down the trail. She didn't mind walking, although her aching muscles still complained against it. The others seemed just as weary, and with the cold closing in around them, the fire glowed as a beacon of warmth. I'll bet you've plenty of stories to tell of your travels, Daniel. Elmer used a stick to poke a log further into the flames. Then he glanced up at Mr. Abrams with a friendly smile. Yes, Mr. Abrams. Tell us a story about Indians. Bo straightened from where he'd been lounging against his mother's side. He leaned forward, bouncing a little on the log he used as a seat. Mr. Abrams eyed the boy, a flicker of something like a smile passing across his face. He held his tongue for a long moment, long enough it didn't look like he would answer. Let's see. I've known many Indians who I call friends, especially among the Blackfoot tribes. They're skilled in most of what they attempt, especially hunting. But what might surprise you is how much they like a good joke. He cut his gaze to Bo, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His hand came to rest on the dog's head, where the animal lounged beside him. One such friend had been visited by a white man, a colonel from one of the forts. They decided to go hunting because game had been scarce, and the people were hungry. The colonel swore his men had been all over the land where they hunted, and no game could be found. My friend knew of several gullies where the deer liked to feed, and he felt sure they'd find something. Daniel rested his arms on his knees. His face seemed to come to life, his gaze working its way around the circle as he spoke to each person. And so it was. A few miles out, my friend saw fresh whitetail tracks, a small herd of 3 deer. He was pretty sure the colonel hadn't seen them, because the man spent more time talking than watching. The Indian didn't point them out, though. He shot a look at Bo. That's another thing Indians are good at. They know when it's best to keep quiet. Bo nodded, his eyes locked on their guide, absorbing every word like water soaking into parched ground. About another minute down the trail, my friend stopped and raised his face toward the wind, sniffing real loud. The army man said, "What are you doing? What do you smell?" "Deer," my friend said. 3 of them. The colonel thought he was crazy, and he said so, but the Indian assured him he'd smelled deer and said they should split up. He sent the colonel a direction where he was most likely to scare the animals toward my friend. Sure enough, the deer wandered by the Indian, and he shot one. At the sound of the rifle, the colonel came running to see what had happened. There on the ground, beyond all dispute, and to the utter astonishment of the colonel, was the felled deer. "And you smelled him," pondered the colonel. "I must confess, your sense of smell beats that of any man I've yet fallen in with." Mr. Abrams settled back on his log. Elmer chuckled, and his son giggled in that high-pitched little boy way, almost drowning out Louise's laugh. Noelle couldn't suppress her own smile. It was hard not to join in with everyone else so merry. But what fully captured her focus was the expression on Daniel Abrams' face. The hint of mirth had been shadowed by something that looked a lot like longing. How closely had he known the friend he spoke of? As close as a brother? She'd heard of men raised among the Indians. Could that have been his upbringing? She studied him, trying to picture him through that lens. He'd been fresh-shaved when they left the little settlement where they'd met him, but a growth of coarse brown hair now covered his jaw. His buckskins hugged his brawny arms and the expanse of his shoulders, then tapered down to a lean middle. And he'd proved his ability to foresee danger and guide them time after time in the days they'd been on the trail. Surely no Indian could be as capable of enduring the rigors of this wild country, and no Indian could hold as much mystery as this mountain man. He should have led them around this mountain. Daniel winced as the wagon lumbered over a massive, flat boulder that barely rose above the surface of the ground. On the far edge, the rock dropped off about a half-foot, making the wagon jerk and shimmy as it landed. If the wheels didn't break, the axles just might. He'd remembered this stretch as a wide trail with no steep precipices, but he'd forgotten about all the half-buried rocks. At least the horses had been shod, so their hooves wouldn't be too tender. He nudged his gelding, Popper, forward so they could keep ahead of the team, studying the rock-strewn path as he rode. If Elmer steered the horses around the worst of the rocks, they should get past this stretch without much damage. The challenge would be that one flat boulder ahead, partially buried in the ground where the trail narrowed. With a steep incline on the right and a drop-off on the left, they'd have to go over the uneven stone with the sections that spiked up. Popper's hooves clattered as they crossed the rock, the horse stepping high over a particularly sharp jut in the stone. Hopefully, the wagon wouldn't have trouble there. Daniel reined his mount to a stop a little ways past the rock platform, near enough, in case Elmer needed help. Grizz planted himself beside the gelding and turned to watch the wagon. The team plodded forward, heads drooping as they strained into their load. Another rest would be needed soon. If they could just get past this rocky section first. Elmer sat rigid on the bench seat, leaning forward as he urged the horses on. From the grim set of his face, maneuvering over and around all the rocks must have been wearing on him. He'd done a decent job with the team so far. Did he regret insisting on the wagon? The horses clopped over the stone, so many hooves making an uneven racket. He'd tied Gypsy, his pack mare, to the rear of the wagon, so she added to the noise of the animals pulling the rig. The front team stepped over the jut in the rock that spiked up. When the wagon's front wheels reached the spot, the animals strained harder, and the conveyance jangled as the rims finally landed on the other side. Daniel eased out a breath. Almost there. The rear wheels reached the jut and hovered as the horses seemed to fumble for purchase on the stone. "Get up!" Elmer snapped the reins. The animals heaved forward, finding their footing and digging in hard. The wheels rolled over the peak of the stone. Crack! The sound rent the air, echoing over the jangle of harnesses and the clatter of hooves. "Ho, there!" Elmer pulled hard on the reins, and the horses jerked their heads with the sudden reversal of commands. Daniel was off his mount in a second, Grizz barking beside him. He hadn't seen any obvious damage to the near side wheel, so he sprinted toward the far side of the wagon. Heads popped up in the bed as the women and Beau clambered to peer over the rail. "Stay still in the wagon," he called. If the wheel had split completely, their movement could tip the whole thing over. Thankfully, the shifting inside halted. Gypsy nickered as he approached. "Hey, girl!" But he didn't let his focus stray to the horse. The rear wheel had splintered at the outer ring, a critical break that would be impossible to repair without a new part. Something he didn't have. Elmer joined him to stare at the fracture. Daniel said, "Don't suppose you have any extra wheel parts?" "Unlikely, but worth asking." "Thank the Lord," Elmer said. "The man I bought it from sent an extra wheel. It's a tad smaller than the others, but it'll do in a pinch." Daniel turned to stare at the man. An extra wheel? What a stroke of luck. "I'd call this a pinch." Elmer nodded, then looked up at his wife. "We need to get you ladies out of there. Beau, crawl to me real slow-like, and I'll lift you down." He hoisted the boy, then reached for his wife as she climbed over the wagon's back hatch. With Elmer's hands full, Daniel stepped forward to assist Miss Grant. She didn't need his help, not really, except for a steadying hand while she jumped. The contact of her skin against his sent a warmth all the way up his arm. He pulled back the moment she gained her balance. Changing the wheel wasn't easy, as it required unloading the heavier goods from the wagons, as well as lifting the back corner by hand, but at least the time allowed the horses to rest. When he and Elmer finished the job, Daniel stepped back to study the new wheel. Not only was it a bit smaller than the other three, but the wood looked older. Not very substantial, but it was better than nothing. "We'll need to go easy on that one." Elmer stood beside him, eyeing the same thing. "Do you think we'll make it to the next town?" He worked to keep any emotion from his tone. "The next town is at least a week's ride. Fort Whitson. Just a house and a trading post. Not sure if one of the men there can build a new wheel." His gaze wandered to the horses. "We'll just have to go easy. It'd be best if anyone who can walk does so." Elmer sucked in a whistling breath through his teeth. "I suppose the ladies can. Beau might need to ride every so often." "We can certainly walk." Daniel forced himself not to turn at Miss Grant's melodic voice, not to acknowledge the way her soft cadence had started to affect him. He focused on keeping his breathing steady as he nodded to acknowledge her words. "The boy can ride in the saddle with me. My gelding's a bit headstrong, or I'd offer to let the ladies ride when I'm not scouting." "We'll be fine, Mr. Abrams," Miss Grant said. "No need to worry." He did turn to face her then. Just couldn't stop himself. She had that pert chin raised and her blue eyes flashing. Despite the stubborn streak that seemed to show itself periodically, she still looked so innocent. Protectiveness surged in his chest. I suppose we can put my packs in the wagon and you ladies can trade off riding gypsy. It takes her a few days to settle into a trip, but I think she's all right by now. He half expected her to decline the offer, what with the fierce determination in her gaze. But a bit of longing crept in, softening her fire. Ride your horse? He nodded, and the smile that tickled the corners of her mouth made him want to walk the rest of the way, just so he could see her smile from atop his mount. And he'd do it too, if he didn't need to scout ahead to find the best path for the wagon. A better path than he'd chosen this time. Chapter 4. Though the journey grows hard, I find relief in the familiar. Daniel, a half hour later, they had the wagon reloaded, including the satchels Daniel's mare had carried. His pack saddle wouldn't be comfortable for the women, but he used rope to rig stirrups so they would at least have a place to rest their feet. He also crafted an Indian bridle, since his only leather one would be needed for his feastier gelding. Which of you ladies has the most experience with horses? He looked from one woman to the other. Mrs. Bigger stepped back and motioned to her friend. Noelle does. I've rarely been around them. Did her face go pale? That didn't bode well for the next stretch of their journey. He tried for a reassuring smile, although his mouth felt too tight for the look. You'll get a lot of time around horses these next few days. Then he turned to Miss Grant. Noelle. The name definitely fit her. Soft. Ladylike. But with its own kind of strength. He motioned her forward. These stirrups won't let you mount like a normal saddle. I'll have to boost you. Put your boot in my hands. She approached the horse without hesitation and stroked the mare's shoulder. Hey, girl. Then she gathered a clutch of mane in one hand and the back of the pack saddle in the other. He bent and cupped his hands so she could step into them, turning so he didn't get a face full of skirts. But he wasn't prepared for the scent of flowers that drifted from her. Something sweet, like honeysuckle. She placed her boot in his hands. Not a dainty shoe like he would have expected. The thing looked like men's boots he'd seen traded at some of the forts, except much smaller. Practical and almost as good as moccasins. She settled in the saddle as though she'd done so many times before, then took up his homemade rope reins. She stroked the mare's shoulder again, murmuring something soothing. Then she turned a smile on him that would have melted a snowbank. All ready, Mr. Abrams. He swallowed the knot in his throat. It's Daniel. Call me Daniel. That hadn't been what he meant to say, yet maybe that's what he wanted. No one ever called him Mr. He was Abrams to most of the men in the trading posts he frequented, Wild Sparrow in his past life, Daniel to a select few who mattered. Just now, he wanted this woman to fall into that last group. The thought blindsided him, and he turned away. What had come over him? A white woman was the very last person he should let himself get close to. His father had taken a fancy to the only white female who'd dared cross the Canadian wilderness 30 years ago, and where had that left him? Before Daniel could do something he would regret, he walked away. From the horse and the woman. Noelle's journal. August 26th. I thought I was tired before, but I didn't know the meaning of the word. Louise and I have taken turns riding Gypsy these past 4 days, and she's a lovely mare. However, that saddle Daniel devised leaves much to be desired and requires the use of muscles I'd rather not know I possessed. Every part of me aches, yet I will not complain. He already thinks me young and inexperienced. I realized that during our first meeting. I will prove strong enough to not only endure this journey, but to be helpful along the way. Daniel says we should arrive at an Indian camp any day now. Blackfoot, he called them. I shiver at just the thought of meeting a whole camp full of Indians, yet he says they're friendly. I'm sure I shall have all manner of stories to write after our encounter. Speaking of articles, I have 4 written from the stories Daniel tells at night after our evening meal. He's a masterful storyteller, and I've tried to capture not just the tales, but his expressions as he describes them. The stories seem like a part of him, not just a retelling of events that happened to others, but a gift from himself. I almost hate to send them to the newspaper. All those people who bustle about in the city, managing their ordinary lives, would think these tales sensational. Yet, would I be exposing Daniel in ways I shouldn't? The more I know of this man, the more I crave his esteem, his trust. But at the cost of my dream? Would sharing these tales be exploiting him unfairly? My path no longer seems clear. Lord, show me the way. Noelle settled into the mare's steady clop the next day as the ground leveled off. Daniel had chosen to skirt the mountain beside them, since he'd not found a suitable trail over the ridge, which was fine with her. Even if it took longer, watching Elmer maneuver the awkward wagon over some of those narrow mountain trails tied her stomach in knots. Just now, the view of Daniel's broad shoulders on the horse ahead was a sight she'd happily endure. Beau rode with him and had fallen asleep a while back, his red curls just visible as he lay cradled in the crook of Daniel's arm. Her mare rounded a boulder, bringing into view a group of triangular-shaped structures. Is this... Daniel looked back at her with the makings of a grin. We've reached Redbird's camp. How had he not known they were so close? He'd just returned from scouting a quarter-hour before. But as she studied the twinkle in his eyes, the truth settled over her. He'd known, he just hadn't told them. His look turned sheepish. I didn't want you all to fret too early. Redbird knows we're coming and is readying a lodge for us. You know the chief here? Her heart surged forward. She wasn't fretting, though, not really. He nodded, but didn't speak. Of course he didn't. She'd never seen a man who used words as scarcely as Daniel Abrams. She turned to see the reactions of her friends. Louise had taken to sitting on the wagon's bench beside her husband when they traveled the flat stretches. Now, she raised a hand to shield her eyes from the sun as they both took in the camp. Part of her wanted to drop back and join them in the wagon, face this new challenge with friends by her side. Yet she was likely safer with Daniel than anywhere. And she wasn't a weakling, afraid of meeting a few friendly Indians. 3 men approached as they neared the edge of the line of lodges. Weren't the Indian men called braves? These certainly fit the title. All 3 stood tall, with broad shoulders, covered by fringed buckskin tunics. 2 of the men had reached the age where their braids hung mostly gray, but the brave on the left still bore all the marks of a man in his prime. Daniel hoisted Beau up to rest over his shoulder, the boy's tousled head still lolling in sleep. Then he dismounted in a fluid motion that showed a grace and strength more than matching that of the Indians. He signaled Grizz, and the dog trotted close to his side. As he approached the Indians, offering a hand gesture, there seemed almost a resemblance between Daniel and the 3 men facing him. Not so much in appearance as in manner. Maybe it was the poise they all shared. The older Indian in the center motioned to Daniel, some kind of sign language it seemed. Then Daniel turned to her. Come, I'll introduce you. He waved Elmer and Louise forward too. Noelle slid off her mare and approached them, keeping her shoulders squared and her back straight. She stopped beside Daniel, and Louise and Elmer joined her. Daniel motioned at her, but spoke to the Indians. Noelle, then on down the line. Louise! Elmer! Then he looked at her. This is Redbird, his brother, Owl Who Sees, and his son, Soaring Hawk. Noelle nodded in greeting. Should she dip a curtsy? But the conversation moved on before she could decide. Redbird made several gestures, similar to the sign language Daniel had used. He pointed to a lodge in the corner, then beside it. He says we can sleep there and place the wagon nearby. Once we unharness the horses, a boy will take them to graze. Daniel turned back to the chief and made a final gesture. The Indians returned to the rows of lodges, where others had gathered in a curious cluster. Women wore long buckskin dresses, belted at the waist, and ornamented with beads and bright embroidery. Children wore matching garb, all with the same black braids the men wore. They were a striking people, with raven hair and deeply tanned faces. One woman's gaze caught on Noelle's and held. The Indian offered a shy smile, which Noelle returned. The girl couldn't be much older than herself. 2 women from vastly different lands, different cultures. Yet, the curious smile showed so many of the emotions churning in her own chest. Inside, where a person really mattered, maybe they weren't so different. Noelle offered a friendly wave to the woman as she turned and followed the others toward the lodge they'd be using. "She is your woman?" Daniel tried not to stiffen as Soaring Hawk's words plunged into him. His gaze flickered to Noelle, who sat beside him around Redbird's campfire that night. It wasn't normal for a woman to join the men's conversation, but she'd asked if she could allow the Biggers family a few minutes alone. A thoughtful gesture. Yet when he agreed to it, he'd not considered that their hosts would assume Noelle and him a pair. He turned back to Soaring Hawk and started to shake his head, but caught himself just in time. Should he claim her? A young woman unattached was sure to draw attention. He didn't worry about her safety. These were good people, Redbird made sure of it. But she'd have every young brave in the camp at her doorstep. Their stay would certainly be easier, and would cause less of a stir if he said she was spoken for. He wasn't a lying man, but maybe he could find a compromise. He gave a single nod. "She is with me," because they were traveling together, and he had responsibility for her safe arrival at their destination. Soaring Hawk gave him a teasing smile. "You have chosen well, friend." A longing crept through his chest, and he glanced back at Noelle. She was watching him, and their eyes locked. She couldn't understand the words, thank heavens, but her gaze held a warm trust that made him want to earn her regard. Truly, earn. Not by telling half-truths to keep the peace. Redbird spoke up before he had a chance to set the matter straight. He and most of the people here spoke a dialect that Daniel didn't understand, different from the tongue he and Soaring Hawk had been using. But he was able to make out the question through the man's signs. Thank heavens for the hand language that was almost universal among the northern tribes. He answered the man's question about where they'd come from and how the conditions were along the way, accompanying his signs with English so Noelle could be part of the conversation. Though a hand's width separated them, he could feel her warmth beside him. It seemed he was always achingly aware of her presence these days. One of the other men asked whether he'd brought trade goods, which was just the opening he'd hoped for. He nodded, then signed and said, "I have great powder and beads. In trade, I seek a horse, gentle for a woman to ride." He motioned to Noelle, who had straightened and stared at him. "After that, I seek furs." Several men piped up about horses, but Redbird silenced them all with a hand. "We will trade in the new sun. Now is for talking." Daniel nodded and settled back to answer the questions they peppered him with. After buying the horse, he wouldn't make as much profit as he'd hoped, but at least Noelle and her friends could be a bit more comfortable. At this moment, that seemed more important than 100 beaver furs. Not his usual way of doing business. Was he going soft? Letting himself fall prey to the wiles of a woman too delicate to survive in this country? He set his jaw. He couldn't let himself become attached. He would not make his father's mistakes. He would be better. Chapter 5. My heart breaks for those struggling around me. What more can I do to help? Noelle's journal. August 29th. We left the Indian camp this morning, after spending 2 nights and a day there. My mind swirls with ideas for articles. I should be writing them now, yet my heart feels the urge to pour out my thoughts in this journal. The Indians were so much more respectful than I imagined they would be. Their ways are different than ours, of course, but their kindness continued to show, from the special lodging they provided to the food they showered on us. Daniel traded for another horse, a consideration for which we're all thankful. The Indians said the mare is gentle, but Daniel didn't seem convinced, so he rode her this first day out. Louise took over with our sweet gypsy, and I was given the honor of Popper, Daniel's gelding. He was concerned Popper might be too headstrong, but we soon developed an understanding. And what a dream he is to sit astride, so smooth at any speed. I felt as though I was being carried atop a feather bedtick. Poor Beau rode in the wagon most of the day. He's acquired an unrelenting cold, which keeps his nose a dripping mess. I assume the cooling days and nights are the cause, but it's hard to watch the boy suffer so. Daniel seems as worried about him as his own father, although he doesn't express it in words. It's remarkable how such a big, strapping mountain man has connected with the insatiably curious lad. I saw it that first week when Daniel inspected the rash from the poison weed and gave us the salve that made the bumps stop itching. And they've spent so much time together in the saddle, so Bo doesn't have to walk. The boy sits in front and talks for hours, with only a word from Daniel, perhaps every quarter hour. Who couldn't love Bo? Yet the bond surprises me anyway. Daniel scraped the last bite of beans from his trencher, then raised it to his mouth, savoring the warm goodness as the food slid down his throat. Noelle's meals were so much better than his own fare when he traveled alone, and tonight's food seemed especially tasty. Maybe she'd put forth extra effort so Bo would eat a nourishing supper. The boy looked close to miserable as he half lay in his mother's lap, Grizz tucked in beside them. She'd been trying to coax food into him, but he only managed a bite every few minutes. Poor Mrs. Biggers had her hands full nursing the boy, along with the other chores required in camp, although he'd noticed Noelle took on several extra of those. The strain was wearing on the boy's mother, if the weary lines in her pale face spoke true. It had only been a matter of time before one of them succumbed to the trials of this harsh land. His chest tightened. Not that he wished them ill, not at all, especially not the boy. But he'd tried to tell Biggers from the beginning, this territory was not a place to bring women and children. Between the weather, the terrain, the animals, and the people, this wilderness discovered the weakness in a person and attacked. He'd agreed to guide them, but he couldn't allow his heart to become attached. "Mr. Abrams, tell us a story." Bo's little voice broke through his thoughts. Daniel couldn't help but smile at the lad. Maybe he could tell about that time he and Pa ran across a bear? He must have been about 14 years old. He leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. "Have I told you about my two friends who went bear hunting?" "Tell us." A glimmer of eagerness shone in Bo's weary eyes as he stroked Grizz's furry back. "All right, then." He settled back on his log seat and began the tale, letting the memories carry him back to those long-ago days. The next day saw them back on the trail. Another cough shook the air behind Noelle, and she turned to check on her friend. Louise had taken on Bo's illness, with chest-deep hacks and a handkerchief often raised to her nose. Sitting atop Sweet Gypsy, Louise looked impossibly pale as she tried to offer a wan smile. "Are you all right? Should we stop?" Truly, her friend looked ill, clinging tight to her saddle. At least Daniel had been able to procure this more comfortable version from the Indians. Thank the Lord. Louise shook her head, a pained expression cloaking her eyes, as though the movement brought on an ache. "We need to keep on." Another cough sounded, this one from ahead of Noelle. She turned her focus frontward to the tousled head draped over Daniel's shoulder. Bo's dreary eyes stared back at her. She gave him as warm a smile as she could muster. His freckles stood out from his blanched face, even at this distance. Poor boy was so miserable. If only there were something she could do to help. Louise and Bo needed rest. Yet, as Louise said, they should travel as far as they could each day. Every mile took them farther north, closer to shelter, a place where mother and son could recover. They'd only traveled an hour or so since breaking for the midday meal, which meant hours more before they could finally camp for the night. Hours over this winding, climbing mountain trail. Another coarse bark sounded from behind her, coiling the knots in her shoulders tighter. Lord, please, bring your healing touch. Because she knew from experience, the hacking cough coming from her friend could lead to much, much worse. Noelle arose the next morning, while the sky still hovered in inky blackness. Not even a faint light streaking the farthest edges, where mountains met the heavens. Across the embers of the fire, Louise lay snuggled between her husband and son, the three of them the picture of an ideal family. She swallowed down the knot of emotion clogging her throat. If only life could be the perfect portrait they formed. Her gaze wandered to the place where Daniel had spread his bedroll. Empty, as it usually was when she rose. After stepping into the trees to take care of morning matters, Noelle stoked the ashes to rekindle the fire. Daniel had already brought up a pot full of water, so she could heat corn mush to start them off with something warm. Sometimes he'd come back from his morning jaunts with a rabbit or fox or some other creature, which would be a welcome addition. Elmer sat up, almost soundlessly, so he didn't wake his family. Noelle offered him a smile, but his gaze had already settled on his wife, a frown knitting his brow. She slid her focus to the woman, too. Louise's breathing rang loudly, above the sounds of the morning animals awakening around them. She wasn't snoring exactly, but more like she struggled to get air in and out. Elmer placed his hand on her brow, then looked at Noelle, his face showing fear in the early light. "She's feverish." Noelle moved to her friend's head, then crouched and stroked her cheek. Even before her skin made contact, she could feel the heat emanating from Louise's face. Her mouth was parted in sleep, her lips chapped, her breathing raspy. She should sleep as long as she could. Her body would heal faster with rest. She leaned over Beau and touched his cheek. Feverish, too. Maybe not quite as much as his mother, but still warmer than he should be, especially in the morning chill. Thank the Lord last night hadn't been as cold as others recently. She looked up into Elmer's worried face and whispered, "We should let them sleep." He nodded, then eased himself away. After standing, he turned toward the trees. Noelle went back to her work at the fire, feeding her tiny flames with bark and twigs. She just added a larger log when a drop of moisture landed on the back of her hand. Her gaze flew upward. An overhead tree must have sent a drop of dew. But no tree branches hung over her. Daniel had found an open patch of land at the base of a mountain. A grassy section on the other side of the small cluster of trees offered grazing for the horses, and a creek flowed only a short walk away. The drop must have blown in the wind from the trees. She stood and moved toward the wagon, where their food stores were locked away, but another drop hit her nose and a third on her cheek. She stared up at the sky as her chest tightened. No rain, please. They'd been blessed to have only a few quick showers during their journey thus far. Now, with Louise and Beau so ill, this was not the time for them to be soaked through. A thick layer of gray clouds pressed low in the sky, a sign that this was likely not one or two fluffy rain showers, but a whole full morning of endless rain. Or maybe all day. She turned away from the awful truth of it. Louise and Beau needed shelter. She scanned the area. The trees might offer some cover, but maybe under the wagon would be best. Too bad this rig didn't have a covering over the top to protect people and goods inside. She strode back to the fire ring and gathered the blankets she'd slept with. While she spread them in the open section under the wagon, Elmer stepped from the woods. His grim face showed he'd felt the rain that now peppered her. "I'm moving them under the wagon." She motioned toward the woman and boy, now huddled closer beneath their blankets. Nodding, he strode toward the pair. He reached for Beau and scooped him up, the quilt hanging like a skin half shredded. Noelle knelt beside her friend, pulling the blanket down so she could see her face. "Louise, it's raining, but I've made a bed for you under the wagon. Can you walk over there?" Louise sat up and tugged the blanket around her shoulders, her tousled hair framing her pale face and washed-out eyes. She looked barely coherent as she allowed Noelle to help her to her feet and lead her toward the conveyance. "You're going to feel better, dear, as soon as you rest." She had to. If Louise grew worse, she couldn't even think about that. Not now, not ever. Chapter 6. Relieved of this burden at last, if only for the moment. Yet why does part of me long to take it up again? Fickle man. Daniel Noelle's journal, September 3rd. Louise and Beau languished most of the day yesterday, huddled under the wagon with heaps of blankets. Daniel built a shelter for the rest of us, using branches and an oilskin, but the rain still blew in at times. Finally, Louise woke this morning with her fever greatly diminished, which brings me more relief than I can quite put into words. At least yesterday is behind us, and the rain ceased by evening, so I was able to dry most of the blankets by the fire. Daniel is a wonder at kindling a healthy flame, even in the mud. It helped that he was thoughtful enough to set apart some dry wood under a cover. Thank you, Father, for sending him to us. I can't imagine where we would be without his skills. I don't want to imagine. Daniel says we'll reach Fort Whitson soon. He says the fort is only a small place, just a few buildings clustered together. Yet, just the thought of a roof over our heads, and maybe a cook stove to prepare meals, excites me more than I dare show. Or, imagine the thought. Perhaps the meals might be prepared by other hands. I shouldn't let my mind think on such fantasies. In all seriousness, I'm relieved to think that Louise and little Beau will have a warm, dry place in which to recover. Daniel says a day or two after we leave the fort, we'll cross the boundary line into the Canadian lands. Then we'll finally be in the territory where Simeon lives. Still a few weeks of travel yet, but closer. Now, as the rising sun begins to warm the air around us, I look to this new day with as much hope as I can muster. All will be better. It must. I worry for my dear friends, but I can only place them in my Father's keeping. Daniel glanced down at the pale face of the boy cradled in his arm as they rode. His eyes were open, staring ahead with a glassy gaze that seemed to take in nothing. He still felt overwarm, his heat soaking through Daniel's leathers. Thank the heavens they were almost to the fort. He normally only paused there a day or two, just long enough to finish trading, but they'd have to stay until the boy and woman recovered. One thing to Beau's credit, and his mother's too. Neither of them complained much about the hardships. Plainly, they both felt miserable, yet they persevered. Their endurance made his own frustrations about not being able to complete his normal trapping and hunting seem paltry. Selfish. And he was selfish when pitted against these people, especially Noelle. She worked herself ragged day and night to care for her friends, handling the lion's share of the food and camp chores and caring for mother and son while Biggers helped him with the animals. She'd proved so much stronger than he'd imagined, all with her slender shoulders squared and her dainty chin raised. Less than an hour later, the ground leveled off and a few tiny buildings appeared in the distance. Daniel normally would have let his party notice the structures themselves, but a glance back showed Mrs. Biggers swaying as she clung to the saddle. Even over the distance between them, he could see the way her hair lay damp against her pale face. Most likely feverish again and desperately in need of hope to make it the last short distance. He motioned toward their destination. Fort Whitson, straight ahead! A few exhausted murmurs drifted up to him. What did they think of the 3 humble structures that made up the fort? A shout rang out as they neared the buildings, and Grizz answered the call with a bark. Channing, the trader in charge, met them a few paces out. Well, if it ain't Daniel Abrams. The man's keen gaze took in the weary party. Then he turned and called into the building. He spoke in an Indian tongue, probably to his wife, who'd come from the Gros Ventre tribe. He turned back to Daniel. Y'all come in and warm yourselves. Little otters making grub to fill your bellies. Daniel nodded. Obliged. This is the Biggers family. He motioned toward Elmer and his wife, then at the boy. And Miss Grant. Then to his party, he said, Folks, this is Samuel Channing. He's in charge here at the fort. He shifted Beau so he could dismount, then handed over his reins to Channing. Noelle dismounted too, before she hurried around to help Mrs. Biggers down. Her gaze met Daniel's, and her eyes begged for a place where her friend could rest. He motioned her forward. Mrs. Channing is preparing a place for us. Come in. That's right, Channing said. Y'all go inside, and I'll see to the horses. Get yourselves settled. Channing reached for the other 2 sets of reins, which Noelle handed over. Elmer had already set the brake on the wagon and climbed down, and he now took over as his wife's support. Daniel stepped close to him. I'll make sure you're all settled, then come back and see to the wagon and team. The other man sent him a grateful look. The group followed close on his heels as he strode toward the middle building, where he'd received Channing's hospitality in the past. After a warning knock on the door, he pushed it open and poked his head inside. Little Otter knelt by the fire in the corner and looked up at him with a smile of welcome. He spoke a greeting in her language, which was about all he knew in that tongue. The Gros Ventre were typically enemies of the Blackfoot, whose blood mingled with the French and English in his veins, so he'd found it wisest to keep his Indian roots to himself. He led the group inside, motioning for Grizz to stay put by the stoop, then closed the door against the chill and turned to the woman. She wouldn't ask for an introduction, as Indian women usually preferred to keep silent at first, but she'd appreciate one, he had no doubt. He set Bo on his feet, then motioned toward each person and spoke their name. That done, he pointed to their hostess. "This is Little Otter, Channing's wife." She indicated the buffalo fur couch in front of the fire, then touched a leather flask that lay near her cooking utensils. Daniel interpreted. "She says sit, I'll get something to drink." He took the flask and looked around for a cup. The ladies would prefer not to share the common canteen, and the sick ones should have their own, if possible. He found 2 tin mugs, then filled them. As he carried the drinks over to the others, he took a quick sample of what he'd poured. Water. Good. Channing wouldn't waste his whiskey on Daniel, but it could have been an Indian concoction. He handed the cups to Noelle and Mrs. Biggers, the flask to Elmer. Then he knelt beside Noelle and eyed the group. "I'll ask if Little Otter has roots or herbs to bring down their fever." Noelle nodded and studied him. "Is there anything I can do to help?" He met her gaze. In truth, it was hard not to look into her blue eyes whenever she was near. "Just rest here for now. I'll settle the team and be back with Channing. I'll bring blankets and bedrolls. Anything else you need? I imagine they'll have us sleep here." He glanced along the rear wall, where an animal skin closed off the back room where Channing and his wife slept. That meant the rest of them would be bedding down in this front area. Too bad they wouldn't have privacy, but at least they'd be warm and sheltered and get a bit of nourishment. Nothing just now. She rested her hand on his arm, pulling his focus back to her gaze. "Thank you, Daniel. This refuge came right when we needed it." He swallowed, working past the lump in his throat. He'd not done anything except bring them here. If only he could have done more to justify the respect shimmering in her gaze. He nodded. "I'll be back in a few minutes." Noelle awoke the next morning to darkness and warmth. A strange aroma filled the air, not the usual wood smoke she'd become accustomed to. It had a smoky odor, yes, but... She sat up, taking in the dim interior of the cabin, the shadowed figure bent over the fire in the far corner. The smell must have come from Little Otter preparing breakfast. The food scents weren't the only things that seemed different in the air. She missed the fresh breeze wafting through their camp, the lack of birdsong as the creatures came to life in the trees, the absence of dew kissing her face each morning, awakening her senses. But she could be thankful for this shelter they'd been offered, if only for a few nights. Channing and his Indian wife had been truly hospitable, filling them with warm food, providing healing herbs for Louise and Bo, and ensuring they all slept in as much comfort as could be offered in the cramped space. 2 more men had returned just after dark, Mr. Mathers and a gray-haired fellow they called Sarge, although he'd proclaimed it many years since he'd been in the cavalry. All the men stayed up late, talking around the fire. She'd lain in her bedroll, tucked in the corner, imagining the stories they told, and doing her best to store them in her memory. She should write them down this morning, as soon as she could find a few minutes alone. Rising to her feet, she scanned the others. Elmer, Louise, and Bo were still sleeping, but Daniel's spot lay empty. Had he even slept? Little Otter glanced at her as she laced on her shoes. Noelle smiled a good morning across the dim room. A snore drifted from the somewhere behind the animal hide door. Probably Mr. Channing, since he said the other 2 men slept in the building that housed the trading goods. A cold wind met her as she stepped outside, its chilly nip clearing away the vestiges of sleep. The grounds appeared empty. Where was Daniel? Surely he didn't feel the need to go hunting for their breakfast, while they were staying at the fort. But maybe he thought to help provide food for little Otter to cook. Just once, she'd like to awake to him, sitting by the campfire drinking coffee. See a lazy smile spread across his sleepy face. She blinked against the image that formed in her mind, her pulse racing as she tried to force it away. She shouldn't be thinking of Daniel like that, not longing for his nearness, especially not in such an intimate setting. The morning passed quickly as she tended to Louise and Beau. Their fevers seemed to have dissipated, but both were so weak. Louise especially, to the point that she struggled to sit upright for longer than a moment at a time. By mid-morning, both of them slept, and Noelle finally had a chance to wander outside again. Elmer had said he was going to the trading room, so hopefully it would be safe for her to visit there as well, just to see what the place contained. Channing had pointed out that building the evening before as the largest among the three. She paused at the closed door. Should she knock? Or go in as she would a mercantile or other public shop? Knocking would be the safer option. At her rap, a scuffle sounded inside. Then the door swung open. Mr. Mathers stood in the frame, a pipe perched between his beard-edged lips. His eyes widened as he took her in. Then he stepped aside and bowed like a courtier. "Come in, milady. Welcome to our humble abode." A single lantern lit the room, and it took her a moment to pick out the men sitting in chairs around a table in the corner. The other two fellows who lived here in the fort, plus Elmer. All of them stood as she entered. She dipped a slight curtsy. Elmer stepped forward. "Is Louise all right? And Beau? Do they need me?" Noelle raised a staying hand. "She's fine. They're both resting, so I thought I'd see the sights." She glanced around the small room. Crates lined one wall, and a pile of furs sat in one corner, stacked halfway to the ceiling. "If I shouldn't be here, I can leave." "Of course not." Channing stepped from behind the table. "Make yourself at home. Would you like to look through the trade goods? Each crate is labeled, and I can open any you like." His voice held a deep southern drawl, most likely from Virginia, and more of a backwoods sound than what she'd heard from those living in the cities. She nodded. "Thank you, I'm just curious." He stood by, ready to follow through with his offer if she gave the word. As she scanned the boxes labeled glass beads, blankets, women's skirts, and the like, she asked him, "From where do you hail, Mr. Channing?" "If I had to guess, I'd say Virginia." She smiled at him. "I knew a family from the Richmond area whose accent was much like yours." He stood straighter, his chest expanding as a smile spread across his face. "Yes, ma'am. Reared near Fort Chiswell, then headed west on my 20th birthday." "How exciting. Have you lived here at Fort Whitson long?" Channing leaned against the side wall and propped one foot against it. "About 3 years, give or take. Sarge and I had a trading post farther west, but we wanted something a little easier to get supplies in and out of." He motioned around him, as though they could see through the walls to the land outside. "Found this little flat section and figured it was as good a spot as any. Close enough to the Indians that the trading is decent, and we can get what we need around the mountains." A grin pulled the corner of his beard. "We always like it when men like Abrams pay us a visit, although he usually brings more furs than he did this time." He dipped his head, his cheeks going red. "Course I won't complain since he brought y'all to us." Noelle tried to smile at the man, but her chest tightened. Daniel would have had more furs to bring had he not purchased another horse and 2 saddles. Maybe he could sell them for profit when this journey was finished. She forced her focus back to their host. "We're ever so thankful for your hospitality, and that of your wife." He nodded. "We always like to see newcomers." He turned his grin on Elmer. "I was just tellin' Biggers that y'all should settle right here. We could help put up a cabin and make sure you have everything you need. There's a lot to be said for neighbors helpin' neighbors." Elmer chuckled, but didn't respond. A silence slipped over the group. Probably time for her to make her exit. She sent a smile around the table. "Thank you for the chance to browse. I should go and check on the others now." A chorus of "all right" and "bye now" followed her out the door. Outside, she stood for a moment, letting the soft wind brush her face. This little stretch of land felt more like a prairie than the mountain country they'd been traveling through for weeks. Peaceful, but as soon as Louise and Beau recovered, they could resume their trip. Each day would bring her closer to seeing her brother again. Until then, she should take this chance to write up more stories. Noelle's journal, September 8th, the rain simply won't leave. I didn't realize how blessed we were those first weeks when we only had the cold to endure. Now the rain brings a return to those freezing nights, as well as a wind that buffets by day. Daniel is gone. Not forever, only a short hunting trip. He didn't tell me he was leaving. He only confided in Elmer. And Mr. Channing. I suppose he didn't feel the news important for anyone else, especially a mere woman traveling in his party. Yet it still aches that he wouldn't consider me worthy. Some days I wish with everything I had that I'd been born a man. Life would be simpler. Anyway, Louise finally seems to be regaining her strength. This is the third day we've been at the fort, although why it's called such, I couldn't say. There is no stockade, only 3 ragged buildings and 4 conversation-starved pioneers. Yet I'm thankful for the shelter and hospitality these kind people provide. Elmer says he wants to stay here another week, if Daniel will agree. That way, Louise and Beau can fully recover. I think Elmer dreads leaving this safe haven, taking to the trail again, where his family is so exposed to illness and danger. I understand his concerns, yet my spirit chafes the long, boring days. The delays. I've tried to help little Otter, but she only allows me a few small tasks. She's so industrious, she accomplishes much in a simple hour, keeping the house spotless and cooking some of the best meals I've had in years. Although, I couldn't name anything we've eaten since arriving. If only Daniel were here. Chapter 7. Why Must Things Change? Noelle Daniel huddled against the driving rain as he pulled Popper to a halt at the door to the trading room. He swung down from the saddle and unstrapped the girth while Grizz waited patiently on the stoop. He could throw his saddle and packs inside, then sort the meat and furs where they would be protected from the icy rain. After that, he could finally check on his charges. He shouldn't have left them this many days, but the hunting was better than he'd expected, so he kept pushing farther west. Every new fur would help make up for those he'd not been able to trade from Redbird's band. He'd be able to recoup the shortfall when he sold the extra horse later, but still, something inside bucked against the potential lost income. It wasn't as if he needed the earnings. He had plenty stored away in enough different places a disaster couldn't devastate him. He'd once known the loss of all their earthly goods, both his and his father's. In fact, he'd been the cause of their devastation. That would never happen again. He tossed the saddle on the ground, then released Popper from his bridle and gave the horse a pat. Within a few minutes, he freed Gypsy too. The horses ambled toward the nearest patch of trees, where they'd find shelter from the rain. Thankfully, they both came at a whistle, so he didn't have to hobble them. They'd been his companions for long enough to feel like cousins. After dragging his saddle and packs to the door, he tried to push it open, latched on the inside. Rain fell in sheets around him as he delivered a knock loud enough to be heard over the pelting drops. The door swung open and he charged in, pulling his things behind him, Grizz tangling in his legs. Mathers reached for one of the packs, and Elmer grabbed the saddle. Daniel released them both and paused to catch his breath. Rain dripped from his hat brim, sliding down his face so he could barely see, especially in the dimness of the room. "Come warm yourself by the stove, man." Channing's voice called him toward the heat. He followed without argument, pulling off his hat, then his gloves, and tossing them both on the floor beside the stove. Next, he set to work on the buttons of his coat. "You must be soaked through, Abrams. Thought you'd be holed up with the Indians somewhere till this mess quit. I'll be all right when I get this coat off." He'd worry about his pants and underthings in a bit. "Sure," Sarge said. "Let me have that." After working out of the fur, he allowed Sarge to take it, then scrubbed his hands over his face, clearing the water from his eyes. He must look like a muddy, drowned cur. "How are the women? The boy? Noelle hasn't come down with the sickness too, has she?" He'd worried about that more times than he cared to admit. He shouldn't have left them so long, shouldn't have left her. Elmer spoke up. Louise and Beau are much better. Noelle's right here. Daniel paused at the words, trying to make sense of them. Right here? He spun, taking in the room for the first time. The four men staring back at him seemed to part as a swatch of blue stepped between them. His gaze traveled upward, landing on the face he'd seen in his dreams just last night. Noelle? He had to swallow past the knot clogging his throat. I'm well, Daniel. Glad you've returned. Her voice flowed to him like a gentle brook. Grizz patted to her, and she bent to greet the dog. Hey, boy, how are you? Daniel was staring, but he couldn't quite take his gaze from her. Then someone clapped him on the shoulder. I'll go tell the missus to put on some hot coffee. Reckon you'll need to warm your insides. Channing stepped in front of him on his way out, breaking his concentration on Noelle. Daniel turned back to the fire and worked to regulate his breathing. What was she doing in the trading room with the men? They were all fairly decent fellows, as far as he knew, but it surely wasn't proper for her. At least Elmer had been here to act as protector, should she need such. Things have been so quiet here with all the rain. Noelle offered to teach us how to play whist. Elmer's discreet tone sounded just behind him, as though he'd read Daniel's thoughts. He turned to eye the man. Elmer looked a little sheepish. I think she's bored with no chores to tend all day. I didn't figure it would hurt if she came in here, as long as I'm in the room, too. Daniel nodded, not quite trusting himself to speak. Noelle probably was safe enough, and people didn't stand by the social rules in the territories. So why did it irk him that she'd spent her leisure time in this trade room, where these men had the pleasure of her company? He shouldn't even ask himself that question. He didn't want to know the answer. Noelle, can Elmer and I speak with you for a moment? Noelle paused in the lacing of her boots the next morning to eye her friend. Louise seemed to be trying to force a cheery smile. I suppose so. What is it? Good. Louise's tone was unusually bright. Come sit with me. Elmer was stretched out on one of the stacks of furs, reading his Bible. But when they both sat on the adjoining pallet, he marked his place and straightened. His expression was serious. She glanced at him, then focused on Louise. Out with it. You're making me nervous. She added a tease to her tone to cover the fact that a knot was forming in her midsection. What dire news could they have to share? Noelle, Louise started in a gentle voice. Elmer and I have decided to stay here and build our home on land near the fort. She couldn't help but stare at her friend, trying to ignore the iron ball in her middle. But we haven't even left the American territory. I thought you wanted to build in Simeon's Valley. It's still weeks away, 2 or 3 at least. Louise reached for her hand. I know that's what we'd planned, but we both feel God saying this is where He wants us right now. Elmer leaned forward to rest his arms on his knees. The journey's been so hard on Louise and Beau. We don't want to chance things getting worse, and we really do like this area. If they stayed here, how would she get to Simeon? She wanted to be independent, but not even she was courageous enough to attempt the rest of the trip by herself. That would tip the scales toward insanity. Maybe Daniel would still take her. She'd have to reimburse Elmer for the final stretch, since he wouldn't be using the man's services. But her brother could help with that. For now. Did she dare travel alone with Daniel? 2 weeks ago, she'd not have even entertained the thought of leaving with a man. Even now, she couldn't imagine planning to do so with anyone else. Yet Daniel seemed trustworthy. He'd proved his protective nature, as well as his ability to keep her safe and provide for her. Elmer's pleading voice broke through her thoughts, and she forced her mind to focus on his words. Bring Simeon back for you. He looked at her, as though expecting a reaction. She scrambled to recall anything else he'd just said that might have slipped into her mind unawares. Nothing. Can you repeat that, please? Warmth surged to her face. He looked to his wife, as though Louise's words might penetrate better than his. We understand you still need to get to your brother's place, so we'll ask Mr. Abrams to travel on without us. Louise's tone was soft, He can bring Simeon back here to travel the rest of the way with you." She played the words through her mind, twisting and turning them in hopes they would make sense, as they apparently did for Elmer and Louise. "Why would Simeon need to come all the way back here to retrieve me? I can just carry on with Daniel." Louise exchanged a look with her husband. "We didn't feel it was proper for you to travel alone with Mr. Abrams." Elmer added, "He seems trustworthy and of sound character, but he is still a man. Your parents entrusted you to our care, and I wouldn't feel comfortable sending you away with anyone other than your brother." She stiffened. "I came here of my own accord. My parents didn't send me. I'm responsible for my own care." She had to bite back what she really wanted to say. These were her friends, after all. Even though she'd scrimped and struggled to pay for her portion of the trip, and certainly performed her portion of the work, traveling with the Biggers family had been the ideal arrangement. Not only for their help and protection, but because of their friendship. Louise had been a dear companion since their school days. She worked to soften her tone. "With Simeon's new baby on the way, this won't be a good time for him to leave home. And if I wait here for the weeks and weeks it would take Daniel to travel there and back, winter will be on us in full force." She looked to Elmer. "You heard the stories the men were telling about winter in the mountains. It will only be worse the farther north we go. The sensible choice is for me to leave with Daniel now." At least, the more she talked, the more it seemed that way. Louise sent her husband another angst-filled look, moistening her lips the way she did when she was nervous. Noelle's stomach tightened, and she gave her friend's hand a gentle squeeze. "We don't have to make a final decision now. I'll think and pray about it." Her words gave her conscience a twinge. She did need to seek the Lord's guidance for a decision like this. Why hadn't that been her first thought? Noelle's journal, September 10th. "Lord, a decision lies before me. Should I stay and wait for my brother to fetch me? That feels so selfish, asking him to leave his growing family when they need him most, to leave the wife who depends on him, especially as the birth of their child draws near. But is my motive really so selfless? I do honestly feel I will be safe traveling with Daniel. He's never shown reason for me to doubt his integrity or to fear advances from him. In truth, his presence gives me a comfort I've rarely felt. But beyond concerns for safety, why do I insist on proceeding now? To prove I can? Lord, as the psalmist wrote, search me and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts. See if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. I pray my heart and words and actions would be pleasing to you, Lord. Let me not move forward in bullheaded abandon, as Papa calls it. Show me your path so clearly I can't miss it. Please." Chapter 8. I should fear this greater responsibility. I should, so why do I not? Daniel Noelle struggled under the weight of the yoke as 2 full water buckets sloshed against her skirt later that afternoon. Though the buildings of the fort were positioned in a lovely setting, someone should have thought about how far they'd have to carry water from the river's branch that crept along the base of the nearest mountain. If she were the woman of the house, she'd have put the men lounging around the place to work, either carrying water or digging a well so the stuff wouldn't have to be hauled halfway across the country. But this was Little Otter's home, and she thrived on serving those around her. Noelle had enjoyed getting to know the woman during the 6 days they'd been here so far. Especially her quiet sense of humor and the selfless way she gave of herself, doing everything with excellence, all qualities Noelle should work harder to emulate. Another interesting fact she'd learned was that Little Otter knew a great deal more English than she allowed most people to think. After stepping inside the cabin, Noelle carried the buckets to the cooking area and eased them down near Little Otter. She exhaled a breath as she ducked out of the yoke, then rubbed the bend where her neck met her shoulder. This makes it easier to carry the water, but it doesn't shorten the distance any. She dropped to her knees beside the woman, then reached for the wooden bowl of corn batter from Little Otter's hands. "I'm surprised you haven't asked Mr. Channing to dig a well nearby." The other woman moved a cloth and reached for the dough underneath. then began forming it into small balls. Your Daniel Abrams carry my water in morning time when he here. But I not mind to do it. I like time when the sun hug my face. Daniel carries water for you? How had she not seen him doing it? Early in the morning, before others rise. Just like he'd done on the trail, and this must be why she never saw him first thing. He'd shown his thoughtfulness in many ways, but this made her see him from a different angle. Noelle and little Otter worked together in silence as thoughts spun in Noelle's mind. Perhaps she should seek little Otter's advice on whether to go now with Daniel or wait for him to bring Simeon back. After all, the woman knew the terrain and the weather in this area. Her experience might offer wisdom for the decision. After a deep breath, she started in. Little Otter, may I ask your thoughts on a matter? If you wish. She quickly laid out her choices, ending with, You're familiar with the weather and the land, but you also have known Mr. Abrams longer than my friends and I. What would you do were you in my situation? The squaw raised her head, staring forward toward the brick chimney, her gaze seeing far away. For a long moment, she sat like that, her hands still making circles of the dough, the size and shape of the balls never varying. I understand your people's customs about a man and a woman. My people would look from the side of their eyes at the same. Yet my people also understand this land. It takes much to survive, and that is more important than custom. I do not know your brother, but I do know Daniel Abrams. He will keep his word. He will take you safely to your people. I trust him before many others. She dropped her focus back to the dough in her hands, forming and turning it with deft movements. She seemed to have spoken her opinion in full. Thank you, Noelle murmured. She'd been right. Little Otter had gained wisdom through her experience. Should she follow the woman's words implicitly? Make your way clear, Lord. After the meal that evening, Grizz trotted beside Noelle as she took the dishes to the river to wash them instead of using water she'd hauled to the cabin. Elmer planned to tell Daniel about their decision to stay in this area and what more they would require from him. She wasn't sure how they would explain her desires compared to their own, but she didn't want to be around for the discussion. Didn't want to see Daniel's reactions. Maybe he wouldn't want to take her on alone. Maybe he'd refuse to be burdened by a weak female. Surely she'd proved she could handle life on the trail. The evening was only chilly, not the cold that had been creeping steadily stronger with each passing day. The stars shone brightly, lighting her way as she stepped through the knee-high grass. Grizz seemed eager for the jaunt, his tongue lolling as his stride covered ground. She didn't worry about being out after dark with him around. When she reached the river, the water stung her fingers, colder than she'd expected. Probably because the sun wasn't shining on it to warm its icy flow. As she submerged the dishes and scrubbed each with a cloth, her skin grew numb. This would be a good time to distract herself with scripture, and maybe God would illuminate a segment to guide her decision. Her mind instantly flew to one of her favorite passages in Proverbs. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. That was exactly her goal, to look to the Lord and let him direct her path. If only he would clearly point the direction. Like with the Israelites in the desert, he'd led them with a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. They went only when and where the cloud moved. How much easier would that be than trying to hear a still, small voice among the chaos in her mind? With the dishes finally cleaned and restacked in her baskets, she dried her hands and pressed them into the Grizz's fur to warm herself. He panted as he gazed at her with those soulful eyes. You ready to head back, boy? He sat straighter and closed his mouth, tilting his head as he studied her. Let's go then. The dog leaped forward as she rose and started out. When she approached the building, the door opened, sending out a cascade of light. A man's form filled the opening. Then he stepped out and closed the door behind him. Daniel's outline was hard to mistake. She almost lost him in the shadows of the building, and then he moved toward her. She paused as he approached, standing in a swath of moonlight. He stepped into the light and halted. About 3 strides separated them. Grizz approached his master, turned, and sat on his haunches by Daniel's side. As friendly as he was to others, his devotion to this man was obvious. She raised her gaze back to Daniel's, trying to make out the details of his expression. "I suppose Elmer told you their decision?" He nodded, the shadows filling in the valleys of his face, leaving the hills exposed. "He told me his choice but couldn't tell me yours." That must have been his way of asking. "I'm still praying about my decision. I'll let you know as soon as I can." "That's wise." He didn't make a move, just stood there as though studying her. "Either way, I'd like to head out within the next few days. Winter will strike soon, and I'd rather cover the distance before it hits." She nodded. "I understand." She wanted to say so much more. This terse back and forth didn't feel like the Daniel she'd come to know. Maybe he was giving her distance to make her choice. If she had the courage, she would tell him she wanted to go with him, that her heart told her that was the right decision. Her spirit felt at peace when she considered the possibility, much more so than the idea of waiting for weeks or months for Simeon to come, traveling through the coldest part of winter, and possibly keeping him from his wife during the birth of their child. "Daniel?" She took a tentative step forward. "Yes." "Do you think I would be crazy to travel with you? Would you prefer to go alone?" She hadn't meant to pose the question quite like that, but maybe her sincerity would bring back the Daniel she'd come to know these last weeks. Not a man of many words, but thoughtful, full of heart. He seemed to be mulling over her questions, or maybe trying to find the best way to word his rejection. She raised her chin. "I want to know what you really think." He chuckled. Actually chuckled. It wasn't a sound she'd heard from him very often, and it stole some of the starch from her spine. "What's so funny?" "Oh, nothing." His voice took on a casual manner. "Let's see. You asked if I thought you'd be crazy to travel with me. I'm assuming the words in question are the 'with me' part, because I've already shared my thoughts on you traveling into the Canadian mountains." All humor slipped from his tone. "I won't speak to propriety, because I don't have a lot of experience with the social customs back east. I do know that I'll do everything in my power to get you to your brother safely. And you probably stand a better chance of that now than in the dead of winter." He paused, and she was almost afraid he expected her to answer, but then he spoke again. "As to whether I want to go alone," he propped his hands on his hips. "I've been traveling alone most of the time since I was 18. I'll be traveling alone again after I get you to your brother's home. It'd be a nice change to have someone to share the trail with. And I do like your cooking better than mine." A flood of warmth spread through her chest, and she gripped the basket handles tighter to keep from dropping them. A burn crept up to the backs of her eyes. "Thank you. That means a lot." She inhaled a steadying breath. "I'd like you to take me the rest of the way north. I'm ready to leave whenever you are. Tomorrow morning if you'd like." He nodded, but the shadows kept her from seeing the expression in his eyes. "We'll ride out day after tomorrow." He stepped closer, and for a second, she thought he would take her in his arms. Her feet almost met him part way, but he reached for the baskets instead, then turned and motioned for her to precede him. Her heart raced as she moved forward. Such a silly reaction, one she'd do best to curb before she did something she'd forever regret. The morning of their departure dawned cold, but clear. Daniel stood holding the 2 saddle horses, the new mare tethered behind Popper, as Noelle hugged her final farewells. He'd already shaken hands with the men and bid the women goodbye. The hug from Beau had brought on more emotion than he'd expected. He didn't spend much time around kids, but that little guy had wiggled into his affections before Daniel had even realized it. Hopefully, the family would still be here the next time he passed through. He'd bring a molasses candy for the boy if he could scrounge it. Maybe carve something for him to play with. Noelle finally turned from her friends and took Gypsy's reins from him. She didn't meet his gaze, but the red rimming her eyes told him all he needed to know. A lump caught in his throat. Was he doing the wrong thing, letting her accompany him north? She'd be moving on one way or the other. Her decision had merely been whether to ride with him or wait for her brother to retrieve her. Yet staying here for another 6 or 7 weeks would allow her more time to visit with her friends. She was already mounting the mare, though, so he climbed aboard Popper. After farewell waves, he turned his gelding northward. Noelle's horse fell into step beside the pack mare behind him, Grizz trotting along beside. He reined in a little to fall back beside her. Noelle looked over at him, her face a question. He forced himself to say the words. "You sure you want to leave now? You can stay with your friends longer, and I'll bring your brother back to you." Even though he didn't like the idea of her and her brother traveling north in the worst of winter, he'd accompany them to make sure they made the final trip safely. She shook her head, her shoulders squaring. "I'm sure." Her chin tipped up with that determination that always made him smile. "All right, then." They rode the first couple hours without event and without much conversation. The silence hung easy, comfortable, as they worked their way around the edge of a mountain, then through a high pass between two more. Such a relief not to have the wagon to worry about or to slow them down. Once through the pass, they entered a wide valley covered in dark brown shapes. "Stay, Grizz." Daniel reined in and motioned for Noelle to do the same as the dog planted himself beside Popper. "What is this?" The brown moved in ripples, like the wind swirling waves on a wide, muddy lake. Only the animals at the edge nearest them gave any hint the herd wasn't a single massive blanket. "Buffalo." "Oh!" She breathed out the word, and he couldn't help but slide a glance at her face. She was always pretty, but the awe lighting her features now made her almost radiant. For long moments, he watched her watching the beasts, each nuance as her gaze swept the valley, picking out individual animals and smiling at their antics. She turned to look at him, but he'd been so caught up in her features, he didn't realize until her blue gaze met his. "What do we do?" He gave himself a mental shake and scanned the outer edges of the herd. "I think we can cut around the left side. They shouldn't bother us if we don't bother them." "I'll follow you." He nodded and turned Popper that direction, signaling for the dog to stay close. "Have you seen a herd this big before?" Her voice still held a sense of awe. "Here and there. Lots more buffalo south and west of here, but they range pretty far north, too. All the way up to the valley where my brother lives. And farther. But they prefer the prairie land east of the mountains. God's creations never cease to amaze me." "God. You're a Christian, then?" He'd known men who considered themselves such, but he'd never asked questions of them. Growing up mostly among Indians, he'd heard a great deal more about the sun and the other gods of nature. He'd never seen evidence that the sun had as much power as the Blackfeet attributed to it, though. It seemed more likely things happened on the course they'd been set, and men had power to control their own lives if they wanted to, for the most part, anyway. "I am." Her tone sounded uncertain. Perhaps she preferred not to discuss religion. Or maybe she didn't have a strong opinion one way or the other. Either way, he was fine with the silence that settled again as they rode around the base of the herd. Chapter 9. Once again, my expectations are nothing like reality. Noelle's journal, September 12th. I haven't been this weary since we began the journey through the mountains, and perhaps not even then. We rode this first day until after dusk began to close in. I wondered if Daniel planned to ride all night. Perhaps he would have, had it not been for the horses. I can tell he loves to be on the trail, always moving and seeing new things. The animals we passed today alone will astound the readers of the New York Daily Tribune. I hope I can describe them with half as much of the wild magnificence which the creatures possess in their natural state. Making camp tonight was more challenging than I supposed. I've handled the details of meals thousands of times before, but never realized how much harder it would be with a quarter of the supplies and only one cooking pot. We're using only Daniel's normal implements, as he refused to accept anything from Elmer and Louise. It never occurred to me to ask what he possessed. He says he'll go hunting early tomorrow. It'll be nice to have fresh meat for breakfast. I'll be sure to cook enough for the noon meal as well, so we can eat on the trail. The night grows colder than any we've experienced yet. Daniel is settling the horses, and I've just finished putting away our food supplies. When he returns, what shall we do next? Although my bones sag with weariness, my mind has sprung fully to life. The camp is not much smaller than those on our journey before, yet with only the two of us, the setting feels far more intimate. I pray I am the only one who feels such. I pray I can keep my growing feelings fully hidden. That shouldn't be too much effort, as I'm not sure I know what they are myself. Daniel trudged back toward camp from where he'd left the horses to graze for the night. Grizz padded beside him, as worn out from today's journey as he and Noelle were. They'd made it through the first day, but what would the evening be like with just the two of them? He'd never spent so many hours alone with a woman. Sure, Noelle was easier to be around than any other woman of his very scattered acquaintance, but this felt so different. Maybe she'd be asleep already when he returned. She looked plenty weary after the day's ride, so that was a possibility. He had a feeling it would be a long time before he drifted off, with her lying just across the fire from him. He scooped up logs as he walked and had an armful when he approached the campfire. Noelle sat on a log, her face highlighted by the dancing flames. She looked up and reached to greet the dog as Daniel dumped the wood next to the others he'd gathered. He covered all the pieces with an oilskin to protect them from the dampness of the night. When there was nothing left to do, he took his place by the fire. Not directly across from her, for the breeze was blowing the smoke that direction. But he left as much distance between them as he could. The horses settled for the night? She kept her gaze on the fire, her hand tucked around Grizz, who had apparently defected for the more pleasant companion. Yep. He scrambled for something else to add, but he'd never been good at small talk. He let his gaze wander to the logs and coals of the fire as silence settled around the crackling of the flame. Maybe this would be a good time to start on that carving for Beau. Any stories you haven't told us yet? Noelle's words brought his gaze up. Her mouth had that playful tilt that tightened his chest. Stories. He'd forgotten their favorite evening pastime. Only one tale sprang to mind, but it was a bit gruesome in nature. Maybe he could leave out the parts not fit for a lady. Have I told you the story about the man who went swimming with a white bear? Not yet. Her eyes lit as she settled in to listen. There were two trappers I knew who were out near the far western end of the Yellowstone River. They each left camp one morning, going their separate ways to set traps. One of the men, Marcus, finished with his and set out onto the prairie to hunt game. He saw a bear across the way and took a shot. Daniel reached for a twig from the ground and pinched the end off, remembering the way Pa's face took on a life of its own when he used to tell the story. His first shot missed, but the second hit in just a spot to make the beast angry. It raised up with its ears pinned and charged old Marcus, who turned tail and ran. The only place to go was in the river, so he dove in and swam as hard as he could. Turned out the bear was the better swimmer. When Marcus saw he was losing ground, he ducked under the water and swam farther, hoping the bear wouldn't see him. He glanced at Noelle's face to see how she was taking the tail. She leaned forward, her eyes fixed on him. He kept going. Not only was that bear a faster runner and swimmer than Marcus, it was also quite the fisher. It stayed right with him everywhere he swam, and when the man finally had to come up for air, the bear sunk his jaws over the man's head. Her face scrunched in a cringe, but her gaze never left his face. When his friend had heard that first shot, he'd come running. He arrived just about the time Marcus had his head in the jaws of the enemy. The friend aimed and fired 2 shots in a row. They felled the bear. Pa always seemed to arrive just when his friends needed him. That was probably why he had such a reputation everywhere he went. From the Athabascan Pass to the Pacific Ocean, the trappers, and half the Indian tribes too, had all known him. Daniel glanced at Noelle. He wouldn't tell how the man fared. He'd been more dead than alive when Pa killed the bear, and it had taken months for him to hold down solid food. She seemed to be waiting for him to say something else. Finally, she asked, "Did Marcus survive?" He nodded. "He wore an eye patch after that. Said the bear knocked his eyeball out, but I sometimes thought he wore it just so he could tell the story again." Noelle smiled that soft grin that made him want to know more about her. Everyone had a story. How had she become this determined, fiercely brave, yet beguilingly innocent woman? He leaned forward. "What about you? Tell me a story from your life." She sat straighter. "Like what? I haven't known so many interesting people as you have." The idea caught hold in his chest, feeding an urgency, but he tried not to let the feeling enter his voice. "It doesn't have to be interesting. Tell me about your family. You have one brother?" Her nose wrinkled in the cutest expression. "5 brothers and 3 sisters." He sat back. "9 of you all together?" "Yes." So many questions scrambled through his mind. He couldn't even fathom what it would be like to live in a family that large. He'd been the only child of his parents' union. Although after Ma died when he was 5, he and Pa had moved back to the tribe where his father had been raised as a half-white and half-Blackfoot. For the next half-dozen years, Daniel had felt like one of the village brats. Maybe that would be what it felt like to be raised in a family of 9. He eyed her. "Where did you fall in the order?" "6th in line. Simeon was the oldest. He's the one I'm going to visit. After him, there were 2 sisters, a brother, another sister, then me. The 3 youngest are boys, and they started coming a few years after I was born. With that big a family, you must be close." She half laughed. "You could say that. We girls had a larger bedchamber than the boys, which was nice. But it was still hard to turn around without bumping into 2 or 3 others. I guess that's why I usually sneaked outside to read a book when I could." He studied her, trying to reshape the woman he knew with these new details. The image in his mind of Noelle Grant had been so flat before, although he hadn't realized it. Now she had a depth and history his mind leapt to imagine. A blonde girl in braids, running through a meadow with book in hand. Freckles dotting her cheeks in the sunlight. Even on this trip, she sat with her book when she had a spare moment after the work was finished. Except she usually seemed to be writing instead of reading. Could she be writing her own book? He leaned forward again, bracing his arms on his knees. "What is it you write in that leather journal all the time?" She dipped her chin a little. I actually have 2 of them. One is what you said, a journal. The other holds loose paper I use for my articles." "Articles?" Something tightened in his chest. "For what?" That tapered chin lifted again, her shoulders squaring. "For newspapers. I'm a correspondent for the New York Daily Tribune." "You're a reporter?" What was she doing up here then? Finding stories to sensationalize for all those high-class Easterners? He straightened, that tightness spreading from his chest down to his gut. Had she planned to send his stories? The things that happened to him and his family? He leveled her with a stare. "What kind of articles do you write?" "Stories, mostly. Things I think people will be interested in." The stiffness left her shoulders as she dropped her gaze to the fire. "I haven't actually been published yet, but Mr. Greeley said if I hear or see anything sensational on this trip, he might be interested." Apparently, she wasn't as trustworthy as she'd appeared. Daniel forced his jaw to loosen enough to speak. "Miss Grant, just so we're clear, do not include myself or my stories in your articles. Understand?" Grizz sensed the tension between them and rose to his haunches, looking back and forth as though he wasn't sure who to protect. Noelle's eyes went wide. I wouldn't. I mean, not without asking you." Looking at her now, it seemed impossible she could be so devious as to take his personal life and sensationalize it for all the world to gawk and jeer. She seemed so innocent, but now he knew to be on his guard. The last thing he wanted was to be the laughing stock of the eastern seaboard. The second day, Daniel seemed to be pushing them even harder than the first, but Noelle bit back every complaint. She did her best not to ask for stops until she couldn't wait a moment longer. As they rode through the afternoon, cutting sideways across mountains, skirting around and climbing over hills, the sky darkened more with each quarter hour. By late afternoon, lightning shot across the far horizon. She glanced at Daniel. He eyed the sky, but didn't say anything. Of course, he'd not spoken much all day. His silence hadn't seemed rude, more like he was just going about his business, speaking only when he had something to say. That made sense for a man accustomed to traveling on his own. Yet, it felt like something was different. Maybe there'd been a shift in the easy camaraderie they'd come to enjoy the day before. Perhaps it was only the ominous storm that looked to strike any moment. In another half hour, Daniel finally motioned down the cedar-pocked hill they rode. When we get to the stream at the bottom, we'll find cover and set up camp. Finally. She nodded and strained to see the stream through the patches of trees and ground cover. It took another quarter hour in the dusky light and gusts of wind before they found the water and dismounted. Big drops had already begun splattering, so they worked quickly to get the animals unloaded. "Gather as much firewood as you can before it gets wet," Daniel called over the wind. "I'll put up the cover." Would they even be able to start a fire in this gale? He'd chosen a spot with trees on two sides, so the brush would help block the drafts, but the danger of sparks spreading would be extreme, if they could even keep the fire going. She did as he asked, though. If there was one thing she could trust in this wilderness, other than the fact that God was in control, it was that Daniel knew how to survive out here. He seemed never to stop and think about what might be needed. Every action was ingrained in him, as simple as breathing. By the time she returned with an armful of logs, he'd tied the larger oilcloth over their little camp, then used the second as a windbreak against some of the trees. "Pile the logs to the side here, in 2 rows. He motioned toward the lower cloth. "The wood will keep us dry against the driving rain." She dumped her load and followed his instructions. "Should I attempt a fire?" She had to almost yell to be heard, as the wind took up a howl. "No, we'll eat jerky for now. I'm going to settle the horses." She couldn't help but watch him as he stepped out of camp. The wind swept off his hood, but he didn't try to fight with the force, just hunkered down and trudged toward the horses. The animals jerked their heads up as a boom of thunder shook the ground. Would the horses be all right in the storm? Daniel probably had a place in mind where they would be safest. Although she forced herself to turn back to her work, she couldn't keep the worry at bay. After stacking the wood and securing their packs, where they were less likely to get wet, she pulled out the jerky and some leftover corn cakes she'd cooked that morning. This would have to do for now. As another bolt of lightning and thunder struck almost synonymously, Grizz whined from his spot by the packs. She paused in laying things out to turn and stroke him. "I know it, boy. Those sounds scare me too." He snuggled in closer, pressing his thick fur against her side. Daniel still wasn't back when she had the food ready, so she pulled out the furs they used as bedrolls. It wouldn't do to unroll them just yet, as they'd probably get wet, but at least they could use the rolls for seats while they ate, if Daniel ever returned. Another slash of lightning lit the sky, then faded into inky darkness. Thunder rang close on its heels, sending a shiver down her spine. She sat on her bedroll, and Grizz crept next to her, resting his head on her lap. "What do you think he's doing, boy?" She stroked the white underside of his neck, and the dog whined a response. "Daniel is the last person I should worry about, but maybe he's run into trouble. Maybe one of the horses pulled loose and he needs help." Grizz didn't answer, just stared up at her with those big, glassy eyes. More time passed, more thunder, although the lightning didn't seem to light up the sky as much as it had. At last, she pushed to her feet. This couldn't be right. Daniel had never taken so long to settle the horses for the night, even when he chose to hobble them. Grizz jumped to the ready beside her. She patted her skirt. "Come on, boy. Daniel needs our help." But as she stepped out into the darkness, she realized she had no idea where to begin looking. Chapter 10. My body is treacherous. "Daniel? Daniel!" Noelle gripped the scruff at Griz's neck as she stumbled over a log. Where could he have gone? She'd started off the direction he'd taken the horses, but with the darkness and steady rain, she couldn't find their tracks. When she did finally find the stream, she was afraid to leave it. What if she couldn't find her way back? But trees lined the water on both sides, so he wouldn't have left the horses here. There'd be no place for them to graze. And he'd said several times how important it was for the horses to spend time grazing at night and in the mornings. "Daniel!" She paused, holding her breath as she strained for any human sound. No noises rose above the rushing of the water beside her, the wind in her ears, and the drumming of rain. She had to leave the creek, or she'd never be able to hear him. Weaving through the trees and scrambling over rocks, she moved at an angle away from the water. Surely she'd run into open land soon. Finally, the trees broke as the land climbed steeply up the side of a mountain. She gripped the trunk of a lingering pine, willing her heart to stop pounding so loudly in her ears. "Daniel!" No answering call. Where could he be? Seeing anything through the rain and thick darkness was a challenge, but it looked as if the tree line skirted the base of the mountain in the same track as the creek ran. At least, it felt like the same track. She'd always been pretty good with directions, but out here, the landscape didn't run in straight lines. Lord, don't let me get lost in these mountains. Grizz whined at her feet, and she bent to stroke the dog. "Where is he, boy? Can you find him?" He whined again and stared up at her with those soul-deep eyes. "Let's go. We have to find him." She trekked along the base of the mountain for at least another half hour until it opened into a narrow pass between that same peak and another. Where had the creek gone? She'd assumed the water ran only 100 paces or so on her left, but now a mountain stood in its place. She worked to keep her pulse from bolting as a knot twisted tighter in her middle. The creek must have turned farther to the left. Or maybe the water flowed out of a spring. And where was Daniel? She must have missed him somewhere along the way. Surely he'd secured the horses and was back at camp by now. He'd be worried when he didn't find her there. A new fear clutched her chest. Would he go out and search for her? Spinning, she charged back the way she'd come, clambering over the rocky terrain. She'd followed the tree line for quite a ways, and these were probably the same stretch of trees their camp was tucked into. Instead of weaving back to the creek to follow her back trail exactly, she could hike along the edge of the woods. Especially since her previous tracks would have washed away in this steady downpour. At least the thunder and lightning had ceased. Grizz trotted by her side as they wound around the base of the mountain. For at least an hour they walked, or maybe it felt longer with every part of her soaked. Every so often, she paused to call for Daniel, but he never answered. She fought the fear that tried to smother her chest when nothing but silence answered her. He probably couldn't hear her over the rain. As soon as she neared their camp, he'd return the call, if he hadn't left to find her. Lord, let him stay put. She kept moving, fighting the underbrush and the rocks and the sometimes steep ascent. Where was the camp? Finally, she heard a steady rushing of water. The creek? How had it veered so close to the edge of the woods? She stumbled to the water's edge and sank down on a boulder. Dear Lord, help me. Noelle tried to force her eyes open, even as every part of her body sent up a chorus of aches. She tried to pull the fur up to her chin, where the cold seeped in to make her bones ache. Something whined. Grizz? Then the dog licked her face. She jerked open her eyes and raised a hand to deflect the affection, sending a shooting pain through her neck. Grizz sat next to her, staring into her eyes with his dark gaze. Hey! She pushed herself up, her hand pressing wet leaves. One look around brought reality back in a pressing wave. The creek beside her, the rock she'd curled up against to shield her from rain. Daniel missing. She surged to her feet, ignoring the complaints in her muscles. But her legs had frozen so numb, they barely held her. She clutched the rock as her feet came to life, with 100 icy pinpricks. Her coat and skirts hung heavy, still weighted with frozen rainwater. Thank the Lord the downfall had ceased, and she hadn't frozen to death in the night. Her breath didn't cloud in front of her, so it must not be as cold as it had been in past days. The sky still held the murky light of dawn, but she could see as far as the landscape allowed. The view seemed so different than it had in the thick darkness, and nothing looked familiar. She scanned down the creek. She hadn't crossed it during her wanderings, and the water still flowed the same direction, so as long as she hadn't passed their camp, following the water would take her to a place she recognized. Please, Lord. Somehow, saying the words out loud gave them greater import. With a glance down into Griz's worried face, she patted her leg. Come, boy, let's find Daniel. If he wasn't injured, he must be worried sick about her. Injured. She hadn't let her mind conjure that possibility last night, but as she started forward in her damp, squeaking boots, she couldn't seem to stop it. What if the storm had scared the horses, and one of them kicked Daniel? He could be lying, even now, in agony, hungry, cold, and wet. Just as hungry, cold, and wet as she was, but in so much pain. Or maybe the horses had bolted, trampling him. What if Daniel was dead? A new fear twisted her insides, wrapping its tentacles around her lungs so she could barely breathe. What if she was alone here in this mountain wilderness? Could she find her way back to the fort? How could she, when she couldn't even find their camp? Pausing, she reached for a sturdy tree to brace herself. What time, I'm afraid, I will put my trust in thee. The psalm she'd always turned to, even as a little girl, gave her comfort now. Lord, help me, please, help me find Daniel. And please let him be alive. She couldn't bring herself to speak that last part aloud. Grizz whined, rising to his feet, ears perked. He seemed to be staring at something in the trees. What is it, boy? He looked up at her, his tail wagging slowly, as though judging whether she gave him leave to inspect his curiosity. Do you see Daniel? Come on. She pushed away from the tree and started toward the spot that had captured the dog's attention. He surged forward, trotting several strides ahead. Then he glanced back, as though making sure she stayed with him. I'm coming. Where's Daniel? She ducked low under a branch as she hurried. Grizz hadn't been much help finding Daniel last night, but maybe the rain had been the problem. He'd not been able to smell his trail. Could he have found the scent now? Daniel! Her voice broke the stillness of the early morning. She didn't have time to wait for a reply, because Grizz was charging faster through the trees now, heedless of the branches she'd have to maneuver around. Wait, boy! She hated to slow him, now that he seemed to have found something, but she'd be in a worse fix if she lost the dog too. Grizz slowed, turning to eye her with an impatient ruffle of his tail. Daniel had taught him to obey well. As soon as she neared, the dog lunged forward, even more intent on reaching whatever he'd found. In the distance, he stopped to sniff at something. With all the trees blocking her view, it was impossible to tell what he'd found. Something on the ground, not a man standing. As she neared the spot, she could hear Grizz's whine. See the bundle of clothing he scratched at. Buckskins. She struggled to draw in breath. Her chest seemed to turn to stone. It couldn't be. Not Daniel's body. As she stepped around a shrubby cedar, she could see him now. Only a half-dozen strides away. Definitely Daniel. A scent brushed her nose. Something like smoke? From a campfire, maybe? Daniel? She stepped forward, studying him for any movement. It was as if he'd crumbled to the ground on his side, his face turned toward her. He looked so haggard. His eyes closed, beard rough. Maybe that was dirt that had smeared up his temple. Daniel? She was by his side now, dropping to her knees. Was that a twitch of his eyelid? Grizz pawed at his coat with another whine. She eased her hand out to touch him. Would he be cold? God, please no. He couldn't be gone. Her fingers brushed his brow. Not cold, not especially warm, but warm enough that blood pumped through his veins. She almost collapsed over him as she took his face in both her hands. Wake up, Daniel. What's wrong? His eyelid flickered. No question about it this time. Thank you, Lord. The pressure in her chest began to ease, and she ran her hand down his shoulder and arm, nudging to bring him back to awareness. Had he broken something? Hit his head? She moved back to his face and smoothed her hands over his hair, which had dried in stiff curls, working her fingers over every bit of his scalp. No bumps that she could feel. "Daniel, wake up!" She took his shoulder again and pushed hard. A tiny groan seeped from him, as though he were in a great deal of pain. Maybe a broken arm. She scanned his body, running her gaze over what she could see of both arms and legs. Nothing seemed to rest at an odd angle. The injury must be hidden under his clothing. His next groan came louder, and he shifted, rolling a little like he was trying to turn onto his back. She pressed his shoulder to help him. "Where do you hurt?" His eyelids fluttered open. They seemed to hover at half-mast, then raise fully. His gaze wandered around the trees above him, as though he were trying to place where he might be. She pulled her hand away to allow him a moment to settle. "You were gone all night. I went out to look for you, but then I got lost too. Grizz was the one who found you." His gaze dropped to her as soon as she spoke, and he studied her with an expression she'd never seen on him, like he was trying to decipher her meaning, as if he had trouble understanding the words. "Daniel?" That pressure in her chest tightened again. His brow bunched in a thoroughly confused look. Who are you?" His voice rasped so much she wasn't sure at first she understood him. Or maybe she simply wanted to deny the fear his words tightened inside her. She tried to keep the terror from her voice. "Noelle, you're taking me north to my brother's home in Canada." How badly had he hit his head? Maybe a simple reminding would bring his memories back. Yet the light of understanding didn't brighten his eyes. "Do you remember what happened to you? Something with the horses?" She scanned his body again. That smoky smell was so strong. Not quite the scent of a wood fire. It had an acrid odor to it, like the smell of burnt. She sniffed again. Burnt flesh. Her stomach churned, and her head went light as she studied him again. "Daniel, can you tell me what hurts?" He raised his right hand, his gaze dropping to study it with that confused look. But then his expression turned to pain. She forced her own eyes down to the limb, then sucked in a breath at the black spot on his palm. Grabbing his fingers, she studied the mark in the center of his hand. The middle was black, like something sooty had touched it, but was circled by a ring of bright red, as though he'd pressed his hand to something round and scorching. "What happened?" His brow scrunched so much, she feared it would never lie flat again. "I don't know. It hurts." He spoke slowly, each word coming through a haze of effort. The smoky scent was strong as she leaned closer to his hand. Had he caught fire? How could that have happened? She couldn't imagine that even Daniel Abrams could have gotten a fire blazing in that downpour. A thought struck, a thought with the power to knock her backward. Had he been hit by lightning? "Daniel." She studied his eyes as he worked to focus his gaze on her. "Do you remember the lightning last night? The storm?" He squinted, confusion clouding his dark eyes. Then his look changed to frustration as he gave his head a slow shake. "I can't seem to recall anything." Was that a symptom of lightning strike? In truth, how could a person survive such a thing? "Can you tell me what else hurts? Your head? Your legs?" He shifted, grimacing. "Nothing feels right." Then he looked at his legs, moved his left boot. His mouth pinched tighter. "This leg aches, not working like it should." She moved down to the right leg where he motioned. She reached out to check the limb for injury, but paused just before she touched him. "May I?" Twin lines stayed locked between his brows as he nodded. Was he as worried as she was? What would it be like not to remember anything? She placed her hand just above his knee, since she couldn't bring herself to reach higher, then ran her fingers down toward his feet. His buckskins had already dried. Hopefully they'd protected his body from the cold, too. He sucked in a breath. She paused, turning to study his face. "Hurt?" "I'm all right." But one look at his face made it clear he was in pain, even if he didn't want to admit it. She resumed her probing, sliding her fingers more gently all the way to his moccasins. No breaks that she could feel, no swelling, just firm muscle beneath her hands. sculpted and strong. She released a steadying breath and pulled back from the man. A glimpse of something dark on the edge of his moccasin caught her attention. She shifted around so she could see the sole. Most of the leather had been scorched black. She reached a finger to touch the spot, which crackled like dry ash. "What is it?" Daniel's voice held more strength now, almost demanding. After sliding a glance at the other shoe, which held only the normal dirt and grass stains, she met his gaze. "The bottom of this moccasin is singed." Confusion muddied his eyes and scrunched his forehead again. "How can that be?" He might as well know what she was pretty certain of by now. "I think you've been struck by lightning." Chapter 11. This fear I must push aside. God would not lead me to this place to abandon me. Noelle watched as Daniel's eyes rounded. "Lightning? How?" She gave him a moment to remember, but his expression kept that fierce, confused look, as though he was fighting to remember. A sigh leaked out of her. "There was a bad storm last night. You took the horses to settle them for the night, but you never came back. I've been looking for you ever since." Which brought up a new question. "Where are the horses? Do you remember?" His gaze turned guarded. "How many were there?" The knot in her stomach clenched tighter. "3. Pauper, Gypsy, and a new mare you traded from the Indians." No flash of recognition. "You remember your horses, right? That big bay gelding who's headstrong, but has the most glorious stride?" "I remember a paint, brown and white with a black mane." The description didn't match any of their horses, but he seemed to have struggled for even that much. Maybe an animal he owned in the past? She shifted so she was sitting beside him, and Grizz leaned against her as though looking for comfort. Maybe this whole situation scared the dog as much as it did her. "Why don't you tell me all you do remember?" His gaze scanned the woods around them, then slid to the dog. "He looks a little familiar. I remember Fights Alone handing him to me. A gift, I think." He raised his hand to stroke the dog, but flinched when his burned skin touched fur. Grizz leaned forward and licked his fingers. "Hey, boy." He rubbed the dog's muzzle. "When did you get so big?" The exchange between man and beast was touching, yet there was so much she and Daniel still had to set to rights. "What else do you remember?" Daniel's gaze lifted to her face, his eyes roaming her features like a potter sculpting a vase, touching every part. "I don't know you." She must have let some of her disappointment show, because he added, "I'm sorry, you're pretty, but I haven't seen a white woman in years." Despite everything that had happened since they made camp the night before, heat crept up her neck. He thought her pretty, but the rest of his words shoved the compliment aside. She touched his shoulder. "Daniel, we've been traveling together for weeks now. You're taking me to my brother's home in the Canadian Territory. We had another family with us until we left them at Fort Whitson 3 days ago." His brows drew low as he tried on her words. Then he shook his head. "I don't recall any of that." She sighed, then straightened and looked around. Were they near the camp? With the excitement of finding Daniel, her hunger had slipped from her mind. But a forceful twinge in her middle now brought it forefront. Daniel needed food and water, too. The rustle of the creek sounded from her right, but she had nothing with which to carry water. She'd have to find their supplies. Pushing to her feet, she brushed the leaves from her skirts. "I'm going to find our camp, then I'll bring everything here. Stay put until I return, all right?" He worked to push himself up to a sitting position, his face forming a grimace with the effort. "Daniel, I think you should rest while I'm gone." But she didn't stop him, no matter how much she wanted to. "I'm all right." He made it upright, his breath coming in heavy gasps. "At least lean back against this tree. I'm not leaving unless I know you're comfortable." She bent to help him shift backwards to the rough trunk of a lodgepole pine. "I'm fine." He motioned her away as he settled. Then he raised his gaze to her face, squinting, probably against the sun at her back. "You know where you're going? You don't look like you've had much experience in these parts." She pushed up to her feet, straightening her shoulders. "It seems I know the way more than you at this point." The confusion that touched his eyes sent a wash of remorse. How could she insult him when he was most vulnerable? He'd just survived something that seemed impossible to live through, a lightning strike. Yet here he was, talking and sitting of his own power. He deserved kindness at the very least, and respect. She inhaled a stabilizing breath. "I shouldn't have said that. You're right. The only experience I have in this territory is the weeks I've spent with you. I have an idea which direction the camp should be, so I plan to follow my instincts, and I hope I'm right." He studied her again. Watching so long, his gaze brought that heat back up her neck. Was he waiting for her to say something? She should just say farewell and leave. But then he spoke. "That's how I've always found my way out here. Instincts. Except mine have been honed from years with Pa and Nikatia and the others." His gaze pierced her. "Don't go if you think you don't know the way." She swallowed down the knot in her throat. She could hear his unspoken meaning. "If you're lost, I'm not in any condition to save you." Bracing herself, she raised her chin. "I can do it. I'll be back in an hour or so." "I hope." And maybe she'd find the horses while she was at it. Without waiting for his approval, she turned and struck off away from the creek. Lord willing, this would take her to the edge of the woods, and she could follow the tree line until she found the camp. And she would find the camp. She had to. Without those supplies, how would they survive even a day or two out here? She'd expected Grizz to stay with Daniel, but about 5 minutes into her hike, the dog trotted up beside her. Should she send him back? He could be protection for Daniel if a dangerous animal approached. Or maybe, could he help find the camp? Or perhaps even the horses? There was no telling how far the storm had scattered them. She reached down and ruffled the thick scruff at the dog's neck. "Find our camp, boy, can you? Food, let's eat." Maybe he knew one of those words. The dog didn't seem to perk, just kept trotting along beside her. Looked like she'd have to rely on her own abilities to find their belongings. And God's. The thought struck with poignant force. She paused and raised her face toward the blue sky, peeking through the barren tree limbs overhead. "Yes, Lord, I truly can't do this without you. Help me find the camp, and the horses, and bring back Daniel's memory, please." She stayed like that for a long moment, letting her eyes drift shut as her prayer lifted heavenward. In exchange, a deep peace sank through her, slowing her racing heart, easing the tension that spread through her shoulders and across her chest. She inhaled a long breath, held it, then released the spent air in a slow stream. After opening her eyes, she glanced down at Grizz. He gazed up with those soulful eyes, panting. "All right, boy, let's go." Soon, they reached the edge of the trees, where the ground sloped steeply up the mountain. Left or right? Left would take her back to the spot where she'd departed from the tree line the night before. Probably best to head toward that point to make sure she didn't miss anything, especially since she'd been traveling in the woods this morning during that reckless chase to follow Grizz as he found Daniel. Within minutes, the tree line ahead took on a familiar shape. She could just see the brown of an oilskin stretched between several trees. Her pulse leapt again. "We found it!" Grizz barked and sprinted forward, probably picking up on the joy in her voice. "We found it! Oh, thank you, Lord." As she stepped inside the carefully constructed shelter, a feeling of normality settled over her like a comfortable dress. As if the last half-day she'd been forced into someone else's world and had finally returned to the life she knew and loved. Sinking onto one of the bedrolls, she scanned the packs and the pile of firewood she'd gathered. Maybe it would be better to bring Daniel here than try to transport everything to where he was and attempt to recreate their camp. She'd walked here in about 20 minutes, so maybe he could make it that far. At least they could try. The food she'd set out for their meal the night before was gone. maybe taken by a squirrel or fox, or some other small creature, because their pack hadn't been ravished. Thank you, Lord, for protecting it. She pulled out more jerky and the last 2 corn cakes, then tossed a bit of meat to Grizz. He caught the piece mid-air and swallowed it in a single gulp. After sliding his tongue over his lips, he turned his focus back to her, those big eyes expectant. She bit into her own strip, savoring the thickness of the slab and the salty flavor. A bit of dried meat had never tasted so good. Grizz whined, pulling her focus away from her pleasure. You think you need more? He worked his front paws on the ground and tilted his handsome head at her. It's not fair to use all your charms. She tossed him another piece, which he caught and gulped down again. You know, if you take time to chew your food, you'll feel full quicker. You might enjoy the taste, too. He whined again. One more. She handed over a piece half the size of the others. We need to ration what we have until Daniel's well enough to hunt again. But that thought started the tightness across her shoulders again. What if it took him days to recover? They didn't have that much meat. Not for all 3 of them. Daniel had planned to supplement their few supplies with fresh meat as they went. She would just have to go hunting herself. But first, she had to get food and water in Daniel, then bring him back to camp. Too bad she didn't have dry clothing to change into before setting out again. Daniel had said to pack as lightly as possible, so she'd left her other clothes with Louise, thinking she could sew more when she reached Simeon's place. Now she'd have to endure the dampness. At least her coat had kept much of her shirtwaist dry. After packing a few supplies, she started out on her back trail. She'd left Daniel longer than she should have. He appeared to be sleeping as she approached him. Or maybe just resting, because although his head lolled against the tree and his eyes were shut, he wasn't snoring or even breathing very loudly. Her heart stalled. Surely he wasn't. But then his fingers shifted. She focused on the buckskins covering his chest. Yes, they rose and lowered. Daniel? Yeah? His eyes didn't open, but his voice sent a rush of relief through her. She dropped to her knees beside him. I brought food. Water? He opened a single eye and turned it on her. Yes, let me fill the cup from the stream. After rising, she made quick work of it, taking only a moment to splash her face. The water flung her senses to life, invigorating the way only a mountain river could. With the tin cup filled, she padded back to Daniel and settled beside him. Here you go. She raised the water to his parched lips. He'd shaved at some point while they were at the fort, but his stubble had already grown out to cover his strong jaw in a neat layer. As his mouth parted to receive the water, she leaned closer to tilt the cup. So close, only inches separated them. His eyelids rose, locking their gazes so tight, the pull seemed to affect her breathing. Those brown orbs had darkened to a rich walnut hue, impossible to read. Yet the connection between them was palpable, impossible to ignore. At last, he raised a hand to the cup and pushed it away from his mouth. She backed away. A little distance between them would be helpful. She turned to the food and busied herself breaking off a piece of corn cake. Do you think you can eat this? He nodded. Yet he hadn't raised his head from against the tree, and his arms drooped on the ground. He looked exhausted. She lifted the bite to his mouth, trying not to feel the intimacy of feeding him from her bare hand, trying to ignore the tingle that swept down her arm when his lips brushed the pads of her fingers. She'd best guard her heart much better than she was doing now. Maybe talking would help. Our camp is only a 20-minute walk from here. Do you think you could make it there? His gaze flicked to his burned foot, but he nodded, chewing the corn cake. When he opened for another bite, she was more careful not to touch him as she placed the food inside. There's no rush, I suppose, as long as we get there before tonight. She glanced down at his coat and buckskins. Do you want to change out of these wet things? I'm all right. He looked like just chewing the corn cake was wearing him out. After he ate a bit more, she could use the blanket to make a more comfortable bed for him to rest. Then, perhaps he would have enough strength to travel. What about his burns? She could see the mark on his hand and on the base of his shoe, which probably meant he had a burn mark on the bottom of his foot. Those would both be painful, no doubt. Do you have any salves that help with burns in your pack? His brow creased as he chewed. Can't remember. Of course not. She could search while he rested. And did he have other burns that should be treated? What about inside his body? If the lightning singed the skin in two places, couldn't it have done internal damage too? She had no idea how things like that worked, but the notion seemed possible. Daniel might not tell her if something else was wrong, so she'd have to watch for symptoms. His eyes had drooped to half-mast as he chewed the last bite of cake. Can you eat a little jerky? Food would help him rest better, and probably help his body recover faster. He didn't nod this time, just opened his mouth to accept whatever she put in. Like a baby bird taking food from its mother. Even if he couldn't remember her, at least he trusted her. Maybe he was in too much pain to worry. While he chewed the gummy stuff, she arranged the blanket. He worked down 3 bites, then his head lolled to the side. Done. She set the rest of the food away. Let's lay you down so you can rest better. Gripping his strong shoulders in her hands, she eased him down on his left side, his head and upper body on the blanket. Comfortable? Hopefully, that was a yes. She couldn't help brushing aside the hair that tousled across his brow. His skin had a sturdy feel to it. Not quite leathery, but thick from years spent in the elements. His hair was deliciously thick, wrapping itself around her fingers. She stroked a second time, letting herself relish the feel of his locks. Feels good. His mumbled words drifted up as though from his sleep. Had she said her thoughts out loud? But no, he must mean the way she stroked his head. The poor man was so miserable. If this one thing made him feel more comfortable, it was the least she could do. Settling herself so she could reach him better, she ran her fingers through his hair, brushing his scalp with the tips of her nails. Over and over, this way and that. The rhythm, the feel of him, being so near, it all wrapped around her, pulling her into a trance-like state. It seemed to do the same for Daniel, too, because his breathing grew deep, long, steady. She should get up, leave him to rest. But as she pulled her hand from his hair, she couldn't help leaning in to press a kiss against his temple. Sleep well, Daniel. I need you. And as she sat there, watching him rest, she did her best to convince herself she only needed him as a guide. A man who could help her reach her brother, could help her experience things the Eastern papers would love to print. He could be nothing more to her. Chapter 12. So much is unclear. The effort to be strong is more than I can give. Daniel. The ache pulsing through Daniel's right leg almost overcame the burning in his hand. Almost. Combined, the pain was enough to clench his jaw, requiring all his concentration to keep from clawing at himself. He'd not heard the woman moving around in some time. Maybe she'd gone back to the camp she kept talking about. Something about her struck a familiar chord, but his mind couldn't churn through the muddy depths to decipher his memories. Regardless, she was too pretty to be out here in the territories, too innocent for this harsh, unrelenting land. Yet, just now, he didn't seem to have the strength to worry about the way her gaze seeped down inside him, compelling him. And her touch. Saints of fire. When she'd run her fingers through his hair, the feel of her had soaked over him like water to quench the aching fire. If she'd start that up again, he'd give her anything she asked. Do anything. If only she could make this burning pain melt away. Noelle sat at the edge of the stream under the shadow of an overhanging tree and watched the fish dart through the depths. From here, she could just see Daniel, so she'd know when he awoke. While he rested, she'd gone back to the camp and sorted through every supply in their packs. Since he wasn't in a condition to care for their well-being, she had to know what they possessed. She'd have to be the one to provide for them now, at least for a little while. Going through Daniel's packs was like taking inventory. At least, she'd tried to think of it that way. 2 pounds of salt, 3 packs of dried meat, a satchel of grain for the horses, 2 rather evil-looking metal traps. She'd have to ask Daniel whether they should set those out or not. Thankfully, he'd not had any unmentionables among his things, just a cotton shirt that he must wear in the summer. She'd brought the few bottles and jars tied in a bundle with her. None were labeled, but maybe Daniel would remember what each contained when he saw them. Surely something would spur a memory. She'd left the other satchel alone as soon as she glimpsed the contents, although their images still sifted through her mind. A rough wooden toy, a smooth stone about the size of her fist, a beaded pouch, and an engraved golden locket. Things that were special to him, if she had to guess. Perhaps gifts from people dear. The beaded pouch looked like the same type of craftsmanship they'd seen in the Indian camp. He'd talked about Indian friends before, so maybe the purse had been a parting gift? Although, wouldn't that kind of beadwork have been done by a woman? A thought pierced her mind, slicing its way down her throat to impale her heart. What if he had an Indian wife? Just like Mr. Channing and Little Otter? Elmer had said that was common among mountain men. Bile churned in her stomach, and she took in deep breaths to keep the stuff from spouting upwards into her throat. He'd never mentioned a wife, but that didn't prove he wasn't wed. She'd have to ask him. If he had a woman somewhere counting the days till he returned, maybe they should head toward wherever he'd left her. His wife would want to tend his injuries, and if he was already spoken for, she'd have to guard her heart all the more. A rustle of leaves sounded behind her, and she turned, her heart pulsing in her throat as though she'd been caught. Silly girl. The sound must have come from Daniel, who still lay on his side about 20 strides away. His foot shifted. The burned one. Was it aching? Surely so. He'd been asleep for close to 3 hours, if she judged correctly by the position of the sun, although it seemed so much longer than that. Perhaps he was ready to eat again. Carrying the satchel of medicines, she padded toward him, then sank to her knees at his side. He didn't move. Should she wake him? A lock of hair curled across his forehead, and her fingers reached to brush the strands back before she realized what she was doing. The warmth of his skin brought her fingers to life, making her achingly aware of every sensation. A groan emanated from him, and she froze, her fingers still pressed into his hair. After she eased her hand away, he rolled onto his back. This time, the moan that slipped through his lips seemed to come from deep within. A guttural cry that carried so much anguish, her chest ached, as though a bit of his pain had taken root inside her. "What is it, Daniel? How can I help?" She stroked her fingers across his brow again, craving to do more. Anything to relieve his agony. He reached up to her hand, and she started to pull it away. But he clasped her fingers, holding them like a lifeline. For a long moment, she sat there, holding his hand with her knuckles resting on his forehead. His chest rose and fell with deep breaths, as though he were pushing out the pain. She stroked her thumb over the backs of his fingers, feeling the coarseness of a man who used his hands to stay alive in this rough mountain country. His hands were so much larger than hers and tanned. Hers were pale since she'd worn gloves while they traveled through the summer. With her fingers cradled inside his grip, she felt so protected. Even in his injured state, she had no doubt he would fight to his last breath for her safety, should danger arise. It might have been a quarter hour they stayed like that, and she would have happily sat for much longer, with her hand nestled in his, especially if it gave him comfort. But his eyes flicked open. He scanned the forest around them, as if trying to orient himself, much like he'd done the first time he'd opened his eyes after she found him. Then his focus wandered down to her, hovering on her face, like he was still trying to place her. "How do I know you?" His voice rasped, but at least it was stronger than before. Still, the words sent a sluice of disappointment through her. She squeezed his hand. "You've been guiding me and the rest of my party since the Missouri River. The others chose to stay at Fort Whitson 3 days back, but you're taking me the rest of the way to my brother's place in the Canadian Territory." The creases in his brow deepened. "Does your brother live near Hungry Wolf's people?" She hesitated, searching her memory for any Indian names Simeon might have mentioned. "There is a Blackfoot tribe near them, but I don't recall names. They're situated 3 days west and slightly south of Fort Hamilton." Would he remember that place? Could he still guide them there, even if his memory didn't come back? A new fear surged through her. Lord, don't let us be stranded here. Please heal Daniel's mind. He seemed to be straining. Then his body eased as he released a long breath. Maybe it'll come back to me. All his former tension seemed to flood into her muscles and joints. You don't remember at all? He slid a weary glance at her. It's hard to think with this headache. The pounding in her chest seemed to spread into her throat. Lord, let the problem be merely a headache. She turned to the satchel, pulling her hand from his. I found these ointments in your pack, but I'm not sure what each is for. There aren't labels. He took the first one in his left hand, studying the amber-colored glass that distorted the shade of the contents inside. The salve smells sweet. She reached to remove the lid. When he raised the jar to his nose, his entire countenance shifted. His eyes grew dark, almost stormy. His mouth pinched, his jaw stiffening. Smells like the stuff Pa put on me when I burned our lodge down. Burned my feet trying to get out. He handed the container back, almost throwing it at her. So it's for burns. That seemed almost too good to be possible. Yet his expression made it seem like not a good thing. That's what we use the stuff for. He'd closed his eyes again, shutting out the world. Or maybe just the memories. Did she dare put the salve on his burns? She had to. If there was a chance the ointment would help. Maybe best to have him identify the other bottles first, so she knew what she had to work with. The next jar she recognized. It was the salve he'd given them for the rash from the poison weed. She still showed it to him, just in case he remembered another use for it. With each container, he studied and smelled the contents. 2 that contained liquid seemed a mystery to him. Another salve brought a possible memory of being used with an arrow wound. By the time she handed him the last, he took only a whiff, then pushed it away. I don't know. They all make my head ache. No more. I'm sorry. I'll just use the first one to nurse your burns. He didn't answer, so she reached for the sweet-smelling salve and scooped a small amount with her finger. Taking up his right hand, she dabbed the lotion onto the black section. He sucked in a harsh breath through his teeth, and she lifted her finger off. The skin looked almost crimson. There were 3 small bubbles where the burn might be blistering. She'd seen burns before when her little brothers played too close to the cook stove. Some of them took weeks to heal, forming blisters that popped and oozed during the process. Daniel seemed to relax, and she resumed the application. With the lightest of touches, she smoothed the cream in circles, moving it outward to the bright red skin. Hopefully, Daniel wouldn't need to endure the kind of pain her brothers had endured. She should probably wrap the hand so it stayed clean, but she hadn't brought extra fabric from the campsite, and the base of her skirts was far from clean. When they were back at the camp, she could find something. After scooting down to his foot, she settled herself, then reached for his moccasin. I'm going to take your shoe off. He didn't answer, so she started at the lacing just below his knee. Removing this man's footwear, even when her reasons were pure and noble, and everything decent, seemed almost unthinkable. Yet if his injuries weren't properly tended, he may not survive. And that thought was too awful to imagine, for so many reasons. If he had a wife waiting somewhere, the woman would want her to make sure Daniel lived. The idea seemed to stabilize her emotions a bit. That's all she had to do, think of a lovely, dark-skinned woman somewhere waiting anxiously for Daniel to return. But it was hard to keep that image in her mind as the moccasin pulled away to reveal his angular foot and long, bony toes, fully masculine in every way. She'd seen paws in her brother's feet, of course, but none had seemed so sturdy and muscular as his. It's just a foot. She leaned sideways to get a better look at the bottom where his moccasin had been burned. His foot bore the same black mark as his hand, surrounded by a ring of red. The sight made her stomach churn again. She dabbed on the salve, then smoothed it into his skin with the same light, circular motion she'd used before. The muscles in his ankle and foot tightened as she worked, and his toes curled. But he never told her to stop, never complained against the pain her ministrations clearly caused. This man possessed more strength of will than anyone else she knew. After finishing with his foot, she cradled the heel in her hands. Are you burned anywhere else? He still lay with his eyes shut. Don't think so. The whole leg aches, but not like those places you touched. That would make sense with her theory of the lightning, moving from his hand through his body and down the leg to his foot. She made quick work of lacing the moccasin back in place, then returned to her position by his head. Can you eat more? All right. He opened his eyes this time and fed himself as she handed him each bite of meat. The silence seemed to beg for words, yet she couldn't think of anything to offer. She almost mentioned that they'd need to go hunting, but that would only worry him into pushing himself harder than would be good for his injuries. Finally, she settled for, "We need to move back to the camp soon. Are you up for trying?" He chewed for another moment, then swallowed. His bobbing Adam's apple pulled her gaze down to his throat. Such a sturdy neck he had, strong and brawny, with cords of muscles feeding down to the buckskin covering his shoulders. All right. She pulled her gaze back to his face, her mind scrambling to remember what he might be talking about as heat seared her own neck. She inhaled a steadying breath. All right. For the rest of the time he ate, she looked up at the trees, examining the brown needles at the base of the cedar beside him. The brown changed to green after the first half-foot or so. Did the tree have some sort of disease that affected it from the base, working upward? Or was that natural for a cedar? There weren't others within sight that looked exactly like this species, so it was impossible to know for sure. A movement by her side drew her focus back down, and she scrambled back as Daniel attempted to rise. Here, let me help. She pushed to her feet and reached for his arm, helping him balance in a sitting position. He gripped his head with his injured hand, then grimaced and replaced it with his left. He stayed in that position several minutes, and Noelle sent a plethora of prayers heavenward for his strength. Take his pain away, Lord, and help me get him back to camp. Please. He could rest better there, and she could tend him. Everything would be better once they made it to the camp. Chapter 13. Never would I have dreamed I'd find myself here, doing this. Noelle let Daniel try to stand on his own, but he almost toppled as he rose. She stepped close to grab him. You can lean on me. After she propped herself under his arm, he seemed to take her at her word, leaning most of his weight on her, and she had to spread her feet to keep them both standing. When she finally braved a glance at his face, his eyes were squeezed shut, and his jaw clenched so tight she could see the muscles working even through the short layers of beard. Take your time. She shifted a little so she could support him better. Whenever you're ready, we need to turn around. Grizz appeared beside her and nuzzled Daniel's leg. Where had the dog been these past hours? Maybe tracking down food. Hopefully. The more he hunted on his own, the less he'd need to partake of their meager rations. Daniel stroked the animal's head. Hey, boy! Grizz licked Daniel's arm, then stared up at him with a worried gaze. The dog must understand how dire this situation was. She could feel Daniel inhale a deep breath, pressed to his side as she was. Let's go. A bit of steel had crept into his voice. Good. He'd need it for this trek. Working together, they turned and made slow strides down the shortest path she could find to the camp. He seemed unable to put much weight on his right leg, pressing only his toes to the ground and leaning heavily on her. Maybe she could find a walking stick that would help him as he recovered, although he wasn't nearly ready for it yet. His breaths came in loud rasps as they traveled, as though each step required more effort than the last. They crawled at a turtle's pace, and he seemed to be slowing even more. Had they even gone a quarter of the distance yet? But he needed to rest, that was clear. Let's stop for a minute when we reach that log. A half-dozen steps would take them there. She helped him ease down, but with nothing to support his back, he seemed like he might topple if she moved away. So she dropped to her knees, staying with her shoulder tucked under his. He leaned against her, his head lolling so his temple rested on her hair. God, we need your strength, or we'll never make it. Daniel struggled to bring himself awake. His drowsy body fought hard to stay in the comfort of sleep, but something had aroused him. He couldn't ignore the warning. Darkness hung in the air when he opened his eyes. His head still pounded, but he was learning how to push through the fierce ache. His efforts didn't seem to be helping his memory, but at least he was better able to focus on the sounds around him. The woman's steady breathing drifted from the other side of their little shelter. She'd been stronger than he expected today, getting him to this camp, then handling the fire and nightly chores, not to mention tending his sorry hide. Apparently, he was supposed to be watching over her, but she was getting the raw end of this agreement. Although why he'd agreed to bring a woman like her all the way up to the Canadian territories and through some of the most treacherous mountains he traveled, he couldn't fathom. It didn't make a lick of sense. Maybe he'd known her already when he agreed. Perhaps he'd already seen this force of will she possessed that would help her endure anything set before her. At least, he hoped she was that strong, because she'd have more than a storm and an injured guide to deal with before they reached Canada. A rustle in the grass sounded from the other side of the oilskin stretched behind him. The fine hairs at the back of his neck raised, and he rolled as quietly as he could to peek under the barrier. Maybe it was just the dog, but that wouldn't have troubled his instincts like this. Something was out there. He ducked below the stretched oilskin and peered into the darkness. A few trees separated him from the more open side of the mountain, although there appeared to be boulders and occasional scrubby trees scattered up the incline. One of the shadows he'd thought was a larger rock moved. A deer? No, larger than that. From the shape, it had to be an elk. "What is it, Daniel?" The whisper behind him startled more than it should have. He tilted his head so his response carried back to her instead of out where the elk might hear him. "Female elk." A rustle sounded behind him. Not loud, but with his senses overly tuned to noise, it seemed to echo in his aching head. The woman, Noelle, crept beside him. Her presence seemed to wrap around him every time she neared, an aroma both fresh and soft, if those two things could be smelled. He forced himself back to watch the animal outside. There must be others nearby, because female elk rarely traveled alone. Perhaps she had a calf ready for weaning too. "Daniel, we're low on food. Is this an opportunity?" Noelle's warm breath brushed his ear. He glanced at what she held out. A rifle. "If we need the meat." He reached for the gun, but the moment its weight touched his burned hand, pain seared through his palm and up his arm. He clamped his jaw against a moan as he dropped the gun. "I'm sorry." Her whisper sounded stricken, but he was too focused on silencing the pain that radiated through his hand to worry about her. "I'll shoot the elk. Should I aim behind the front leg?" Her words penetrated his fog, forcing his focus to what she was saying. "Have you shot a rifle before?" Two more elk ambled into view, stopping to graze behind the first one. All females. "I should be able to. I've shot a pistol." She shifted into a sitting position, then ducked down so she could aim under the oilskin. Wait. If she'd never used a rifle, she could cause more harm than good. He forced himself upright, dragging his throbbing leg as he positioned himself so he could help her with his uninjured left hand. That meant he sat right behind her, leaning forward over her left shoulder. He forced himself not to let her nearness, her warmth, or any other part of her affect him. Not the soft tendrils of her hair that brushed his face. Not the scent that made him want to pull in a deep breath. He had to focus on teaching her to shoot. "Whose gun is this?" His voice came out gruffer than he meant, but maybe that was for the best. "Yours." He squinted at the barrel. In the dark, it didn't look familiar, but then again, nothing seemed right today. "Is it loaded?" "Yes." She raised the firearm and fit it into her shoulder. Her hands seemed to shake, although it was hard to tell if the gun was too heavy or if she was nervous. She had it positioned mostly right, though. He reached for the stock and tucked it tighter into the crook of her arm. "Now squeeze this back trigger and let it go." She peered at the set trigger where he pointed, then obliged. Now line up your sights down here so you can see the elk at the end of the line. Aim just behind its front shoulder, about a hand's breadth above the line of the belly. The elk was grazing with its side facing them, so she'd have easy aim if she could hold the gun still. Hold the rifle steady as you pull that front trigger. Be prepared for the kick. She held the gun motionless as she aimed. He held his breath, yet she didn't shoot. An entire minute must have passed as he waited. The elk meandered forward a step. Shoot soon or you might lose her. This woman would go hungry if she were hunting deer. Her shot lit the night sky, resounding like an avalanche in his pounding head. Even though he pressed his eyes closed to still the flashes of light in his mind, the acrid smell of gunpowder clogged his senses. Noises sounded around him, but he couldn't focus on anything save the pain ricocheting inside him. He felt himself falling and reached for something to keep him upright. Easy, Daniel. Lie still. Her voice broke through his chaos, and he tried to obey, lying back against the ground. Her hands touched him, one on his shoulder, the other on his cheek. Her touch held a comfort he'd never experienced before. At least, not that he remembered. Maybe his mother's touch had been like that, but he'd only been 5 when she died, slain by the bitter mountain winter. There, there. Noelle's murmuring slipped through him, a lyrical melody soothing his anguish, one strand at a time. Her fingers slid through his hair, caressing, numbing his pain. A niggle slipped in, reminding him there was something he must do, something that needed tending. At last, his mind regained the thought, and he reached for Noelle's arm. The elk! Did it fall? She shifted, but he dared not open his eyes and bring back the shooting pain. I think so. There's a dark lump where she was. The others are gone. He had to get up. They couldn't leave the body out where the carcass would draw every bear, wolf, and mountain lion for miles. And the sooner they cooled the meat, the better it would be. Forcing his eyes open, he rolled onto his side. No, lie down. Noelle tried to push his shoulder, but he barreled through it. Clenching his jaw, he lifted up on his good hand and both knees. He had to squeeze his eyes shut again to still the spinning. With the fingers on his burnt hand, he reached to see if his hunting knife was still secure in its sheath. The holder was there, but no blade. Where's my knife? Here. I was using it to cut tinder for the fire. The sounds of her scrambling, then a tugging at his waistband. He reached for the sheath again, and his fingers brushed the smooth boning of the knife's handle. All right. He let out a long breath, steadying himself for the effort ahead. I'll help you walk out there, but then you sit down and tell me what to do. A rush of irritation swirled in his chest, but he took another breath to squash it. Not many fragile white women would agree to what she just offered, although maybe she didn't know what her words entailed. He pushed to his feet, trying not to show his relief when she slipped herself under his arm. She fit so well there, her body clinging to his. Or maybe he was the one clinging. Either way, after she helped him to the ground near the elk's body, she stepped away from him, and it was hard to keep from calling her back. Noelle gritted her teeth as she sliced the last of the meat from under the elk's spine, behind its ribs. Daniel said this was the tastiest cut on the entire elk, but the piece had been hard enough to find that she'd have been happy to do without that particular steak. With the slab of raw meat in her hand, she straightened to look at Daniel over the carcass. He looked as weary as she felt, and almost as blood-stained. She tried for a smile, but couldn't muster it. Please tell me that's everything. If she had it to do over again, she'd have thought twice before offering to shoot the elk. Sure, they needed the food, but who'd have thought it would be so much work to slice off the meat? Almost. His shoulders sagged, his right side more than his left. Need to hang the meat where the animals can't get it. They'll surely come for this. He motioned toward the carcass. We have to move camp. Somehow, she'd heard his last statement wrong. We have to move what? Even in the dim gray light of early dawn, she could see the way his eyes drooped. Camp will be an easy meal for the bears and cougars that smell the blood. The right side of his face seemed to sag more than the left, He needed rest before they moved anything anywhere. "Will you be all right if I take this food and hang it near the creek? After that, I'll keep watch while you get some sleep. Then we'll move the camp." Or rather, she would. He didn't look able to walk under his own strength, much less carry anything. He gave a single weary nod. Go! He must really be spent to accede so easily. After taking down one of the oilcloths, she wrapped all the meat in a tight bundle, then gathered the rope Daniel had used to tie the waterproof skin to the trees. "Here's the rifle if you need it. I'll take the knife with me." She could rinse the blood from the tool when she cleaned herself up. Summoning what felt like the last of her strength, she hoisted the pack over her shoulder and started toward the woods that led to the creek. But as she paused to look back at Daniel one last time, the sight of his weary silhouette draped over the rifle nearly brought her back to him. Could she keep them alive long enough for him to recover? So much she didn't know, and everything took so much effort, she barely had the strength to put one foot in front of another. Lord God, strengthen us. Without your help, neither of us will make it to Canada. Chapter 14. What have I done? It seems I can no longer trust myself. Daniel. They made it through that day, although the effort to move camp used up the last of Noelle's energy. The very last. Daniel agreed to keep watch for her while she slept an hour, although he refused to agree to wake her if he sensed trouble. He wouldn't be able to shoot with his injured hand, though, so she tried to sleep lightly enough she would wake to any unusual sounds. Those were her intentions, but when she came back to consciousness, the sun had long crested and accomplished much of its descent. The time must be late afternoon at least. With the setting sun had come a bite of cold she'd not felt in over a week. A drop in temperature was the last thing they needed. She sat up and looked around, brushing the hair out of her face. Daniel sat a few feet away, leaning against a tree, watching her. His gaze held a softness she'd not seen from him before, and it started a flutter through her stomach and a yearning in her chest. If only she could crawl over to him and tuck herself under his arm, snuggle in and let him wrap his strength around her. Yet was she thinking? She didn't really want that. Did she? He raised his brows. Sleep good? Lord, don't let my thoughts show on my face. She nodded, pressing a hand over her hair to make sure it lay flat. Did anything happen? Pulling her gaze from him, she scanned the woods around their camp. She'd chosen a place close to the creek so they'd have water, but a good distance from where she'd hung the meat, in case it drew visitors. Nice and peaceful. Daniel's voice had a smooth, languid quality that drew her focus back to him. She tried for a smile, despite the way her pulse trotted faster through her chest. With the scruff shadowing his jaw and that dark gaze of his, the man was way too alluring for his own good. Or rather, for her good. Especially since she still hadn't asked him if he was married. She needed to ask him. Forcing her gaze away, she scrambled for what should be done next. We need to put more ointment on your burns. Then I really should wrap them. I meant to do it last night, but, well, it was probably best we didn't. I'd be scrubbing elk blood from the bandages. After that, I'll start a fire and see about cooking a stew for tonight. Doesn't that sound homey? A nice warm stew? She was babbling, but the thought of tending Daniel's wounds again, of being so near him. Sounds nice. His tone was so relaxed, with his head still resting against that tree. Too attractive. She had to do something to keep her emotions at bay. She dropped her gaze to her hands. Is there someone who will be missing you? I mean, a wife? She was making a mess of this. Looking up at him, she let out a breath. I mean, do you have a wife I should find who would want to be here to care for you? His brow furrowed, but he took no longer than a breath before his answer. No, of course not. Why would you think that? A bit of tension eased from her muscles. I don't know, I just wondered. Now she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze, so she turned her focus to gathering material for bandages. When she had enough clean fabric to wrap his hand and foot, she crawled over to him, Best start on the injury farthest away from those dark eyes that still called her. I can do that! Daniel's deep voice almost made her jump, which just proved how tightly wound she'd become. She forced out a long breath. No, this would be too hard for you to reach. Without a great deal of pain, anyway. By turning so her back almost faced Daniel and imagining she was working on her father's foot, she made it through that part reasonably well. His moccasin fit snugly with the cloth around his burn, but that would also help keep him warm. After finishing the laces, she moved to his hand without making eye contact. He extended the limb, turning his palm upward to give her access. The burns didn't seem to have changed, no better or worse. Maybe it was too soon to expect healing, but at least there was no sign of infection. She finished wrapping the bandage and tied the ends to hold it in place, then sat back on her heels. There. She stole a glance at his face. His gaze was liquid, so dark she could drown in those inky depths. Something fluttered in her middle, and her chest squeezed impossibly tight, as though an invisible rope had been tied around her, pulling her closer to him, drawing her nearer. His hand cupped her elbow. He was close enough that his breath brushed her face, the lightest of touches. Those eyes drew her, held her. His fingers settled on her jaw, caressing, their heat sending a shiver all the way down her spine. Her eyelids drifted shut as she relished the sensation. His breath drew warmer, nearer, his face almost close enough to touch. Then his lips brushed hers, their warm deliciousness sliding all the way through her. His touch was gentle, yet held a strength that urged a response from her she couldn't seem to control. How could a kiss feel this consuming? He was playing with fire, yet for this moment the fire could take him. Daniel drew Noelle closer, inhaling her sweetness. The need in her touch spread through him, igniting his own yearning, threatening his control. This woman had a power over him he'd never released to anyone. He couldn't seem to withstand her. With every ounce of strength he had left, he softened his kiss, tasting the luxury of her mouth one final time. Then he pulled away. Not far, just enough for her forehead to rest on his, their breath mingling in a heated swirl. He struggled to rein in his pulse. He'd never been so consumed by a kiss. He'd have to be careful with this one. The last thing he wanted, the very last thing, was to let his heart attach to a woman, especially a woman who likely wouldn't survive a handful of winters in this country. He let his hands drop away from her. I'm sorry. She pulled back, her gaze scanning his. Searching. He felt exposed, raw. That kiss had tunneled deep inside him, uncovered his innermost fears. He couldn't let her see. So he let his eyes drift shut, as though worn out by the ordeal. In truth, every part of his being felt more alive than any time he could remember. But he kept his eyes closed until the rustle of her skirt sounded. Then the patting of her feet as she walked away. Grizz followed Noelle as she trekked to where she'd hung the meat. The ruckus in her mind and chest felt like it might spill out any moment. She breathed in cleansing breaths of cold air. She couldn't think about what just happened. That kiss. It had been more glorious than she'd ever imagined a kiss could be. And Daniel had felt it too. She was almost sure of it. The way he'd fed so much of himself into the act. But at the end, he'd said, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? For feeling something for her? For kissing her at all? He was right, though. They shouldn't have done it. Not with the two of them alone here in this wilderness. Yet she couldn't regret the way every part of her had come to life at his touch. Even now, the forest seemed more vibrant than before. Each hue crisper. Their situation seemed not quite so daunting. She lowered the bundle of meat from the branch where she'd hung it, then paused. She couldn't bring herself to return to camp yet. Even if he slept, Daniel would be there, keeping the memory of their kiss forefront in her mind. Maybe she'd build a fire right here to cook the meat. Actually, that wasn't a bad idea. This way, she could have some space to set her mind and emotions straight. She had a roaring blaze going within a quarter hour, much quicker than she ever could have done before this journey. After the first hour, she had several hunks of meat cooked on a spit she'd fashioned. The sun had moved into the final stage of setting, dusky light filtering the air. It would take hours more to cook all the meat the huge elk had provided. And the way the temperatures had dropped, Daniel would need a fire for warmth. She'd also offered to make stew for the evening meal. He could eat the steaks she'd already cooked, but the broth would be soothing for him. She had to return to camp. There'd be no more delaying. The next day was Noelle's first real chance to rest since they'd left Fort Whitson. Good thing, because her body ached with the cold and exhaustion. Since the frigid air had arrived again in earnest, she kept the fire blazing. After morning chores, she snuggled back under her furs and took out her journal. This was the first time she'd even thought of writing since the night of the storm. Had that been less than 3 days ago? It seemed a month at least. Grizz entered their little shelter and padded over to her, then settled in beside her leg. "Hey, boy!" She sank her fingers into his thick, woolly fur, rubbing the side of his neck. He snuggled closer, panting his pleasure. There was much to be said for the simple companionship of a dog, much less complicated than her own species. Her gaze slipped to Daniel, who lay with his fur hood covering the top half of his face. He'd insisted on applying salve himself and rewrapping his wounds that morning. She hadn't argued. Probably best they keep some distance, especially while they had to stay here in this camp. How much longer would he need to recover? A week? Surely he'd feel much better by then, especially with all this sleep he was getting. Turning to her journal, she pressed a hand to the soft leather cover. The texture always soothed her, stilling the chaos in her mind and heart so she could focus her thoughts into words. Yet this time, the gentle feel didn't seem to work. Maybe she should start with recording stories for the articles. And, by George, did she have tales to tell? After writing for a few hours, she put her papers away, storing them in the folder she used that was made to look like a book. Daniel had risen once to attend to personal matters, but now lay stretched out on his pallet again. At least he'd been able to walk on his own for that short distance, although with a decided limp. She should go look for a walking stick he could use. Pushing to her feet, she stretched, easing the tightness out of her muscles. "I'm going for a walk," she whispered, quietly enough her words wouldn't wake him if he was sleeping. He murmured. Good enough. She buttoned her coat and headed out. Grizz stayed by her side as she meandered by the creek for a while, walking upstream. She'd learned her lesson about carefully marking her path so she could retrace her steps. Soon, she neared the rock where she'd slept in the rain the night of the storm. That awful ordeal seemed like a dream now, days later, and with the light of the midday sun streaming through the tree branches. Turning right, she headed toward the edge of the woods, searching the ground for a walking stick. A bit more of that warm sunlight would feel good, if only it would chase away the icy cold that made her breath come out in white clouds. She skirted the mountain, following the edge of the tree line as she'd done in the darkness that first time. She would go as far as the place where this mountain met the base of the other, then turn back. Was this the path they'd travel when they finally left this place? She glanced upward, trying to see the mountain peaks around them over the tops of the trees. From this position, it was hard to tell which direction they'd been traveling. How did Daniel always know which way to go? Innate sense? Memory from traveling this path so many times? Lord willing, he would recover whatever senses or skills he might have lost. Please let him recover. A bark sounded beside her, and Grizz darted forward, ears perked. "Hey, wait!" She jogged after him, but slowed as she neared the rock outcropping around which he'd disappeared. What was that sound? An animal cry? Peering around the boulder, she tensed against what she might see. But as her eyes focused on the two animals grazing in a little clearing between the mountainside and the trees, her chest gave a giddy leap. The horses. Popper swished his black tail as he tore into the winter-brown grass, but Gypsy picked at the fodder with a daintier approach. Grizz barked as he reached them, yipping like a puppy, greeting friends she'd thought were lost. Noelle strode forward, calling to the animals. Where had the new mare gone? Surely she would have stayed with the others, although she hadn't yet developed the same allegiance to Daniel these two had. Gypsy nickered to her, and Noelle slowed as she approached the mare. Hey girl, it's good to see you too. Neither of the horses wore halters any longer. They must have scraped them off on a tree. At least their bridles and saddles were safe back in camp. Both horses nuzzled her and leaned into her rubbing as she found their favorite spots. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you both. Now she had to figure out how to get them back to camp. She had no rope, but she wasn't about to leave them here where they could disappear while she went to retrieve their bridles. Maybe her stockings could work as a temporary rope. That seemed like the only sensible option. When she pulled them off, the icy air brought a flurry of goose flesh over her lower limbs, but she could get warm back at camp. She draped the stockings over Popper's neck and tugged him forward. He seemed to be the leader of the two, so hopefully the mare would tag along. Her hope came true. With Grizz on one side, Popper on the other, and Gypsy trailing them, she led the weary group back to shelter. Wouldn't Daniel be pleased to see his old companions again? Or maybe he wouldn't even remember them. Finding the horses was a blessing, for sure. But would it matter if her guide never recovered his ability to lead them all on to safety? Chapter 15. My heart yearns for so much, yet all is impossible. Noelle Daniel eased up from the bedroll he'd been lying on for days now. He'd slept more than he could ever remember sleeping, but it was time to make himself useful. Noelle had carried more than her share of the work, which bothered him further with each passing hour. Once standing, he gripped the tree beside him until the world stopped spinning. His head wasn't pulsing quite as much as it had been, but the ache was still there. Drawing away from the tree, he took a step forward, and managed to do it without teetering. If he walked on the toes of his injured foot, the burn didn't feel as if it seared all the way up his leg. He stepped toward the fire and bent slowly to throw a couple more logs on the flames. If it weren't so cold, he'd take a dip in the creek to clean himself up. His body smelled as if he'd been on his deathbed for days. He could at least settle for a splash bath. As he passed the spot where Noelle had sat all morning writing, his clumsy foot bumped her books, sending both leather-bound tomes sliding. A frustrated grunt slipped out as he clutched his throbbing head and bent to replace the books. A paper had slid out of one of them, and he picked it up. A letter. He shouldn't read her correspondence, yet his yearning to know more about this woman seemed to take control of him. 17th September, 1858. To Mr. Horace Greeley, C.O., New York Daily Tribune. Dear Mr. Greeley, please see the following article for publishing consideration in your excellent newspaper. His story begins with a bear, yet it is not the wild animal that intrigues me so much as the man recounting the tale. Before coming to this land of majestic mountains, glorious views, and stark wilderness, I assumed most who live here would be barbaric. Yet if this is barbarism, this regal man who sits before me, enrapturing my senses with his adept weaving of words, I must learn to redefine my interpretation of the word. He stares into the leaping flames of our campfire as his mind wanders to memories long past, picturing images he describes with poignant detail, including enough comic relief to lessen the gory nature of the scenes he depicts. The reader may ask to know what story this noble mountain man told. I'm happy to oblige. It seems a trapper setting out the tools of his livelihood one morning happened upon a bear. After firing on the animal, he discovered the beast hadn't been killed, only infuriated. Daniel struggled to hold the paper still with his shaking hand as he read a lively recounting of the story his father had told so many times. But it was the final lines that snared his focus and held it. Though he looks the part of seasoned mountain man and tells yarns that titillate the senses, I've come to view this mountain man as one of the most honorable of my acquaintance. His diligence, wisdom, humility, and kindness are but a few qualities that make up the character he works so hard to hide under the brawn and tough exterior required to survive in these mountains. For each of these virtues he possesses, I am equally thankful. Yet it is the interweaving of them all, which incites my fascination. Yes, my respect for the mountain man who sits before me." Daniel stared at the words, letting them filter through his cloudy mind. Her respect, diligence, wisdom, humility, and kindness. Did she really think he possessed all of these? If only he was the man she's painted with these words. And why had she written them? Had he given her permission? His mind still felt so foggy. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to summon any anger over her writings. Only longing to be the man she'd described. He stared up at the deep blue of the cloudless sky. A bird soared overhead. Eagle, probably, but it was hard to tell through the tree branches. At times like this, when he really let himself think about it, his spirit craved a higher power that actually existed, a deity that truly had authority to control the happenings on Earth, not like the sun, which his Indian family believed controlled the lives of men. He'd never seen evidence that their dancing and chants and gifts for the great light made a speck of difference. It'd be nice if there really were an all-powerful being he could turn to. Especially now, when he simply didn't have the strength to make himself better. No matter how hard he tried, he'd never be the man Noelle described him as. A yap in the distance drew his focus, Grizz's bark that signaled he'd found something he liked. He heard the tromping of feet before he saw the figures moving among the trees. So much noise did they make. If Grizz didn't sound an alarm, he must know these visitors. It couldn't be Mighty Oak. He'd never make so much noise. For that matter, it couldn't be any Indians or trappers worth their salt. Then a flash of golden hair showed through a gap in the trees. His pulse surged, even as he released a long breath. Noelle. He stepped toward her. Whatever she had was making such a ruckus, she might need help with it. A high nicker greeted him. Noelle led one horse with only a piece of cloth around its neck, while a second trudged along behind. The smile lighting her face made her shimmer. "Look who I found." She pulled the horse to a stop in front of him, and Daniel extended his hand to let the horse snuffle it. "You recognize this boy?" She studied Daniel as she asked the question, as though trying to find something in his expression. He studied the bay. A good, stout animal, with a pleasant expression in his eyes. His manners seemed decent, since he allowed this little woman to lead him with only a cloth. There was something about him that struck a familiar chord. But the more he struggled to grasp at it, the more his mind ached. At last, he let out a breath and met Noelle's searching gaze. "He seems familiar, but I can't place him." Her obvious disappointment only pressed harder on the frustration building in his chest. She turned her focus to the horse and patted his neck. "This is Popper and Gypsy." She motioned to the mare. "God led me straight to them. Isn't it wonderful?" "These are our horses?" She nodded. "Yours. I couldn't find the new mare you purchased from Redbird's people. Maybe she'll turn up." Redbird. There was a name he recognized, and he could picture a strong Indian face to match it. "The horses were grazing when I found them, but I thought it would be best to bring them closer to camp and hobble them." She looked at him for direction, or maybe for approval. He reached for the cloth holding the gelding. "I'll take him." "No, thank you." She pushed his hand away. "If you'll show me how to make the hobbles, I'll do everything else." The frustration boiling in his chest threatened to rise, but he pressed it down. He was still so dizzy he had to work to stay upright, but that fact didn't help his pride any. It irked more than he should show to let her do all the work. Without a word, he turned and limped back to gather rope for the hobbles. Noelle kept busy the rest of that day and the next, tending the horses and all the things that needed done around the camp. Anything to keep her mind off the fact that winter was coming stronger each day, and they couldn't yet resume their journey. She and Daniel seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement not to talk about the kiss. Not to talk about much, really, unless the conversation was necessary for the task at hand. They'd lost their easy camaraderie from when they first left Fort Whitson, and the loss left her with an ache clenching her chest. Would the Daniel she knew come back when he regained his memory? And when would that be? She couldn't bring herself to think about what would happen if his memory never returned. Despite the changes in him, her heart refused to ignore or even dim the attraction that had been growing for weeks now. When she worked in the camp, her mind always knew where he was and what he was doing. Every part of her was achingly aware of his presence. She had to stop this attraction, rein in her affections, untangle her heart from the useless pursuit of a man she'd never be able to marry. She had plans for her life, plans which didn't include marriage, certainly not to a mountain man trapper who'd probably never left this territory. Letting herself grow attached to him would be futile, right? She wasn't so sure of anything now, especially not where this man was concerned. By the next evening, the temperatures had dropped colder than she'd imagined possible. She and Daniel sat across the fire from each other, her huddled under the thickest animal skin from her bedding, him tucked into his thick fur coat. Now that darkness had fallen, there wasn't much to do except stare at the fire or try to sleep. Her body teemed with too much energy to attempt sleep yet. She pulled the fur tighter around herself, tucking her chin into the prickly hair. What kind of animal did this come from? She fingered the hide. He glanced where she pointed. Buffalo? Did you kill it or trade for the fur? Maybe he would remember. Perhaps. He only paused a moment before speaking. Traded. At least he knew that much, but he wasn't easy to pull words from. From Indians? He nodded, and his gaze seemed to look past her. From an Apsaloke band west of Fort Benton. Her pulse inched upward, he remembered. I haven't heard of the Apsaloke. Some people call them Crow or Absaroka. I think I've heard of Crow. Are they any relation to Little Otter's people? Would he remember Mr. Channing's wife? His eyes squinted for a moment, like they had often since the storm. But then they seemed to clear, and he shook his head. Different tribes. Little Otter is Gros Ventre. Sometimes they're friendly to Apsaloke, other times they send raiding parties. He tipped his head. That's the way it is with lots of tribes. He knew so much about Indians. Where did you learn all this? Something about the way he spoke of them made it seem like more than just acquired knowledge. The sense she'd had before came back with a certainty. He'd lived these details, knew firsthand the relations between the various tribes. What had his life been like before she met him? He shrugged. You learn a lot from trading. Something about his casual tone seemed forced. Have you ever lived with the Indians? His gaze flickered so quickly, she would have missed it if she hadn't been watching. Why do you ask that? She didn't back down. A good reporter certainly wouldn't. You seem to know their ways intimately, and some of your mannerisms remind me of the Indians we've met on this journey. Another shrug. I've moved around a lot, known all kinds of people. That seemed to be all she would get from him, but at least he'd remembered more than before. A good sign. Noelle's journal, September 20th. I think Daniel's memory is returning. Thank you, Father. It's certainly not all there. I'm not sure if he remembers me yet, or anything about our journey, but I questioned him several times last night and today, and he seems to remember people he's known in the recent past. I can't begin to express my relief at these happy indicators. I'm sorry, Lord, for my lack of faith these past days. Please forgive me for not fully believing you would make all things work together for our good. I must admit, it's still hard not to worry, especially now that winter seems to have set upon us with great haste. Daniel says the clouds portend snow. I'm not familiar with the weather in this territory, but my fears tend to agree with him. What will it be like to sit beside the campfire and watch snow falling? My teeth chatter just imagining. Dear Father in heaven, is it too much to ask that we be allowed to hurry on with the remainder of our trip? To arrive at Simeon's home with no further harrowing events. No blizzards to trek through or other catastrophe I can scarce imagine. Chapter 16. If I be a man, 'tis time to act like it. Daniel. The snow would hit any minute. Daniel eyed the menacing gray of the low-hanging clouds. His gaze wandered down to the firewood piled along one side of their shelter. That might not be enough if this snow lasted more than one day. It didn't take long for dry wood to become a scarce commodity in a snowstorm. The least he could do was limp out and retrieve a few more loads. Noelle had gathered all the loose wood surrounding their camp, so he'd have to walk farther to find wood that wasn't green, which would be a trial since he was still so weak. Even short strolls through the woods wore him out. He gripped the trees he passed to keep himself upright and moving. His fingers could feel the difference between the bark of the cedars and pines without requiring the use of his eyes. He relied so much on his body to survive each day. What if he never truly recovered? One of the pines he gripped felt brittle to the touch, its bark breaking off when he pulled his hand away. Too bad the branches were so high up. The tree must be rotting, which would make it prime burning wood. Noelle had returned from washing their evening dishes by the time he carried back his first load. He straightened, clamped his jaw against the pane, and tried not to hobble when he dumped the logs and turned back for more. She had that sad look in her eyes, but he didn't let himself meet her gaze. He'd never been forced to endure a woman's pity, especially not a white woman who couldn't manage a week in this country without his help. Although maybe that wasn't so true with Noelle. He couldn't remember what she'd been like before his mind went so foggy, but she'd done a remarkable job this past week, while he'd been forced to lie on his backside. Every moment he watched her work, while he couldn't, had pushed and prodded at his pride. But he couldn't dispute the fact that she'd been remarkable. "I'll come help." Her skirt swished behind him. "No." He didn't turn to acknowledge her, just bit down on his pain and limped onward. "I don't mind." Her voice sounded right behind him this time. Daniel spun, almost toppling as his vision swam, then went blurry. But that frustration only fueled his anger. "I said no. I don't need your help, Noelle." Even with the chaos in his head, he still heard her sharp intake of breath. The sound brought a realization of what he'd said, as surely as a knife stabbing his chest, the blade twisting to mutilate his insides. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I mean—" He could finally see well enough to make out the guarded expression in her gaze. "He'd better set this to rights. You've done more than your share around here while I've just lain there." He motioned toward his pallet. "You shouldn't have to do it all." He forced himself to meet her gaze, the shimmer there just about doing him in. But he had to say it all. "I need to do this. I have to get back on my feet." The delicate tendons of her neck shifted where they peeked out above her coat. "All right?" He breathed out a long breath. She hadn't argued. Maybe she understood. Noelle jerked awake, her heart clamoring in her throat. A high-pitched whistle sounded, and she blinked in the darkness, trying to place her surroundings. Daniel bolted upright in his bed across the faint embers of the fire. She could only see the outline of his form. "What is—" A crash exploded beside her, spraying snow in all directions. Noelle screamed, scrambling from her blankets, lunging away from the colossal object that had landed mere feet away from her. "What in—" Daniel was by her side before she stopped scooting, his body blocking her from whatever horrendous danger had landed in their camp. His shoulders heaved as he faced the opponent. She could see nothing around his muscled form. "What is it?" she hissed, trying not to make much noise. She'd only caught a momentary view, but the thing seemed bigger than a buffalo, yet made no sound now that it had settled. Or maybe a swishing noise every so often. Perhaps that was her heart pulsing in her ears. Another reverberation broke the stillness. This one from Daniel. It sounded like a chuckle? Couldn't be. "What is it?" She freed a hand and pushed at him. That chuckling sound broke into a full laugh as he moved aside. She scrambled up. It took a moment to focus on the huge, bushy thing, spanning the entire width of their camp. "Is that a tree?" The realization settled over her like an off-kilter painting. Daniel's laugh tapered to something like a chortle, and she slanted a look at him. The merriment on his face transformed his features, brightening his eyes and flashing a glimmer of even, white teeth. She couldn't help but respond to the light emanating from him. The corners of her mouth pulled, and she finally let out her own grin. For that moment, nothing else mattered. Not the icy chill changing their breath to shimmering white, nor the snow that had fallen for hours before she finally drifted to sleep. Not the powerful fright that still had her heart banging in her chest. Only he mattered, him and the joy slipping through her. If she could feel this happy for the rest of her life, it would be more than she'd ever dreamed of. After a moment, Daniel turned his focus back to the tree, then worked himself up to his knees so he could stand. She scrambled to her feet to help if needed, although he probably wouldn't allow her. But when she extended her hand, he placed his inside hers, letting her assist as he pulled upright. He didn't let go, though, just held her tight as he led her toward the tree, his big glove cradling her smaller one. She tried not to focus on his nearness. "What do you think made it fall?" He touched a spindly branch, part of it still encrusted with ice that hadn't shed during the fall. "Looks like it's dead. The weight of the snow might have brought it down." His gaze wandered toward the base of the giant, far out of sight in the darkness. "I saw this one when I went for firewood. Thought it would be good to burn if we could get at the upper branches." A soft chuckle. "Guess now we can?" Would they be here long enough to need this much firewood? Lord, let it not be so. When they were so rudely awakened in the night, the snow seemed to have stopped. But when Noelle opened her eyes to daylight, a fresh cascade of flurries drifted down around their stretched oilskin canopy. A fire crackled beside her, which was probably why she'd slept so well. Daniel sat just beyond the blaze, his focus on the flickering flames. She sat upright, pulling her fur covering up with her. "You're awake!" This was the first time he'd woken early since his injury. His gaze rose to hers, and the edges of his mouth tipped in a silent greeting. "I brought water, but didn't want to wake you by cooking." Now that was Daniel she knew and loved. The man was always thoughtful, his kindness showing itself in little ways she discovered throughout each day. "We have a little cornmeal left, just enough for a warm gruel. Does that sound all right?" His brow formed twin furrows. "Sounds fine, but is that the last of it? What other supplies do we have?" "Salt and a good bit of elk meat. There's still some grain for the horses." He didn't speak again, but the creases never left his forehead as he reached for the pack and rifled through it. Finally, he stood. "I'm going to check the animals." Grizz jumped to his feet and padded after his master. As they reached the edge of their campsite, Daniel turned back to her. "Think we can be ready to head out tomorrow morning?" She stilled, although his words sent her pulse racing. "Leave? Oh, heavens, yes." She raised her gaze to meet his. "I can, but will you be ready?" As much as almost every part of her wanted to jump to her feet and squeal for joy, he couldn't be well enough to travel, especially not in the snow, but his jaw had taken on that look of steel she'd seen more than once. "I'll be ready." Then he turned and limped away. The hitch in his gait wasn't as pronounced as it had been a few days ago, but his foot clearly still pained him. He did seem more like himself this morning, but wouldn't it be best to allow him a few more days to recover? Daniel seemed to attack the day with fury. He removed everything from their packs, then cleaned and reorganized each with meticulous care. When he returned from several hours with the horses, deep lines creased the shadows under his eyes. He ate the simple meal of roasted meat she'd prepared, but his body seemed as if it might wilt any moment. If he tried to keep working this afternoon, she'd insist he rest first. Thankfully, he stretched out on his sleeping pallet as soon as he finished eating, and light snores drifted from him within a couple of minutes. Grizz wandered over and sank down for a nap beside his master. She glanced around the camp. What more needed doing? They had logs to pack, so they would have dry wood when they camped on the trail. The packs were full, the animals ready. Everything would be loaded when they broke camp in the morning. Her gaze slipped over to Daniel. If they broke camp. Maybe his exhaustion after a half-day's work proved he wasn't ready for the arduous undertaking of a day riding through these mountains. Chapter 17. We must travel on, yet fear of doing so haunts me. Noelle's journal. September 22nd. Today marked our first day back on the trail. We camped earlier than usual. Although Daniel didn't say why, I'm sure it had mostly to do with the fact he clutched the saddle all afternoon, hunched over as if the leather he grasped was the only thing keeping him upright. Truly, I am worried about him. I pray he'll consent to remain at this new camp an extra day to rest. He rarely uses his burned hand, and his limp still persists, but it's the exhaustion that worries me most. His constitution is not yet strong enough for the journey. Perhaps I'll insist for rest tomorrow. This place we're camping is far from a source of water. After I settled him on a sleeping pallet and found grazing for the horses, I trekked another quarter hour in search of drinking water, yet found none. At last, I returned to camp and am now heating pots of leftover snow for the animals and our own use. Before his injury, Daniel would never have let us camp in a place like this, high on the side of a mountain. I think he stopped here because he couldn't push on another minute, and I surely couldn't bring myself to force him. The next time we travel, I will be more diligent to choose a campsite before he exhausts himself so fully. Perhaps I should be more aware of our path also. With Daniel slumped over his saddle, how does he know we're traveling the right direction? Guide our path, Lord, please. Daniel pried his eyelids open as a rustling sounded around him. Daylight speared him, and he flinched against the pain ricocheting through his head. A soft clang of metal sounded nearby, a pot against stone. Noelle cooking breakfast? He'd not been up to gather her water. He'd been no help to her the night before either. He had to do better today. Clenching his jaw against the pain, he forced his eyes open and levered himself up to lean on his elbow. A groan slipped out, and Noelle turned to look at him. Her face seemed to cloud as she studied him, or perhaps that was his vision blurring. A cool hand touched his face, although he'd not even seen her move. His eyes drifted shut as he relished the soothing comfort of her skin. Her hand stroking his brow, combing through his hair. A relaxation swept through him so deep he couldn't seem to fight it. In truth, he'd lost all desire to struggle against her touch. No one had ever possessed such power over him as this woman. That thought should worry him, but instead, he sank into it, letting Noelle's comfort and the warmth of sleep take over. A few hours later, the fine hairs on the back of Noelle's neck prickled, and she raised her focus from the article she was writing. Her gaze found Daniel first, like a horse always yearning for the safe haven of its barn. He was no longer sleeping, but watching her, his dark eyes more focused than they'd been last night or this morning. Grizz lay beside him, and the dog seemed to be watching her just like the man. What a pair they were! She searched for a smile to offer, and it wasn't hard to find as she took in Daniel's strong, handsome features. "Are you feeling better?" "I am." His gaze lifted heavenward. "Sorry I slept so long. We'd best pack up." Her chest tightened. "You don't mean to ride again today?" She looked up to find the position of the sun. "It's nigh unto midday." He needed more time to rest, but he threw his furs off and pushed up to a sitting position. He looked away, but she still caught a glimpse of the grimace he tried to hide. "We have to cover distance. There should be an Absaloki camp north of here, but I'm not sure how far. We need supplies. We have to move on." She tucked away her papers and stood. "No, Daniel, stop. One day won't hurt." He was right about the food, but rest was more important. Right? Which would be most critical? He was already pushing up to his feet. "We have to go." He seemed to be speaking through gritted teeth, but the hard line of his shoulders made it clear he wouldn't be swayed. Best to keep him as quiet as she could. She bent to pack her books in her satchel. "Sit, I'll ready the horses." She wasn't as quick as Daniel at preparing to leave, but within a half hour they were both mounted and on the trail. The one good thing about having few supplies was that everything fit on the two horses. They'd had to leave the pack saddle behind the day before, but without the extra mare, nothing else could be done. She slid a glance at Daniel as they rode abreast around the side of a mountain. How much of a toll this journey had taken on him. Surely he wouldn't have agreed to guide her to the northern mountains if he'd known. First, the loss of his extra trading goods when he bought the horse and saddle from Redbird's people. Then, that awful night of the storm, he'd lost a horse and his memory in one fell swoop. Lord willing, he would recover fully from the latter. She turned her gaze forward to the landscape in front of them. The ground sloped downward in a gentle drop, with rocks and trees rising up through the snow. "Does this land look familiar to you?" His brow creased, and he was silent for a moment before he shrugged. "Most of these mountains look about the same, especially covered in snow." The knot in her stomach twisted tighter. "How do you know which way to go then?" He glanced upward. "The sun. As long as we keep the rising sun to our right, we'll be headed north." That made sense. Her midsection eased a bit, but her shoulders ached from the tension she couldn't seem to release. "So we head due north?" Those lines deepened on his forehead again. "You said your brother's place is west of Fort Hamilton. We'll go north until we hit prairie land again, then turn westward." She released a long breath. That didn't sound so hard. At least now she could take the lead when she needed to. Though they stopped early again that evening, Daniel looked as exhausted as he had the day before. Noelle's spirit ached to see him that way, but she tried to relieve the angst through prayer as she worked to set up camp, build a fire, and tend the horses. Grizz stayed at her side, her ready companion. Daniel was asleep when she and the dog returned, but she'd need to wake him to eat and drink water from the creek she'd found when she'd been selecting their campsite. She knelt beside him, stroking the hair from his brow. He moaned, shifting under her touch. Daniel. His name felt so rich on her tongue. Strong, honorable, just like his namesake from the Bible. His eyelids rose in a heavy motion, his dark gaze hovering as though he wasn't quite sure what he was seeing. "Can you eat a little?" He blinked, nodded, and turned on his side to sit up. She tugged his arm to help him upright, then placed the plate of dried elk meat in his lap. She started to rise, but his touch on her arm stilled her. Turning to him, she met his gaze. "Sit and eat with me." His eyes looked so hopeful, although still full of that groggy haze. Sinking back down, she offered the only thing she had that might help him feel better. A gentle smile. "All right." She'd been kneeling in front of him, knee to knee, but she scooted around beside him so she wouldn't block the fire's warmth. After reaching for her own portion of meat, she settled in. She hadn't meant to scoot so close to him, but the warmth of his leg soothed hers, even through his buckskins and her many layers of skirts and stockings. Silence settled over them as she gnawed the dried meat. The stuff could be hard to swallow at times. After working down a large bite, she eyed the piece. "This food was tasty for the first 5 meals, but I'd be content never to eat another bite of elk." Daniel chuckled. "The elk would be content too." She laughed, sliding him a glance. "I'm sure you're right." Joking, that was a good sign. After another bite, she broached the topic she'd pondered much that day. "Tell me about the Apsaloke people we'll be meeting." His brow furrowed as he finished chewing the meat he'd just bit into. His eyes took on that look he'd worn so many times since his injury, the one that meant he was trying to remember. At last he spoke. "Running horse. His people are many and very skilled with furs and handwork, usually one of my more profitable camps." The thought pressed on her. "I'm sorry you don't have anything to trade this time." He didn't answer, and a relaxed silence fell over them. In truth, she was exhausted too. Yet she wouldn't trade this comfort of just sitting with him, side by side, while they ate the most humble meal she'd prepared in years, maybe ever. How much she'd changed through this journey. Her ambitions no longer seemed so driving. She'd never realized the immense value of seemingly small things, like cornmeal, or a peaceful moment on the side of a mountain, eating elk meat with the one she loved. Yes, she did love him. The awareness had crept in a little more each day. So far she'd come, yet would more change be required still? The next 2 days seemed to pass in a haze as they pressed as far as Daniel could manage. Noelle seemed to read him well, For each afternoon when he neared the end of his strength, when flashes of light began to explode around the edges of his aching eyes, she would call a halt to their travel for the day. He'd never imagined a white woman from the East would make such a capable trail companion. In truth, were he to ever take on a partner in his travels, he'd want it to be this woman, for more reasons than he dared consider. Winter had set in with a feel of permanence, sending a fresh layer of snow to greet them just that morning. Maybe the icy cold was part of the reason he slept so well tucked under his bear robe. Yet without the extra sleep, he may not have lasted even the few hours they rode each day. Surely they would arrive at Running Horses Camp soon. If only he could remember exactly where they were. Sometimes splashes of memory came, usually when they approached a scenic view that sank over him with familiarity. But those flashes were too far apart to purge the fear that hadn't left since the day this blasted fog first smothered his mind. "What say we stop for a midday rest?" Noelle's voice sounded from the trail behind him. Gladly, but he couldn't say that aloud. He reined in at a clump of rocks poking out above the snow. Will this work? They ate a quick meal of cold, roasted elk meat, but it was the chance to relax his weary muscles that he craved the most. This cold burrowed in, deep, amplifying the pain that he couldn't seem to shake. But with the snow covering almost everything, he found it impossible to find a comfortable spot to let his body rest while he ate. Back in the saddle, they pushed on, winding around the stony cliffs at the top of the mountain, then descending in a series of switchbacks on the other side. The mountain opposite them rose in rocky grandeur, the diagonal ledge of rock that spanned one side too steep for animals to climb. They'd have to skirt around the base. As he studied the snow-covered cliff, a memory surfaced. Lying on his bedroll under a blanket of stars, staring up at eerie white snow draping that exact ledge, his pulse quickened. He turned to check on Noelle, who raised her brows. "What is it?" He tried to school his expression. "What do you mean?" The corners of her mouth tipped. "You're smiling. Did you see something?" She sent a glance around. "I remembered something." Her face lit, a smile spreading that brightened every one of her perfect features. "That's good. What was the memory?" "Nothing big." He turned back to the mountain ahead and relayed the snippet. He finished the telling as they mounted a knoll that gave them visibility over the tops of the trees at the base of the peak they were descending. "Look, Daniel." Noelle's breathless words matched the surge in his chest as a sea of Indian lodges spread out in the valley below. He scanned for something familiar that would confirm that this was Running Horse's band, but they were too far away to make out details. He nudged his gelding onward, letting the horse increase his stride down the hill, but the jarring sent a surge of throbbing through his leg and up into his skull, and it didn't take long for him to rein the animal back to a slower pace. Would this pain never leave? Chapter 18. 'Tis a wonder how things can change. Daniel. The Indians must have seen them coming early, for a delegation of 5 braves met them on horseback. Noelle pressed her horse close beside Daniel's mount as the two of them and the dog rode forward, then stopped a respectful distance in front of the Indians. Daniel signed to the men, using swift motions she could barely follow. His memory of things that happened more than a few years ago seemed to be mostly intact, more so than recent events. This universal Indian language must have been ingrained in him long ago. One of the Indians answered him in a string of sounds and hand signals, ending with the hint of a smile. A good sign, surely. Conversation bobbed back and forth in rapid flow. Then Daniel motioned her to ride forward with him. Running Horse invited us to stay in his lodge. He spoke low, for her ears alone. Running Horse must be the one who'd spoken, the tall Indian with tufts of feathers tied into his long black braids. He wore several strings of white beads draped across his front, either a heavy necklace or sewn on his tunic. It was hard to tell. The man was neither old nor young, but carried himself with the same regal bearing the Blackfoot had. The same bearing Daniel possessed, at least when he wasn't doubled over with pain or exhaustion. Indians lined up along the path they rode between the lodges, curious gazes eyeing them from each tawny face. The women wore buckskin dresses, and many of the children too. But it was the elaborate beadwork and decorations that snagged her attention. Some of the decorative pieces were white, maybe made from carved bone or teeth. Animal bones, hopefully. She pushed the thought of human bones away as soon as it came, yet it still sent a shiver down her arms. She smiled at each face as they paraded through the camp. And a parade it was, their Indian escorts having split, with 2 in front and 3 behind. The eager faces of the crowd made it seem more like they were being showcased than being brought in under guard. Please, Lord, let that be the case. Give us favor with these people. They halted behind Running Horse, then dismounted as a boy took the reins of their animals. The leader introduced them to a woman standing by the entrance to a huge lodge, taller than those on either side of it. The name he called her sounded like Ituha, although the sounds flowed from his mouth so quickly it was hard to be sure. The woman turned to go inside the lodge, and Running Horse motioned them in behind her. Thankfully, Daniel stepped forward first. Before stepping in, he motioned for Grizz to stay by the entrance. The inside was similar to the Blackfoot Lodge they'd used at the other camp, only much larger. Fur sleeping pallets lined the outer edge, and a blazing fire was centered in the middle. The flat stones that lay just inside the fire ring grabbed Noelle's focus, snaring her gaze like a fish in a net. Round patties cooked atop the rocks, a food that looked suspiciously like darkened corn cakes. Noelle! Daniel's voice pulled her from her reverie, forcing her attention up to him. He motioned toward the ground near the fire. We're to sit. She followed Daniel's lead, sitting cross-legged beside him. The heat of the fire pressed toward them, warming her face and arms. The woman scooped up the cakes and placed them on 2 slabs of bark, then handed one to each of them. Running Horse sat across the fire from them, but didn't seem interested in conversation as he accepted his own bark plate. Her mouth watered as she studied the food in her lap. She could practically taste the savory flavors and textures of the warm, soft delicacy. Yet she dared not eat before Daniel. There might be a custom before meals, and she couldn't risk violating it. Her heart pricked at the thought. She had her own mealtime custom she'd neglected. Thank you, Father, for this sumptuous fare, for the blessing of these people. Daniel raised a cake to his mouth, giving her freedom to do the same. That first bite seemed to burst with flavors. Nothing at all what she'd expected. Richer, fuller, awakening her mouth with a deliciousness that took over her senses. When she came back to herself, she'd finished the first patty. A glance at Daniel showed him half through with his second. They must look like they hadn't eaten in days, but frankly, she was too hungry to care. Noelle's journal. September 27th, we've been with Running Horse and Ituha for a full day now, and they treat us like honored guests. Daniel said Ituha's name means sturdy oak, which seems to fit her, as she's a stout woman. Her short-cut hair makes her face appear rounder than it might be, and adds to the image. But she possesses a servant's heart, no doubt about it. We've eaten enough of the flat cakes she makes to last us a week at least. I think they have berries and meat mixed in, which makes them a full meal, as various as our recent diet has been lacking. Daniel slept long this morning, and I tried to explain to Ituha that he's been ill. I think she understood, because she gave him a strong tea when he finally awoke. He seems embarrassed to have slept so much among the Indians, but he shouldn't be. Not when he's recovering from a lightning strike. When I said as much to him, he only frowned, which made me smile. Men will be men. In truth, I would be content to stay here a week at least, so Daniel could recover. Itha will have to let me help with her work, though. Thus far, she rebuffs my every attempt. I'm not sure Daniel will agree to staying, anyway. That determined streak is one of the things I love about him, yet my soul aches to see him still in such pain. Daniel, I don't think we should leave yet. Noelle propped her hands at her waist. Only 2 days they'd been here. He needed longer to recover in this haven of warmth and nourishment than 2 days. Whatever his reason for pushing on, she had to take a stand. He didn't turn from the pack where he was adding in their new supplies. We need to move on before winter gets bad. A few more days won't make a difference. Not with the weather anyway, but those days might be significant for your well-being. He tied the fastening strings, then stood and finally turned to face her, his dark eyes not backing down from her challenge. I'm fine. My well-being is as good as it's going to get. If she thought it would help, she'd stamp her foot. But that would be childish. Instead, she raised her chin and let her determination show in her eyes. I'm not leaving yet, Daniel. She had to fight to keep from cringing at her brashness. He took a step closer, his eyes softening. Noelle, please. With him so near, close enough to touch, looking at her like that with the timbre of his voice deep as he spoke those two words, he slayed her defenses. Yet she couldn't let him. For his own sake, she had to stand strong. She swallowed to draw moisture into her parched mouth. Daniel, this is important. To me. He stood there a long moment, studying her. His dark eyes were unreadable, but the crease between his brows bespoke his turmoil. He had to agree. She touched his arm. Please, Daniel. His throat worked, his Adam's apple dipping. If it matters so much, we can stay until you're ready to leave. Really? Thank you, Father. Not just a few more days. He was letting her choose. The relief bubbling inside her had to find a way out, and she stepped into his arms, wrapping herself around him. Thank you! His strength closed her in, cradling her. A warm chuckle rumbled against her ear. I didn't realize how happy staying in an Indian camp would make you. She pulled back to look at him, but his arms didn't let her go far. I want you well, Daniel Abrams, and this isn't such a bad place to accomplish it. A smile tugged at her lips. How could it not, when he held her in his arms and looked at her like that? His gaze slipped to her lips, stilling her breath. Her mouth called up the memory of his kiss. That delicious, all-consuming kiss. Every part of her craved a repeat, right here and now. He didn't disappoint. Yet the slowness with which he lowered his mouth built up a bundle of longing inside her. By the time he brushed her lips with his, she all but tugged him closer, responding to his taste with a hunger she couldn't seem to fight. She may well be the death of him. Daniel sank into the kiss, his mind and body responding to her ardor in every core of him. She had the power to consume him, to take every part of him captive. And he couldn't think of a place he'd rather be. This was what he wanted, more than anything else he could fathom. Yet, Noelle was too important to trifle with. She'd become everything to him. His sole task to treasure her, to protect her, especially from himself. He gathered his last tendrils of strength and softened the kiss, ending with a final brush on her lips. Yet he couldn't seem to pull away. He rested his forehead on hers, cradling her jaw in his hands. You undo me, woman. Perhaps he shouldn't have said it, yet he had no strength to keep secrets from her. Not when their lives, their very survival, were so intertwined. He could feel her smile. Though she was so close, her face was a blur. The feeling is mutual. Her words sent a surge through him, and it took all his restraint not to pull her back into another fiery kiss. Instead, he eased out a long, steadying breath and pulled back. She stepped out of his arms, as if knowing she would be playing with fire if she stayed near. Her gaze skittered around the teepee. I need to see how I can help Atuha. He let her go, giving his pulse a chance to calm. Yet he had the feeling, as long as he stayed near this woman, his heart rate would never truly settle. 3 more days, they stayed in Running Horse's camp. Daniel tried not to regret sleeping late in the mornings, but as soon as he'd taken the morning meal, he forced himself up and out of the lodge. He had to regain his strength, which meant he had to work at it. He even went with some of the other warriors on a short hunt one morning. He itched to set out again. They'd not had another snow since arriving at the camp, but winter would strike hard any day. The farther along they were on the journey, the better chance they'd have of making it safely to Noelle's brother. Yet he'd promised they'd stay here until she was ready to move on. No matter how he chaffed, he couldn't go back on his word. not when she'd thanked him with that fiery kiss. Even now, the memory of it heated him all the way to his core. "There you are!" He straightened at Noelle's soft, lilting tone. Grizz jumped up and trotted to her. The dog knew a good thing when he saw her. He did his best not to appear quite as eager. "Thought I'd check on these two." He stroked Popper's neck, pressing flat the horse's thick winter coat. She stepped into his line of sight, and he turned to take her in more fully. He blinked at the sight before him. "What? Where did you get those buckskins?" She was clad head to toe like an Indian maiden, her deerskin tunic light tan with a beaded design across the front. The shirt hung midway down her legs, revealing matching leggings underneath and moccasins over her feet. Her golden hair hung in two long braids, an Indian princess, yet it was the shy smile sweetening her expression that tightened his chest the most. "Itha gave these to me. She said they belonged to her daughter, who no longer lives in this camp now that she's married." The corners of her mouth tugged. "At least, I think that's what she said. She insisted I put them on." She wrapped her arms around herself. "I can't believe how warm this clothing is. I almost don't need a coat with the sun shining." Warm indeed, and utterly appealing. He turned away before he did something he'd regret. "Leathers will keep you much better in the snow." "That's what I came to talk about." Her voice grew stronger as her footsteps sounded nearer. She moved to Popper's head and stroked the gelding. He could feel her gaze, but he didn't let his attention waver from the animal. "How are you feeling?" Now he did turn to face her. Was she thinking it might be time to move on? "Fine. Much better." He didn't want to seem too eager, but he did feel better. Stronger than when they'd first arrived here. Her gaze wandered to his face, seemed to read what he wasn't saying. "I know you want to be on the trail." He couldn't lie to her, but the last thing he wanted was to force her into something that frightened her. "I am feeling better, Noelle, but I said the decision is yours. We won't go until you're comfortable with leaving." Her face relaxed, softened. He couldn't have said whether she stepped forward, or if he did, but then she was in his arms. He cradled her, stroking her back, inhaling her sweet scent as she rested her head on his shoulder. This woman had claimed him so fully. How would he ever let her go once he delivered her to her brother? The thought clogged his throat, and he forced it away. He'd do what he had to do when the time came. Too soon, she straightened and pulled away, letting the chilly air rush in between them. Her gaze found his face again. "We can go whenever you're ready. I trust you." Her words snuck in like a fragile honeysuckle vine, and he didn't catch their full import for several seconds. She trusted him. As competent as this woman was, as much as she'd been forced to bear these last weeks, she was releasing control to him to make the decision he thought best for them both. A weighty responsibility, not one he'd take lightly. Was he ready to strike out again? To resume his full role as her guide and protector and provider? If forced into a battle of strength against a foe, could he keep her safe? Maybe, and his memory. He was still a little fuzzy, but most things were familiar. By staying due north, he should be able to keep them on the right path. He exhaled a long breath. "One more day. We'll leave 2 mornings from now, first light." Her smile was all the thanks he needed. Chapter 19, Lord. Take these fears from me. Please. Noelle. About 8 or 9 days if the snow isn't deep. Noelle strained to focus on the Indian's hands as Daniel translated the signs into English. "When we reach the Valley of the 3 Mountains, we turn due west. The cabin will be a short ride from there." Excitement slid through her. A short ride. Only 9 days and a short ride, then they'd reach Simeon. Daniel glanced at her, a smile pulling at his mouth as though he could read her thoughts. Then he turned back to the Indians standing before them, Running Horse and Ituha, a few others just behind them. He raised his hand in a universal sign of farewell, and their host did the same. A burn slid into her eyes as Ituha took both of Noelle's hands with a solemn look. "Thank you, friend," Noelle said. "Thank you." Ituha nodded as though she understood, and it was hard to be sure, but it looked like a glimmer touched the older woman's gaze, too. Within minutes, she and Daniel had mounted and turned northward, Grizz trotting beside the horses. They skirted the first mountain as Running Horse had directed, fighting a gusting wind all morning as they rode. Her new buckskins were warmer by far than her dress and stockings, but even with her coat, she couldn't shake her chill. The freezing air forced its way down her neck and up her sleeves, finding any opening she'd left unbarricaded. When they stopped for the noon meal, rations Ituha had packed for them, Daniel eyed the sky while he ate. He was likely looking at the thick gray clouds pressing down on them. "Do you expect snow?" She studied him while she waited for his response. His mouth pinched as he seemed to debate his answer. Because he wasn't sure? Or because he didn't want to worry her? At last he said, "Maybe tonight. I hope we can make it over the next mountain before we camp. There's a shallow cave there that would be good shelter." Her heart leapt. How wonderful to be protected from the ice and snow. Surely a cave would be warmer during a snowfall than an oilcloth stretched over them. The mountain they crossed carried them higher than they'd been in weeks, exposing a glorious view of snow-covered peaks that stretched forever. A lake nestled in the midst of a far valley, its water as green as spring grass. The entire view swept through her with an intensity that filled her chest to overflowing. "Amazing, isn't it?" Daniel had reined in beside her, taking in the immense beauty of the scene. She nodded, her throat too full for words. This land had a way of weaving itself through her, capturing her senses like she'd never expected. They pressed on, riding until dusk before they reached the area where Daniel thought the cave might be. And then they almost missed it because of a new growth of trees concealing the entrance. Daniel's face had grown pale, and he slumped over his grip on the saddle, a very different image than he'd presented when they set out that morning. Perhaps they should have stopped sooner, but this cave would be a blessing in the coming weather, and the smothering sky made it clear there would be much they needed protection from. They quickly unloaded the horses, then Daniel gathered the reins to take the animals to water. She jumped to her feet, leaving the pack she'd started to open. "I'll take them, you start the fire." He turned a weary gaze on her. "I can do it, Noelle." She placed her hand over his on the reins. "I know you can, but you're quicker with the fire than I. And to be honest, I'm not sure I'm ready for you to disappear into the darkness with our horses again. I may never find you this time." She'd meant the line as a joke, yet she couldn't quite summon the lightness her tone should have held. He seemed to be debating with himself, the line of his shoulders slumping in exhaustion. At last, he released the reins to her. "All right, best not hobble them tonight. They'll stay close." She nodded. Exactly what she'd been thinking. She'd never seen horses so attached to their master, which proved once more Daniel truly was a good man. The animals would know. By the time the horses drank their fill, and she'd settled them in a spot where grass peeked above the remnants of snow, she could no longer feel her hands, and her feet burned with the effort of walking. At least the moccasins kept them dry. Her teeth chattered while she and Grizz climbed the rocky hillside to the cave, and as soon as she entered, she dropped to her knees by the flames Daniel was feeding. The fire didn't give off much heat yet, but hopefully it would soon. "We'll have warm water for you to drink." Daniel set the snow-filled pot in the nook between two burning logs. Just looking at the icy white crystals sent another shiver through her. Daniel stepped behind her and pressed warm hands against her upper arms, rubbing up and down to stimulate heat. If anything could warm her, it would be Daniel, although he shouldn't worry about her when he was so exhausted. She tugged her coat tighter around her neck and straightened, then turned to him with a smile. "Thanks. I'll get the evening meal started now. Sit and rest a while." He shook his head. "I'm going out for more wood. We need a good pile so we can keep it dry." She had to work to keep in her sigh. Yes, with more snow coming on, they'd need wood for the night, as well as some to carry with them tomorrow, so they'd have dry wood for their fire tomorrow night. Take Grizz with you. The dog was tired, but he could help protect Daniel from unseen predators in the darkness. As man and dog stepped out, she turned her attention to preparing food. Idaha had sent a satchel full of dried berries and other edibles. She wasn't quite sure what each was, but some would be a welcome addition to their meat in a stew. Within minutes, she had the pot simmering beside the flames. The fire had begun to loosen her chill, but she needed to go back out and help gather wood. After lining their foodstuffs along the side of the cave with the other pack, she glanced around once more to make sure all was well. Heavy snowflakes drifted through the darkness when she stepped outside. Which way had Daniel gone? After a moment, she found his tracks, although the falling snow had almost covered them. Daniel? As she followed his trail, an urgency quickened her spirit. What if he'd fallen or become too exhausted to trek back up the hill? Hopefully, he'd have enough sense to leave the wood behind. Or, what if he happened upon a dangerous animal? Did he have his rifle with him? No matter how many times she called up the memory of him leaving the cave, she couldn't recall whether his hands had gripped the gun. Lord, be with Daniel, keep him safe. When she'd almost reached the base of the hill, she called again. Daniel? Here! His voice brought a wash of blessed relief, and she headed that direction. He walked so silently, she saw him moving like a night shadow long before she heard him. He was hunched and holding an armful of sticks. He straightened as she approached. I was worried about you. Did you bring your rifle? I'm well, and yes, I have it. His deep baritone washed over her in a soothing ripple. Good. Is something wrong? Did you see something? He seemed to study her through the darkness. She shook her head. Nothing. Just a sense. Silliness, I guess. She rested a hand on Grizz's head as he pressed against her leg. The dog knew just how to comfort. Daniel stayed nearby while she loaded her arms with sticks and small logs. She would need to come back for more, but this was a good start. They worked their way up the hill, her weary muscles fighting against the effort. Their long day in the saddle had taken its toll on her, same as Daniel. Soon she could snuggle under her buffalo fur with a cup of hot stew. That reward would be worth every bit of the effort it took to accomplish these chores. They'd almost reached the cave's entrance when Grizz growled low in his throat. Daniel jerked to a halt, his face taking on a strained look as he peered toward the cave. She studied the bushy young trees concealing the entrance, but nothing seemed amiss. The bare patches of ground had been covered completely by new snow, which had mostly covered their earlier tracks too. What is it? Not sure. He eased his wood down to the ground, then stood again, holding his rifle. Stay here, Noelle. He motioned for the dog to follow. Stay behind? All her instincts screamed against it. Yet Daniel had asked. Nay, practically ordered. She lowered her own armful of wood as quietly as she could, but the sticks clattered against each other as they hit the snow. A high-pitched scream ripped through the night, sending her heart into her throat. Grizz barked ferociously, drowning out everything else. Daniel! The scream couldn't have been his, but what had he come upon? She sprinted forward just as a rifle blast split the air. Another squeal, almost human, but not quite. As she rounded the shrubby trees, something scrambled just outside the cave, then darted away. Grizz barked once more, then settled into a growl. Daniel, where are you? Her pulse stampeded in her throat. His voice drifted from inside, muttering something she couldn't understand. Daniel? She crept to the cave opening and paused to let her eyes adjust to the bright interior where the firelight danced off the walls, casting eerie, leaping shadows. I'm fine, but the food's not. He leaned over their packs. She stepped inside. What was that? Bobcat ate half our meat. A flurry of emotions flittered through her. Daniel was all right. Surely they could make up for the lost meat. Did you hit it? No. The thing was darting around so much, I couldn't get a clear shot. He looked to be repacking their food, and she stepped forward to help him. I can do that. As she neared, her gaze swept the area, snagging on something odd in the fire. No? She ran for it, kicking the leather satchel out of the flame. Our food! But the fire had already wreaked its havoc, burning more than half of the satchel. Most of the contents had poured out as the flames consumed them. She dropped to her knees beside it. Our berries and all the treats. Everything Ituha sent had been in this pack. Almost all of it had burned. The few remaining handfuls might be scorched, but she gathered them in her palms and tucked them in what little was left of the bag. I'm sorry, Noelle. She met Daniel's agonized gaze. His weary eyes held a grief they shouldn't have to bear. This might have been her den. I didn't think about it when we stopped here. I should have. His throat worked. I should have warned you. Now, not only would they need to hunt in the next couple of days, they'd soon be back to only meat. Her stomach curled into a fist at the thought. His eyes took on a glimmer. I'll take care of us. I'm strong enough now. Something about Daniel's words, the self-sufficiency in them, the hint of desperation that seemed to gird them up, spread a picture in her mind that stung her conscience. Sitting back on her heels, she eyed him. You're right, Daniel. You've recovered much of your strength. But for this journey ahead of us, she motioned vaguely toward the unknown wilderness. You're not strong enough. I'm not strong enough. Only God can fix this. He is the only one who can take us safely. You and I are merely the tools he uses for his plan. He held her gaze, and she didn't dare breathe. Had she angered him? She'd never made such a bold proclamation of faith, but all the civil trappings had been stripped away. This was the test of her faith, the time to stand firm for the God she'd always said she trusted for her safety. Finally, Daniel nodded, then stood. I'll bring in the wood we dropped. She let out a long breath as he walked away. He didn't look angry. Thank you, Lord. When Daniel came in with an armload, she asked, Do you think she'll come back? You think this is her home? He dropped the stack with a clatter. I think we scared her off. She ate a good bit of our meat so she won't be hungry. After bringing in the rest of the wood, he retrieved her pistol from their supplies. Stay here and use this if anything else comes. I'll be sure to call out long before I reach the cave, so don't shoot me. He was going alone? Should she let him? He turned to go, and panic pressed on her chest. Daniel? Pausing, he eased back around. She stood, her mouth open to bid him stay. But she couldn't do it. She shouldn't stop him. This was her own insecurity, churning up unnecessary worry. Where was the faith she'd spoken of only moments before? Daniel straightened, then stepped toward her, with long, purposeful strides. He placed 2 fingers under her chin, lifting her face so she had no choice but to look into those intense eyes. In truth, every part of her wanted to lose herself in him. I can do this, Noelle. Use the gun if you need it, and I'll be back soon. His gaze seemed to drill all the way to her soul. I will be back. I promise. Then he leaned in and pressed a kiss to her lips. Not the deep, passionate kisses he'd give before. This one had strength, determination. He pulled back, and with one final look, turned and walked into the darkness. Chapter 20. This softening in my heart opens me to the pain I've always feared. What if I'm no different than before? Daniel was true to his word. Noelle eased out a breath as he stepped back into the cave just as she finished repacking the slim remains of their food supplies. After he settled the new logs with the others, he sank down before the fire, and she handed him a cup of stew. He sent her what was probably supposed to be a smile, yet his face sagged with weariness. She touched his shoulder. Eat, then rest. He nodded, his face hovering over the mug, as though even eating was too hard. Or maybe he was trying to soak in the heat. She almost offered to feed him, but he probably wouldn't accept the suggestion, and it would be improper unless absolutely necessary. Daniel succumbed to sleep soon after the meal, but as she snuggled under her blankets and furs, she couldn't help but listen for the patter of giant cat paws. Daniel said the bobcat wouldn't be hungry enough to risk returning while they were here. But what if the animal didn't hear them? The fire obviously wasn't enough to keep the beast away. Her gaze landed on the gun she'd placed beside her. At least she'd have protection. When morning light pierced Noelle's awareness, she had to force her grainy eyelids open. It didn't seem possible a new day could have come already. She had no idea when she'd finally drifted to sleep, but it seemed less than an hour before. Keeping a fur wrap tugged over her shoulders, she sat up to get a better look around. Outside the cave, snow stacked at least a foot off the ground, with more flakes falling. Craggy lines of blue sky showed between patches of gray clouds, so perhaps they'd see sunshine yet today. She pulled her gaze back inside the cave, blinking against the light, spotting her vision from the brightness outside. Their fire had been reduced to only a few glowing coals, which meant she'd slept longer than she thought. Daniel still lay on his pallet on the other side of the circle, his eyes open and watching her. Heat crept up her neck under his scrutiny. How long had he been studying her? She raised a hand to brush down the wispy strands that always pulled loose from her braid. He must be awfully tired of seeing her every day, in all manner of disarray. "I'm sorry you have to see me at my worst so often." His expression shifted into something she couldn't decipher. "I'm not." What did he mean by that? Not sorry to see her at her worst? Pleased to be with her at all? So many things she wished he meant, yet she couldn't ask him to clarify. Not when she couldn't even meet his gaze anymore. Instead, she forced a cheery tone as she pushed up to her feet. "Hungry? There's a bit of stew left." And not much else. But she kept that last bit to herself. "I am." He sat up and scrubbed a hand over his face, leaving the front of his hair mussed in a way that made her want to run her fingers through it. Instead, she turned to focus on the food. "Where's Grizz?" "He left earlier. Probably went to find his breakfast." His deep, sleep-roughened voice sent a shiver through her core. "Guess I'll do some hunting after I eat." "That would be good." At least her words came out steady. After Daniel hunted, Noelle cleaned the 2 hair Daniel bagged and slogged through knee-deep snow to ready the horses. The sun shone brightly by the time they finally started northward. So bright, the glare from the snow made it almost impossible to see, even through a tight squint. They rode as far as they could before taking a break to rest the horses and eat a bite. As she sat and chewed jerked meat, Daniel rummaged through the pack on the back of her mare. "What are you looking for?" She should rise and help him, yet her weary legs simply wouldn't allow it. Astounding how riding seemed harder than walking sometimes, especially up, down, and around the steep mountain slopes. He didn't answer until he found what he sought, refastened the pack, and trekked through the snow back to her. He held out a glass jar, one of those mixed in with the medicines, yet the inside of this was black. "What is it?" She peered at the container as he removed the lid and scooped out a fingerful of dark cream. "Paint." He swiped the stuff across one of his cheekbones, then the other. She could only stare. Was he turning Indian before her eyes? Perhaps this shift in his mental state was a delayed reaction to the lightning strike. "What are you doing?" He turned to her. "Black paint stops the glare of the sun from blinding." Relief eased her muscles as a breath seeped out. "Wish I'd known about it. I would have put the stuff on hours ago." He dropped to his haunches in front of her, raising his finger as though he planned to apply it to her face. She leaned away. "I can do that. I'm already messy." His words made sense, so she forced herself to sit perfectly still as he reached toward her again. The paint felt cold, sending chill bumps down her arm, although that may have been from his touch. His nearness. She glanced at his face, her gaze meeting his eyes. Locking with them, he held her fixed with those piercing brown orbs. How could he look so deep within her and still know where to apply the swipe of black paint? When he finished both cheeks, he still hadn't broken the connection of their gazes. His eyes softened, slight creases forming at the corners. "You are so beautiful. It hurts sometimes." His voice rasped, as though he felt that pain now, and had to drag his words through the ache. A knot of emotion clogged her own throat, and she was only able to force out his name. Daniel! He sucked in a breath, pulled back, and rose to his feet. I suppose we should move on. As he turned away, he took another piece of her heart with him. By the end of the next day, snow leaked once again from a heavy sky. Daniel eyed the impending darkness, then peered down the slope. There had to be a place to camp that offered at least a little protection. No trees littered this incline, only snow-covered mounds that signaled rocks. They could clear snow in front of one of the boulders and try to set up a lean-to using an oilskin and their supply packs, but they didn't have enough dry wood with them to last more than an hour. The only other option was to keep riding through the dusk and into darkness until they found tree cover. He glanced back at Noelle, her chin ducked into the folds of her coat, so only her eyes showed through the blowing snow. We need to ride until we find trees for shelter. Can you keep on? She nodded. I'll follow where you lead. Of course she would. By her presence alone, Noelle inspired him to be better. Or at least to want to be better. They started down the slope, navigating around mounds, which were likely rocks. With deepening darkness creating shadows everywhere, he stayed near sections which seemed completely unraised. Sometimes that meant skirting around a large area, but better slow progress than a horse with a broken leg. After a half hour, inky darkness had settled over them, the land as still as death except for steadily falling flakes. At least the wind wasn't gusting as much. He glanced back, but Noelle's hood cast shadows to hide her face. Still all right? For some crazy reason, he needed to hear her voice, needed to know he'd not led her to her grave on this treacherous night. I'm well. Was that the chatter of teeth that made her words quiver? Or just the movement of her horse? Another half hour, and we should reach trees. If his gauge on distance was correct, they were about midway down this barren slope. Good. Definitely her teeth chattering. He had no way to warm her, though. Nothing to do but push on. Every step brought them closer to shelter. Refocusing his attention on the snow ahead, he reined Popper left to avoid a sudden shadow. The gelding obeyed, his trust another gift to be thankful for. Fiesty horses could be deadly on an incline like this. A squeal sounded behind him, a sharp cry. Daniel whirled in the saddle, jerking Popper around. Grizz barked in alarm. Gypsy had sunk to her knees in snow, Noelle tumbling forward over the mare's neck. Noelle! He leaped from his horse, nearly crumbling in the thick snow. He scrambled forward, slogging through the mess with hands and feet. Everything in him strained to reach her. Finally, he and Grizz arrived at her side. Or rather, the crumpled mass of coat that was her. Noelle! He found her shoulder and rolled her over so he could see her face. Her eyes flickered open, sending a flood of relief through him that made him want to wrap her in his arms. Are you all right? Anything broken? She grimaced, as though something ached. But then she shook her head, although a wince soon froze the movement. I'm well, nothing broken. Her jaw quivered, making her teeth chatter. Grizz moved in closer to sniff her face, as though checking for himself whether she was hurt. Daniel pulled him back to focus on Noelle. Let's get you out of the snow. Hopefully the buckskins had kept her dry. Otherwise, they'd have a time getting her warm as the temperature continued to plunge. He helped her stand, and she seemed to bear her weight. Yet her body shivered as she tugged her coat tighter around her. He pulled her close and rubbed her upper arms with a brisk touch. Can you stand alone for a minute while I check your horse? She nodded. Her teeth were probably chattering too hard for her to speak. He turned to Gypsy, who stood with all 4 feet spread, her head down in the snow. Hey girl, you all right? A quick visual sweep showed no open cuts. He took her reins and led her forward a few steps. She limped hard, not putting any weight on her front left leg. When he ran his hands down the limb, the heat emanating from her knee explained the reason. She must have bruised it. Hopefully that was all, and there wasn't something torn inside. Either way, Noelle couldn't ride her. Turning back to the woman, His chest tightened at the way she was visibly shaking. He had to get her to a fire. He stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her. The icy wetness must have reached her skin. Maybe we should set up camp here. There's no cover for the horses. She was right, but maybe he could get her more comfortable. I can walk. He turned her toward his gelding. Climb up on Popper. He helped her into the saddle, then stroked the horse's neck. Stick your hands under his mane. He'll help you get warm. She obeyed without a word. After tucking the gelding's dense mane over her hands, he turned back to the mare. He stroked the thick hair on her neck. Think you can walk, girl? Just a bit farther, then we'll rest. If the horse couldn't stay behind them, he'd have to leave her here and come back for her, which meant hours before he'd get the mare to shelter, not to mention at least an hour or more that he'd be leaving Noelle unattended while he saw to the animal. If Gypsy could possibly travel with them now, they had to make it work. He took the reins and urged her forward, guiding her toward the gelding. After the first few steps, her limp seemed to ease a little. She would slow them down, but maybe she could go at least part of the way. With the reins in hand, he climbed aboard the gelding behind Noelle, then nudged him forward. They started slowly, and the mare didn't fight against this pull. After a few steps, she seemed to settle into the gelding's easy stride. Noelle hadn't stopped shaking, her whole body consumed by the action. He could only wrap one arm around her, because his other hand held the mare's reins, but he snuggled as close as he could. Maybe he should stop to pull some of their furs from a pack, but he hated to halt their forward movement now that he finally had both animals walking together. He'd have to warm her himself. Travel was painstakingly slow, and he had to strain to find the best path to take. Noelle leaned into him, tucking herself against his shoulder in a way that both warmed her and made holding her easier for him. Although having this woman gathered into his arms would never be hard. You doing all right? With his face pressed into her hair, he had only to duck for his words to reach her ear. She nodded, her eyes flicking up to his, but she didn't lift her nose and mouth from the crook of his shoulder. Just snuggle close. We'll be there soon. How soon, he couldn't say, but he had to keep her hopes up. The darkness and the barren, snow-covered hill seemed to go on forever. The mare trudged behind them, as though resigned to her fate. Noelle didn't shake as violently, but her weight on his arm seemed heavier than before, as though she were asleep. He jerked at the thought. Noelle, wake up! No response. He couldn't let her sleep, not being so cold. That was the first step in freezing to death. He jiggled his arm. Noelle, you have to wake up. She slowly raised her head, looking around with a sleepy, bewildered expression. He dropped the gelding's reins for a second to brush the hair from her eyes. You have to stay awake now. You're too cold. Can you feel your hands? She looked down, as if trying to find an answer. I don't think so. A fresh surge of fear speared him. Tuck yourself back against my shoulder, with your hands in front of you, but don't go to sleep. He scrambled for something to say that would keep her awake. Have I ever told you about the winter my father met my mother? Her response was an indecipherable mumble, but he took it as indication to tell the story. If he'd thought before speaking, he would have chosen a different story. Too late for second thoughts now. It was fall of the year. My mother was traveling through the Canadian territories with her aunt and uncle, who were her guardians after her parents died. Their son was stationed at one of the forts, and they came to visit him. My father was an interpreter and guide for the soldiers and trading parties. He found my mother's party a few miles outside of the fort during a blizzard. The first words he ever spoke to her were, "Get on my horse, mademoiselle, and don't fall asleep." Her back shook as though from a chuckle. At least the story was keeping her awake. He got the rest of them on horses and strung the animals together, one behind the other, then mounted the horse with my mother and set off. They made it back to the fort, my mother curled in his arms. He talked to her all the way to keep her from going into a frozen sleep. Noelle burrowed deeper into him. Was she thinking about the way his parents' story ended in marriage? What she didn't know was the final ending, the part where his mother died from the effects of another blizzard just 6 years later. And that time, his father hadn't been able to save her, which was exactly why he had to deliver this woman to her brother. Then, right away. He couldn't fail the way his father had. Chapter 21. Nothing had gone as planned, yet God is my refuge, an ever-present help in trouble. Noelle fought to stay awake, struggling to focus on what was happening around her. A scraping sound, sharp and quick. Then again. Was that Daniel building a fire? She blinked, forcing her eyelids back open. The haze of sleep pulled stronger than she had strength to fight, yet Daniel had insisted she not give in. Even now, his voice penetrated the fog. "Stay awake, Noelle. You'll be warm soon." He made more noises, sounds she couldn't decipher, and it was too hard to try. Her mind wandered back to the story he'd told during the ride. That was the first time he'd spoken of his parents. He'd not said whether his mother was English or French, although either was possible from the way the two countries had fought over the Canadian territories through the years. The gentleness in his voice when he spoke of her had been captivating. He must love her very much. Were his parents still alive? She'd have to ask him. Later, when staying awake didn't require so much effort. More noises sounded behind her, a rustling, gentle and lulling. She bit down hard on her tongue to jerk herself away from the edge of slumber. She had to do something to keep her mind alert. What scripture had she been trying to memorize? Something in Psalm. Something about searching. "Search me, O God, and know my anxieties." She'd skipped some words in there, but the word anxieties jumped out at her. "Know my anxieties, Lord, and take care of them. Please." A blanket landed over her, and she forced her eyes open. It was a fur, actually. Her buffalo hide that she slept with. Then another one. This was the coarser hair of the bearskin Daniel used. He stepped into her line of vision, kicking at the snow, clearing a wider circle around her. "Can I help?" Her words slurred, as if she'd spent a full day in a tavern. "Nope, just getting settled in." He scraped his foot across the ground once more, then bent low to adjust the fur she lay on. She tried to watch him, to keep her focus strong, but her eyelids drifted shut as a new wave of shivers racked through her. He tugged at the skins covering her, and she was too weary to ask what he was doing. Then his strong arm wrapped around her, pulling her closer, into his warmth. The furs tucked around her again, but this time it was as if she'd been enclosed in a heated room, with a warming pan underneath her. She pressed closer, snuggling deeper. Maybe now she could finally let sleep enfold her. A clattering sound pulled Noelle from sleep. Daylight showed a world of white, but it was not quite so cold as when she'd given in to sleep. Another noise sounded behind her, and she turned inside the mass of furs to see what was happening. Daniel stood before the leaping flames of their campfire, positioning a log. His gaze lifted to her, concern glimmering in those brown depths. "Are you warm enough?" "Much better." As long as she didn't let anything peek out except her eyes. "What about you?" He only wore his usual fur coat and hat. How could he stand there without freezing? "Cold doesn't bother me as much as some people." He seemed to stumble over the word some, as though that wasn't what he'd started to say. She studied him. "Why not?" He towed a log, maybe debating his words. "I suppose it's the Indian blood. Indians don't feel the cold as bad." Curiosity surged inside her, but she pressed it down. "On your father's side?" From the story he'd told the night before, his mother sounded like she'd come from the East, either French or English. He looked up, maybe surprised she'd been listening so well. Then he nodded. He was Métis, the name given in the northern country for half-Indian. His gaze seemed to shudder, as though he was guarding himself from her reaction. What did he expect her to do? She'd long wondered whether a bit of Indian blood ran in his veins. He carried himself so much like the other braves they'd met on this journey. 1/4 Indian made sense. Which tribe was he from? Blackfoot. His father a French trader, his mother a squaw. There are many like him. He didn't seem eager to end the conversation, but nor did his voice carry the easy strains she'd come to know and love. More like a man whose mind was set on a task he found distasteful. Why would he feel he had to tell her these things? His ancestry didn't change him in her eyes. Each part of his past had helped form him into the exceptional man he'd become. Did you ever know your grandparents? He shook his head. Death claimed them both when my father had not yet become a man. Her chest squeezed. How hard, for him and for you. I was blessed to have my mother's parents near until I was 12. He reached for another log from a stack beside him, then positioned it on the fire. As much as she craved knowing more about this man, now that he'd finally cracked the door open to his past, he was likely hungry, and she needed to get started on the day if they were to cover much distance. She inched her covers down from her face, clamping her jaw against the slap of icy cold. Daniel was by her side before she realized he'd moved. Stay covered. What do you need? She met his worried gaze, the shudders gone from those deep brown eyes. I have to rise. We need to eat, then get on the trail. I'm fine, Daniel. Really? She must have given him quite a scare the night before. His hand settled on her shoulder. I'll get the food. Your mare is lame, so we're not going anywhere today. Stay by the fire where you'll be warm. Gypsy. A memory flashed through her. Darkness, falling, icy cold. She'd not forgotten about the fall, but never had it occurred to her that Gypsy might be injured. She pushed the furs and blankets aside, ignoring the bite of wind that gusted against her. Where is she? Noelle! Daniel's tone bit sharply, but she wasn't a child in need of scolding. This grown woman had work to do. A faithful friend needing care. On her feet, she glanced around to get her bearings. Their camp tucked into a cluster of 3 lodgepole pines, and about 40 paces away, the 2 horses grazed, or rather, pawed at the snow. Grizz tucked himself against her side, a ready companion wherever she went. She started toward the horses. Daniel hovered so close, she half expected him to grab her arm to stop her. But it was the snow that caught her up short. She had to lift her leg high to step over the drift where Daniel had cleared for their campsite. Her foot seemed to sink forever through the icy snow, and her hands grasped for something to keep her balance as she scrambled for purchase. At last, the ground supported her, but snow clung halfway up her thigh, wrapping around her buckskins like a frigid glove. At least the leathers didn't let moisture seep in. She struggled through a step, pushing the thick snow ahead of her, even when she tried to lift her leg above the surface. Noelle! Daniel's voice hung with frustration. I've already taken care of the mare. She just needs time for the swelling to go down. A shiver racked her body, and she pulled her coat tighter around her. The cold seemed to attack from inside, weakening every part. With her next step, a bit of ice seeped inside her moccasin, searing her skin with a frost so bitter she sucked in a breath. Daniel's solid hands closed around her upper arms. Please, Noelle, stay by the fire. There's nothing you can do for the mare. It was the fear in his tone that made her turn back. She must have frightened him thoroughly with her reaction to the fall the night before. The last thing she wanted was to be a burden to him. Daniel eyed the laden sky the next morning. He had to get Noelle to her brother, the place where she'd be safe. She was too exposed out here. There was too much he couldn't protect her from, and by the looks of the heavy clouds, they'd be in for more weather. The mare still limped a little, so he couldn't chance letting Noelle ride her. She could ride Popper, and he'd fashion some snowshoes before they set out. They couldn't afford to wait another day. Noelle protested against riding while he walked, but he wasn't about to give in, especially through the country they would be traversing. He'd lost some stamina from his battle with the lightning, and their pace was slower, but he made it through the morning hours. By midday, he was a sweaty mess, even though Noelle's shivering proved the temperatures hadn't warmed any. They stopped partway up a mountain where no trees encumbered the majestic view, but the wind kept up brisk gusts as she readied the simple meal of roasted elk while he checked the mare's swelling. She's about the same as this morning. The walking isn't helping, but doesn't seem to be doing damage. He patted the mare's shoulder. I'm thankful for that. Noelle handed him his portion. then took her place beside him on the rock he'd cleared. Her shoulder brushed his, and she turned to him, a bit of surprise on her face. "Oh, you're warm." He shifted so she could scoot closer. Too warm for this cold. He could already feel the sweat freezing against his skin. Having her by his side could only help them both. She nestled in, and he tucked his hand at her waist. This felt so good, so right, sitting side by side, sharing a simple meal. The mountains spread out around them. Just now, all seemed worth it, just to experience this moment of perfection. Too soon, they were back on the trail, and after 2 more weary hours, they finally crested the slope. He was panting from the climb, Gypsy hobbling behind him. Noelle and Popper brought up the rear, mostly because it kept the pair from far outdistancing his slow pace. Most of him wanted to drop to the ground and rest as the land leveled off and began to dip away in a descent. But if he stopped, he may never begin again. So he forced one snowshoe forward, then the other, step after weary step. "Daniel!" Noelle's call seemed to grab at him, pulling him upright, stilling him. Yet he didn't have the strength to turn to her. "What?" "Let's trade places." He shook his head as he struggled to gather enough breath to ease his lungs. "I'm all right." Then he gathered his strength and took another step forward. "Daniel." Her voice buzzed with frustration, and the squeak of her saddle grew louder as she rode up alongside him. "Ride for a while. It's only fair we trade off." "I'm fine." She was a hard woman to ignore, but he didn't have the strength to say more than a couple words. "The walking will warm me." That stopped him, and he turned to look at her. She huddled in her coat, and it looked like she might be shivering again. A far cry from his overheated condition. But he shook his head. "It'll be worse if you get too hot. Sweating in this cold can bring on a fever." Or worse. And he wouldn't let her do it. "Then ride with me. I'll be warmer with you behind me." His body flashed back to the night before, when he slept with her tucked in his arms to warm her. In truth, he'd not slept that much, and he'd stayed far more than warm. Having her so near had been a torturous pleasure, one he shouldn't repeat. Yet her face had gone pale, and she did appear to be shaking. He couldn't let her get sick. Riding a short distance downhill wouldn't be too much for the big bay gelding. After unstrapping his snowshoes and tying them on the mare's pack, he climbed up behind Noelle. Thankfully, he'd built this saddle with a wider seat than most, so it accommodated the two of them without much discomfort. When he wrapped his arms around her, she sank against him as if they'd been riding this way for years, which made him wonder, not for the first time, what she thought about the attraction that pulsed between them. Did she enjoy being in his arms as much as having her there seemed to make him feel whole? He'd told her of his ancestry, and that should have made her back away. She needed him as a guide, yes, but his disclosure should have formed a wall between them. Yet she'd not even acted surprised. What did she want from him? Did she think they could have something more after he delivered her to her brother? Surely not. Yet a part of him was beginning to form a picture of what that could look like. A picture not too dissimilar to the life his parents had lived for those first 6 years. And that thought alone was enough to freeze all the tender feelings stirring inside him. For Noelle's sake, he'd deliver her to her brother, then walk away. She'd be safer without him. Chapter 22. Bearing my past is the greatest test of all. Daniel. Daniel managed to find a large creek to camp beside that evening. By the time he finished clearing a hole in the ice and letting the horses drink their fill, Noelle had nurtured a fire and now made a ring around it from the wet logs she'd gathered, so the heat of the flames could dry the wood. "Horses are settled." He dropped the stack of ropes beside their packs, then reached for the pot. Grizz wandered off to find his own supper. "I'll get water. Anything else you need?" "Nothing, thanks. I'll try to make a stew for us tonight, or at least broth with meat in it. Something to warm us." "Sounds good." She clearly needed it more than he did, but warmth in his belly would be nice, as darkness deepened the Arctic chill around them. Once he brought the pot of water from the creek, he glanced around to see what else needed doing. "Sit and relax, Daniel. You must be exhausted." His gaze found Noelle, kneeling by the fire as she cut chunks of meat into the pot. She gave him a soft smile and motioned toward a clear area on the ground. "You haven't told me one of your stories in some time. Keep me company while the food heats." His body seemed to go weak as he eyed the place she motioned, and he allowed himself to collapse into it. The fire was finally starting to put off enough heat, which was warming his frozen face. He let himself enjoy the sensation, then lifted his focus to Noelle. "A story?" She met his gaze. "Tell me about your parents. Do they still live in the mountains?" Her voice held that soft, rhythmic cadence, taking away a bit of the sting from the memories her words stirred. He let his gaze slip back to the fire and watched the flames leap up to reach the top log. "Not anymore." She didn't respond, and the silence stretched. She was waiting for him to elaborate, he knew it. And he wanted to tell her all of it. For the first time in his life, he wanted someone to know him. Every part, even about the incompetent boy who'd accidentally set fire to his father's lodge. He wanted her to know how much he missed his mother. Every day. Even as a boy, when his father left him with the tribe for months at a time, it was his mother's return he craved, although he knew she'd never come back. Those nights when silent tears streamed down his little face. He'd never let the others see, but he wanted Noelle to know. So, with his gaze on the leaping flames, he started with the truth that changed his life. "My mother died when I was 5 years old. I don't remember much before then. What little I do recall is dim, like a dream. It always felt as though the life I live now began when I was 5. Noelle didn't answer. He didn't give her time as the words poured out of him like a waterfall. He told of that awful winter day his parents returned from a short journey to the nearby fort. His uncle had stayed with him, Nicotaya, his father's Indian half-brother. His parents returned, but they'd fought their way through a fierce snowfall, which sent his mother to bed with a fever. She never recovered, no matter how much he'd pleaded. He spoke of growing up the day his father closed their little cabin and moved them both to Nicotaya's camp. Except Pa stayed for only 2 days before setting out for a scouting trip. Looking back, Daniel was pretty sure his father had been mourning, but at the time, it felt as though he'd lost both parents within the space of a fortnight. No matter how much the women of the camp, his Aunt Nopi among them, tried to coddle him, nothing stopped the ache that twisted his insides until he longed for a physical pain to take away the agony within. When he turned 10, Pa began taking him on scouting and hunting excursions. It was then he realized just how inept he was. Even though he'd played and trained with the other youths in the village, nothing had prepared him for Pa's exacting standards. The abilities the man possessed in hunting, tracking, and living in tandem with the land were admirable, yet Pa expected Daniel to be every bit as skilled. And Daniel couldn't seem to stop his blunders. His story poured out as Noelle handed him a mug of stew, the darkness closing in around their campfire. She never interrupted. The few times he glanced her way, her face held deep concentration, twin furrows denting the skin between her brows. As if she really cared about what had happened to him. "The last time I saw my father, he and my uncle left for a short moose hunt. They never came back, so we followed their tracks as far as the river. Spring thaw had just begun, so we presumed the water swallowed them, as it has others. And that, in many ways, had been the end of his former life." "How long ago was that?" He raised his gaze to meet her soft-spoken words. 10 years. After that, I rarely went back to Nicotaya's camp. I visit every so often, but I prefer to work alone." She held his gaze, a world of emotions shimmering in her eyes. "That's quite a story. I understand much more about you now." He looked away. That was why he'd told her, so she'd know him fully. Yet what had been his true motivation? Wanting to be known by anyone? Or by this particular woman? His body itched to move, to get away from the thoughts swirling in his mind. He pushed to his feet. I'm going for more firewood. He slipped into the darkness before she could stop him. Noelle pushed to her feet, wrapping her coat tighter around herself. Her mind spun with all Daniel had said. So much of his actions, his nature, made sense now. She could see each of the influences that had formed him: his intense sense of honor, his privacy, his exacting standards for himself. Any time she praised him, he deflected the comment as though he didn't believe her. Yet, deep inside, words of commendation were what he probably needed most. Someone to believe in him. He'd grown into such an honorable man, so skilled, so caring. How could she not love everything about him? It was high time she show him how she felt. For now, she needed to freshen up a bit at the creek. As cold as the water would be, it had been days since she'd cleaned up. It was a wonder Daniel could stand the stench of her. Heading the way he'd come when he gathered water earlier, she followed his tracks and the gentle bubbling sound of the water. Several sets of Daniel's moccasin prints led to and from the hole he'd broken in the ice. At the water's edge, she saw where hoof prints had tamped the snow into a flat layer. She slipped on the slick ice that had formed over the pressed snow and dropped to her knees on the bank. Thin ice had formed over the water where Daniel had cut. She cracked it easily and scooped icy liquid onto her face. A squeak slipped out as the frigid water slapped every one of her senses into wide alert. Cold. Her numb cheeks stung as if she'd pressed a hot iron to them. Quickly, she scrubbed her face, neck, and hands, but she couldn't bring herself to uncover any more skin to apply this liquid torture. Shivers had taken over her body again, and she pulled her hood back in place, then rewrapped her hands. Noelle? Daniel's call slipped through the trees around her. He must have returned to camp and found her missing. I'm here. She stood and twisted so her words would reach him, but the quick motion on the icy ground made her moccasins slip. Her right knee landed hard, her left foot slipping behind her. She braced herself on her hands and knee, holding herself perfectly still so she wouldn't fall again on the slick ice. Then a searing burn inched its way up her left foot, the one that had slipped back behind her. She pulled her leg forward, and even in the darkness, she could see a line where her moccasin and legging were darker below than above. The burn rose up to that line, and she had to touch a hand to the leather before the truth finally soaked through her now wet glove and into her brain. Her leg was soaked from the knee down, in this weather cold enough to freeze the fur off a bear. She had to get back to the fire. Crawling forward, she inched away from the icy, trodden snow. As soon as she reached the place unmarred, she pushed to her feet and stumbled forward. Her leg ached all the way to the bone now, as though the icy water were eating through skin and muscle. The moccasins and leggings had proved mostly waterproof so far, but perhaps a dunking was more than they could handle. She stumbled into the light of their campfire, then dropped to the ground beside the fire. What's wrong? Daniel was by her side in an instant. She gripped her aching leg. I'm wet. Her breath came in gasps as shivers took over. He reached for the bedrolls and wrapped a fur around her shoulders. We have to get your wet things off before they freeze. He knelt by her foot and started with the moccasin lacings. His fingers seemed to shake as much as she did, or maybe that was just her own shivering that blurred her vision. No matter how tight she pulled the fur around her, she couldn't seem to stop her body's convulsions. When Daniel pulled her shoe off, her foot looked white as sheep's wool. Maybe it was the glare of the firelight that made her skin look waxy. She tried to wiggle her toes, but the searing pain all the way through her bone made it hard to even bend her ankle. He touched her foot. She waited for a pinching sensation or something, but she couldn't feel anything except the fire in her leg. A violent shiver shook all the way through her body, which seemed to put an extra urgency in Daniel's actions. He pulled out his knife and slit her legging just above the waterline near her knee. It was a wonder he didn't draw blood with the way she trembled, but he'd surely had lots of experience with the blade. He wrapped her entire leg and foot in a wolfskin, then looked up and seemed to study her. Let's get something warm in you. After pouring the last of the broth in a cup for her, He moved close and raised the tin to her mouth so she wouldn't have to pull her hands out of the fur. The warm liquid scalded all the way down her throat, but it was a delicious burn. Still, she couldn't help a grimace as she pressed her eyes shut and gulped in a breath. Then she let him tilt another sip into her mouth. This one wasn't so bad. Perhaps her mouth and throat had been numbed by the prior scorching. When the cup was only half empty, her stomach protested anything more, roiling as though it would spew out the contents she'd just swallowed. She sucked in air, her shoulders still quivering. Her body surged both hot and cold from her head all the way to the tops of her legs. Beneath that, she felt nothing, except perhaps a tingling in her right foot, the one that hadn't been submerged. Fear clawed in her chest, making breathing hard. Daniel! He squeezed her shoulders. Yes? I can't feel my legs. He didn't answer, and she couldn't turn to look at him because of the cocoon of furs wrapped around her. Her head seemed to float, and dark spots danced around the edge of her vision. His silence only pressed down on the fear inside her. What does that mean? Why can't I feel my legs? He shifted down to her feet. I don't know. We have to get you warm, though. As he rubbed her lower legs, a hint of that burning sensation returned in her right leg, the one still encased in her buckskin legging and moccasin. That must be good. The pain was surely better than complete loss of sensation. He rubbed for several minutes, so vigorously his ministrations jostled her whole body. I can feel the burning again. At least in her right leg. And she'd finally stopped shivering. Mostly. Now that the shaking had lessened, exhaustion seemed to take over her body as if she'd been running hard for hours. Every part of her wanted to keel over and rest, curl up into a tiny ball and let her eyes drift shut, sink into the oblivion that called her. Let's lie you down. Daniel's voice sank over her like a warm blanket. He gently eased her back, and she turned on her side just as she'd craved, tucking into a ball. His hands stroked the furs around her, tugging at her legs, rubbing, trying to bring warmth into her. Good. Daniel knew what to do, and she was far too tired to worry just now. Chapter 23. I have not the strength to do what I must. Noelle fear pressed hard on Daniel's chest as he peered under the fur he'd wrapped around Noelle's foot. Her toes had turned a purplish blue in the hour since he'd first removed the wet leathers. He'd never seen appendages in the process of falling off, but he'd seen the leftover stumps of more than one mountain scout. Their surrounding skin was always dark, like a nasty bruise that would never go away. Noelle's toes were turning a lighter shade of that same color, especially the little ones. Oh God, if you care about this woman who follows you, make her better. Don't let her lose her foot. He rewrapped the fur and scrubbed the limb with both hands. He had to get the blood flowing through her foot. He couldn't let her lose it, not even a single toe. After another quarter-hour of rubbing both legs through the fur, he moved back to her head. He peeled back his glove to press his wrist against her forehead. Bundled this much, and so close to the fire, she should be warm enough. Her skin practically singed him. Maybe the fire had become too much for her. Yet, deep inside, his fear found a deeper stronghold. Please, let it not be fever. After shifting the blanket he'd laid underneath her, he rolled her over so her back was to the fire. Then, he slipped a bare finger behind her neck, just to check the skin that hadn't been facing the fire. Hot. Perspiration dampened the hair there. He pulled her away from the fire about a foot. It would be a fine line between too much heat or not enough. He'd have to keep a close watch on her. A glance at the moon's position showed it must be sometime around midnight. His body ached with weariness, but worry probably wouldn't let him sleep. At least he could lie down for a while, close enough he could keep a watch on her. Make sure she didn't start shivering again. He'd wrapped most of their blankets and furs around Noelle, but he pulled the one extra skin over himself and lay down beside her. Warmth seemed to emanate from her. Or maybe that was his imagination. What should he do if she took fever? If he stayed here until she recovered, he had no way of protecting her from the elements. The only tools he had to keep her warm were the fire, the furs, and his own body heat. What if it snowed again? A very real possibility for the next several months. Or, what if the fever didn't go away? He wasn't a doctor. He knew a little tribal medicine, but nothing he could gather in the dead of winter on the side of a mountain. His father hadn't been able to save his mother from fever brought on by the cold, and he'd had a warm cabin and herbs at his disposal. Even that hadn't been enough. Trying to nurse her out here in the elements could only end in the worst. He couldn't take that chance with Noelle. He'd already put her at risk bringing her this far north through the start of winter. He had to get help. Should he take her back to the Crow camp? Everything in him screamed against backtracking when they'd worked so hard to make it this far. But maybe that was best for Noelle. Perhaps she should even stay the winter there. When spring came, he could take her on to her brother. But would the man worry and come after her? Surely he'd realize they'd been delayed by the weather. If only Daniel knew how much farther they had to travel. Running Horse had said 8 or 9 days. Had it only been 4 since they left his camp? That seemed a lifetime ago. They were midway then, or close to it. Should he press on or turn back? Either way, he was taking a chance that could cost Noelle her life. Daniel's sleep was fitful when he dozed at all. Fever heated Noelle to the point that he'd pulled her further from the fire and removed 2 of her furs. The furnace inside her body made her sweat, which meant contact with the cold could make her even more ill. If he removed many more furs, she'd be too exposed. He was inept at caring for others. All he could do was his best, but it didn't seem good enough, especially when she grew restless in her sleep. Her lips looked dry and cracked, so he woke her twice to drink cool water. A red flush dotted both of her smooth cheeks. The minute light touched the far eastern sky. He called the horses and began saddling. He had to get Noelle as far as the animals could travel today. He might have to ride with her to keep her in the saddle, although it wouldn't be easy for Popper to carry them both all day. He'd have to take things as they came. Noelle raised groggy eyelids when he woke her. "Can you sit up and drink this? Then we need to get you in the saddle." He helped her sit upright, cradling her as he lifted the cup to her lips. She seemed so light, as though she were already wasting away. After he helped her rise, she stumbled toward the mare. "Hold on there!" He tossed the rest of the water from the cup, then tucked it in his pack. "I need to carry you so your feet don't get wet." "I'm fine, Daniel." But her mumbled words seemed more a reflex than her actual opinion, because she waited for him to scoop her up and place her in his saddle. After climbing up behind her, they set off. He nudged Popper into a brisk walk, Grizz beside him, and Gypsy trailing on the tether strap. Her limp seemed barely there this morning, which was good. He had all he could handle caring for Noelle. Daniel pushed them hard that day, but when they reached a narrow valley around midday, he cleared snow so Noelle could lie down, then cleared another patch of grass for the horses to graze. Winter brown grass wasn't the best nutrition, but he was almost out of the feed corn Running Horse had sent. They just had to make it another 4 or 5 days. If he could keep them all alive that long, they'd have help. He had to believe that. Noelle would be all right. Any other possibility made bile rise in his gut, and he pushed the thoughts aside every time. They rode past sunset that night, rode until darkness settled so deep it was hard to know for sure they were moving the right direction. Thankfully, they'd been following a stretch of trees for the past half hour, so it wasn't as hard to clear a spot for their camp. Firewood was easy to come by, too. Noelle's fever still burned high, and she'd slept in his arms most of the afternoon. Now her breathing had taken on a wheezing sound, and she coughed more as darkness fell. Not a deep cough from her lungs, but who knew how it might develop? If only he had some bone-set plant to help break the fever. Then a memory surged, something his aunt, Nope, had used. The bark from a willow tree. It was too dark to search for a willow tonight, but he'd look at first light. He might have to wait until they found water again, since willows preferred to line creeks and rivers. After settling the horses and chopping enough wood for the night's fire, he sank down beside Noelle. "Are you ready to eat?" She'd barely consumed one strip of jerky all day, so he was going to make sure she forced enough food down now. Maybe he should have stopped before dark so he could hunt. Fresh meat would be much more palatable than this hard stuff. She raised weary eyelids, just enough to look at him through slits. He slipped his hand under her arms. "Let's sit up a little." No matter how he tried to keep his voice light, the heaviness in his chest weighed down his words. Holding herself upright seemed too much for her, so he rested her against a wad of blankets. "How about a drink first?" As he put the cup to her lips, her long lashes fluttered, then lifted to look at him. Her skin was still so pale, and a red flush bloomed on both her cheeks. Even her eyes looked weary, but she held his gaze. A gaze so trusting, as though she felt confident placing her well-being in his hands. Her very life. A boulder clogged his throat, and he dropped his gaze to the cup. He couldn't fail her, yet he was so powerless to save her. All he could do was attempt to keep her warm and nourished, which he wasn't doing such a good job with, and get her to her brother's family. "I'm not strong enough. You're not strong enough. Only God can fix this." Her words from a few days earlier swept through his mind like an eagle pouncing on its prey. If God could fix it, why didn't he? She was right about one thing. Daniel wasn't strong enough to make her well. He could only hope he was strong enough to get her to someone who could. Exhausted as Daniel was, he didn't sleep much better than he had the night before. In the scant morning light of early dawn, he was able to snag a snowshoe hare, but he walked as far as he dared without finding a willow tree. Maybe he'd have better luck while they were riding. Noelle stirred restlessly in her sleep. And no wonder, since heat emanated from her stronger than from the campfire. Should he bathe her face with a bit of snow? That seemed crazy in temperatures so cold, yet her body felt close to igniting from the heat it created. He dabbed a small bit of snow on her cheeks, then her forehead, but the icy pellets seemed to melt on contact. Noelle's eyelids flickered open, showing a hazy look as though she couldn't quite place what was happening. "I'm trying to get your fever down. Can you drink a little?" She parted her lips, and he poured a few sips into her mouth. But then a spasm of coughs took over, and she turned to the side as her body shook in raspy barks. "Oh, Noelle!" His own chest throbbed. Every part of him ached as if he were trying to take on her pain, and he would bear her burden in half a second if there was any way to take the agony from her. The coughs ceased, and she sank back, her beautiful lashes dipping. He couldn't help but press a kiss to her brow. The heat there made bile rise in his stomach. "I'm going to get you help, love. Hold on. Please." Something like a murmur slipped from her, but no words he could understand. He ran a hand down her bundled arm. "Let me get the horses ready, then I'll be back for you." That day seemed to stretch on forever, especially since it grew harder and harder to wake Noelle when Daniel tried to have her drink and eat a few bites. At dusk, he found a narrow river lined with a cluster of trees, one of them a willow. "Looks like we'll camp here?" He'd been talking at random times throughout the day, hoping maybe his rambling would give Noelle something to hold on to. Something to keep her aware of where they were, so she wouldn't slip into that place where he couldn't reach her. She didn't acknowledge when he pulled her off the gelding. Her head didn't loll, but she must have been too worn out to open her eyes. He kicked aside as much snow as he could, then laid a fur on the ground to shield her from the wet beneath. "Rest easy while I make up a batch of willow tea. It'll take a minute, because I have to build the fire enough to steep the tea, but at least we found the tree." He hadn't talked this much in his life, yet he couldn't seem to stop rambling. Maybe he was doing it to keep from losing his mind. He might be dangerously close to that end, as out of control as he felt. Once he had the horses settled and the tea brewed, it took over an hour to get a single cupful into Noelle. Between the coughs that racked her body and her extreme exhaustion, she only took a couple of sips at a time before she had to rest, which gave him too much time to watch her. The sight of her so weak, so near the end of her strength, twisted him tightly inside until he wanted to scream, to cry, to do something. Anything that would make a difference. He raised his gaze to the cloudy heavens. If you're up there like Noelle says, then make her well. Please. If her God didn't save her, Daniel had no other recourse. He had nothing left. Chapter 24. This fear that presses around me threatens to shatter my heart in pieces. Daniel woke with a start, the brightness of daylight on snow blinding him. He squinted to make out his surroundings. How had he slept through the night? His gaze landed on Noelle, focusing on her face. Her skin was pale as the snow around their camp, although a touch of pink still brushed both her cheeks. Her lips were chapped and cracking, but he studied them for the regular intake of breath. No movement. He bolted upright and pressed his hand to her forehead, scalding. Then he slid his fingers down to her neck, pushing back the blankets so he could have access to her pulse. Still thrumming. Quicker than before, almost like a flutter. He laid a finger on her lips. Maybe there was a tiny bit of air coming through. His own pulse raced as he reached for the cup, then scooped it in the pan of willow bark tea. The tin pinged off ice. Of course, the liquid had frozen. He'd slept all night and let the fire die. His hands shook as he worked the fire, which made it harder to stoke the coals into flame. He was cold, sure, but he knew fear when he saw it. The trembling was merely an overflow of the twisted spasms in his gut. He had to get Noelle to someone who could help. Today? Was today the 4th day since she'd taken ill? Nights and days had run together, but that seemed right. Maybe. Possibly tomorrow they'd reach her brother. He'd be on the lookout for an enclave of flat land surrounded by 3 mountains. He just had to keep Noelle alive until tomorrow. The thought surged panic in his chest, and he pushed to his feet and headed for the woods. There was much to do before they could move out this morning. It seemed to take forever to get the fire going enough to melt a cup of tea for Noelle, and he tried to eat a little something as he worked, yet his stomach would barely hold down a few bites. When the drink was ready, he moved to Noelle and stroked her burning forehead. "Noelle, can you wake enough to drink this? It'll help you." She didn't move, didn't blink, not a murmur or even a restless twitching. He touched her shoulder, nudged. "Wake up, Noelle. You need to drink this." Still nothing. His pulse pounded in his ears, every muscle in his body clenching. He shook her. "Please, Noelle." His voice cracked, but he couldn't control it any more than he could wake her. "You have to wake up." She was still breathing. He could tell by the slight puffs of air leaving her parted lips. "Here, just a little." He raised her head and dribbled a few drops between her lips. She needed something to sustain her, and this was the only thing he had. When he'd poured in as much as he dared, he rushed through packing up the camp. He had to reach her brother's place today, even if it took riding into the night. Noelle might not make it until tomorrow. The first snowflake fell before noon. Daniel tamped down his fear and nudged Popper into a trot as the ground leveled out around the mountain they were skirting. But the horse was only able to keep up the faster gait for a few strides. This blasted snow was everywhere, over 3 feet high in most spots. In some places, it drifted almost twice that much. More flakes fell, small pellets of ice crystals that seemed to increase with each breath he took. They stung his face, but he adjusted Noelle's blanket so she was protected from the onslaught. "It's snowing, love." He drank in her fragile features, a new lump clogging his throat. "Can you hear me, Noelle? It's snowing." His voice cracked, but it mattered not. He'd do anything for his words to make her eyelids flutter open. To see those beautiful eyes looking deep inside him. He'd let her see whatever she wanted. Let her have whatever she wanted. His heart? She already held it. If only she would wake so he could tell her. Through the afternoon, he only stopped once for the horses to blow. Snow fell heavy now, limiting his vision. If the wind started blowing, they'd be in danger of a regular blizzard. Every so often, he dabbled water in Noelle's mouth with a canteen he'd rigged the day before. If he'd thought about it, he would have brewed tea to put in the canteen. but he'd not spent time on anything, and he couldn't stop now. The wind picked up as the afternoon waned, swirling the ever-falling snow around them like a shroud, blocking his vision of anything farther than a few feet in front of the gelding. The vice pressing on his chest squeezed tighter, binding him until he could barely draw breath. He'd relied mostly on the sun's position to know they were headed north, but this world of white blocked the sun completely. Except, maybe that faint brightening to his left was the sun's efforts to penetrate through cloud and snow. That was the direction it should be. He couldn't lose that light. Not until night fell. And hopefully, this blizzard would cease long before then. Noelle's hoarse breathing blocked out all sound except the squeak of leather beneath him. She'd not coughed today in her unconscious state. Was that a good thing? He'd take the coughing any day over the lifeless way she draped against him. Being so out of control loosed fear that ran rampant through him. "You're not strong enough. Only God can fix this." Noelle's words rushed back at him over and over. He raised his face heavenward, snow pelting his skin. "God, if you're real like Noelle says you are, make her better, please." His words seemed to hover around him in the snow-filled air. Had they reached through the blizzard to find the deity's ear? He had so little knowledge of these things, mostly because he hadn't wanted to know about faith in something that could wrench control of his life. Maybe that was another failing of his. Perhaps if he'd sought to know the truth about which being had actually created the world, and whether that God still cared about his people, he'd have somewhere to turn for help now. Noelle believed in the Christian God. She was convinced he cared. "If it's true, if you care about her, me, any of us," he screamed into the white swarming around him. "Save this woman, make her wake up." Saying the words made him feel a tiny bit better, a very tiny bit, as though he no longer shouldered the full weight of Noelle's care. He dropped his gaze to her face, still pale, her breathing still raspy. Just because he'd demanded it didn't mean God would act this very second. But he'd need to act soon if he planned to step in. Noelle didn't have much time left. Daniel refocused on his surroundings, squinting through the white to keep the tiny glimmer of sunlight at his left and help Popper pick his way around obstacles. Moving forward in the belly of a blizzard was complete foolishness, but he had no choice. A quarter hour later, Popper stumbled, and Daniel jerked up on the reins to help the horse stay upright. "Easy, boy, careful." He reined the horse in for a rest. They were both breathing heavily. Daniel's gaze flicked to Noelle's face, as it had all day. Was that a shift under her eyelids? "Noelle, can you hear me?" A sliver of hope planted in his chest. Her lashes fluttered, then parted. Barely. But it was enough to wash away all his exhaustion. "Noelle, oh, Noelle." He pulled her closer. Her body straightened. Her lips parted. Dry, cracked lips. "Here, take a drink." He raised the canteen to her mouth and dribbled water in. Ice clinked inside the flask, so it must be a cold drink. Maybe that would help bring her fever down. Her eyes still hadn't opened past those slits, and with the high flush on her cheeks and her bright red lips, she looked miserable. "Hang on, love. I'm trying to get to help." His words from a little while ago slipped back to him. "Your God's helping, too." Her eyelids drifted shut, and her chin dipped in a slight nod. Exhaustion marred every feature. "Rest now." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Then he nudged Popper forward. God had woken her, but the danger wasn't over yet. At least an hour passed, with the blizzard's fury blowing around them, keeping their movement at a snail's pace. If he found trees that would provide shelter, he might have been tempted to stop for a rest, at least until he could see better. But no trees broke the wind and blinding snow. All he could do was pray to Noelle's God that he would keep them moving the right direction. Guide Popper's steps northward, even when that glimmer of light he was using as a compass seemed to fade into his imagination. God would have to show him when they reached the 3 mountains marking their turn. Finally, the blizzard slowed just enough that he could see a dozen strides ahead. Popper seemed relieved at the reprieve and increased his stride through the thick snow. Daniel shifted Noelle to a more comfortable position. "The snow is slowing. We can move faster now." She didn't respond, and he pressed his forehead to hers to gauge her fever. Hot. His own frozen skin made it hard to judge whether her temperature was lowering or not, but she must be miserable from the heat emanating inside her. He opened the blanket around her a little, positioning it so the wind couldn't blow inside, but her own warmth could seep out a little. They rode on, their weary band leaning into the wind. Poor Grizz stayed in Popper's shadow as much as he could, trudging in the horse's tracks. Daniel had no way of knowing exactly what time it was. The world seemed dim, even with the brightness of the white all around. But with the clouds blocking much of the sun, it was hard to tell whether night was falling or not. At last, the snow tapered to a light dusting of tiny flakes. Darkness had taken over in earnest, but at least he could see the landmarks around them. Occasional glimpses of the moon helped him know for sure they were on the right path. Something jerked in his arms. The fur around Noelle convulsed, as though she were striking at it. He struggled to loosen the wrapping. She was awake again. Finally. But the instant he pulled the fur open, her arms started shaking as if in wild spasms. "Noelle!" A new fear swept through him. "What's wrong?" Her legs took up the shaking, convulsing and kicking wildly in the air and against Popper's side. "Oh, God, stop her! Noelle?" He shifted her so she was more upright, but her head lolled to the side. Had she passed out? What did the convulsions mean? He had to stop them. He reached for her flailing arm, but it took a couple tries before he snagged it. He did his best to be gentle as he worked to still the convulsions. The last thing he wanted was to damage her further, more than this fit might already be doing. Her other arm was stuck inside the blanket, pressed between their bodies, but the limb punched him in the gut over and over. Then her body relaxed, her arms and legs going limp. Fear surged in his throat. "Noelle?" He shook her. "Noelle, don't leave me. No. Oh, God. You can't let her die. Please." He propped her up, letting her head lay back against his arm so he could get a better look at her face in the dim light. "Noelle?" Her eyes were closed, lips parted. He jerked off the strips of fabric wrapping his hands. With stinging fingers, he felt at her neck for a pulse. There. He exhaled a long breath, letting his forehead fall to rest on hers. "You're alive!" He inhaled deep draughts, trying to gather his wits. Finally, he raised his head. "You're alive, Noelle. You have to stay that way." Then he lifted his face to the heavens. "God, don't let her die. I'll give you whatever you want if you'll keep her alive and bring us to help. I'll be your servant forever. Anything." Whatever he had to do to save Noelle. He tucked her into a more comfortable position, her head resting on his shoulder so he could speak into her ear. "We're going to find help, love. I promise. Whatever it takes." He let out a long breath. Maybe they both needed a distraction, something to keep them calm and focused. "Have I told you about the time my uncle, Nikitaya, wrestled a mountain lion?" Telling the stories, one after another, kept his mind busy, pushed the worry back. Noelle never gave sign that she heard, even when he asked her questions, which he answered himself. Yet she was in there somewhere. God would keep her alive. Daniel had to cling to that. He had to. As the sky cleared, a smell drifted across the plain. His muddled mind took a moment to place the source. Smoke? His pulse picked up speed. A campfire? Could there be other lonely souls traversing these mountains during the blizzard? Or maybe an Indian winter camp? Either way, he had to find them. Maybe this was the help Noelle needed. He strained to find the source, light from a campfire, or maybe a dark pillar above the trees that would signal smoke. Don't let us miss it. He'd been sending so many of these short prayers heavenward. God above must feel overwhelmed by the sudden deluge. Save Noelle. Whatever it takes. That was the only prayer that mattered. However Noelle's God chose to accomplish the task, It wouldn't matter. The smoky smell hung in the air as they traveled around a small patch of woods, then skirted the base of a mountain on their right. Popper plodded through the almost chest-high snow, his movements much slower than when the blizzard first ended. Daniel patted his shoulder. "Hold on, boy, I know it's hard, but we have a rest coming." As the cliff beside them fell away, a gust of wind swept across, peppering his face with icy pellets. Not more snow. He raised his gaze skyward, but a glimmer of light in the distance snagged his focus. Light? He strained to see through the darkness. Maybe his imagination had conjured the dark mass with slivers of yellow, which made the thing look as though it glowed. He nudged Popper that direction. The horse perked up, hopeful that a reprieve from this exhausting night was just ahead. God, let them be willing to help. And able. If nothing else, hopefully whoever it was could at least provide shelter from the elements and a warm fire. He glanced down at Noelle, still propped against his shoulder. "I think we found help, Noelle." "Hold on. You're going to get better." Chapter 25. Could this be the help we seek? Noelle. As they neared the dark form, it took shape, materializing into a cabin. Beams of light slipped through a few of the logs. This seemed like a dream, finding a regular house after traveling so long with nothing but mountains and trees. He reined Popper to a stop about 20 strides away. "Hello, the cabin!" Every man worth his salt in these parts knew better than to surprise a stranger. But sitting here, so near to possible help for Noelle, made him itch to climb down and pound on the door. A thud sounded inside, then the door pulled open and light spilled out on the snow. A man stood in the doorway, his broad shoulders blocking the light behind him. He held a lantern that illuminated his arm and coat, but his face remained in shadows. "We need help. My woman is real sick, needs shelter and warmth." Popper seemed to sense his nerves and tried to step forward, but he held the horse back. "Come in. We'll help as much as we can." The man stepped to the side. A wave of relief swept through Daniel, and he loosened the reins, nudging Popper forward so he almost broke into a trot. "We're here, Noelle. You're going to be fine." "Let it be true, please." He reined the horses in as close to the door as he could, but when he slid to the ground with Noelle still in his arms, his feet couldn't seem to find purchase in the deep snow. He landed on his rear, but the snow held him upright in almost a sitting position. "Let me take her." The stranger was beside him, his arms outstretched toward Noelle, but Daniel pulled her closer before he could even think about his actions. "Just help me up." He couldn't release her to the care of a man he didn't know. Not any man. The fellow didn't argue, just grabbed Daniel's arm and helped him stand. "My dog." Poor Grizz needed shelter from this thick snow, too. "We'll bring him inside." Good. Daniel's body worked like a plow through snow that rose to the tops of his legs. But within seconds, he was mounting the stairs, stumbling inside. "Lay her on this bed." A woman's voice drew him toward the corner, where an elaborate quilt stretched across a real mattress. Exactly what Noelle needed. He eased her onto the fabric, slipping down to his knees now that he didn't have her weight to support. His limbs seemed to lose all their strength as he pulled his arms out from under her. "She's burning with fever, had convulsions a few hours ago, but none since then." There was a chance these people would turn them out if they thought Noelle had something catching, but he had to take that chance. "May I check her?" The woman stood beside him, edging closer. He looked up at her. She was young, a pretty thing with dark eyes and delicate features. Not the type he'd expect to find in a cabin planted in the Canadian mountain wilderness. She didn't look to be a danger, and maybe she would know how to nurse Noelle far better than he did. He gathered his strength and pushed to his feet, then stepped back, allowing the woman to take his place. He moved around so he could still stand beside the bed. "Her foot got wet a couple days ago. The skin started turning dark, and the fever came on about that time." He touched Noelle's damaged toe. "I haven't looked at it since yesterday. Was just trying to get her to help. Her brother's place if we could find it. Was awful glad to smell the smoke from your chimney." The man and woman had both turned to look at him, staring as though he were an oddity. The woman spoke first. "Who is she? Who are you?" Something about her tone sounded almost excited. Maybe these people knew Noelle's brother and had heard about her coming. "Her name is Noelle Grant. I'm taking her to Simeon Grant's place. Do you know him?" The woman squealed and spun back to lean over Noelle. Then she spoke a string of French so fast his weary mind couldn't keep up. The man broke into a full grin. "Simeon married my sister. We've been worried about Noelle, but figured she chose to wait out the winter farther south." "Simeon's family. By extension, Noelle's family." "Thank you." He sank down onto the bed, his legs no longer able to support him. They'd made it. Yet as his gaze found Noelle, her ashen face tightened the knot in his gut. The danger was far from over. Joseph should return with Simeon any time now. Daniel looked up from the block of wood he was whittling as Mrs. Malcolm approached Noelle's bed. He'd slept a few hours after settling the horses and getting Noelle as comfortable as possible, but he couldn't stand to leave her long. She still hadn't stirred, and now that all his limbs had thawed, the strength of her fever seemed to rage even hotter than seemed possible. Sitting in this chair by her bed made him feel so useless, but he couldn't think of anything else to do. At least he finally had a moment to work on the toys for little Beau. Mrs. Malcolm handed him a mug of coffee and perched on the side of the bed with a second cup and a spoon in her hands. "Let's see if we can drink more tea, oui?" Her French accent gave her words a pretty cadence, and she moved with a grace that proved she'd spent plenty of time in fashionable circles. If this woman could survive here in this mountain wilderness, maybe Noelle could too. His gaze drifted down to her face, to those bright red lips, which parted where their hostess dribbled liquid in. They had to get her well first. Then he could worry about whether or not she would stay out here. And honestly, she would be safer in a more civilized place. If that meant he had to move east to be with her, well. A moan slipped through the air. He straightened. Had that come from Noelle? "There, she's coming back to us." Mrs. Malcolm glanced at him with a smile. He dropped to his knees beside Noelle's head, craving to be nearer. "Noelle, can you hear me?" He rested a hand on her shoulder, then used his other to brush the damp hair from her forehead. Her eyelids flicked, then her face tensed. His own body pulled tight. Was she going into convulsions again? But then she tipped her head to the side and coughed. Her eyes squeezed shut in a grimace. "Can you drink more tea? It should help with the fever and cough." Mrs. Malcolm held the spoon toward Noelle. When she tapped on her lips, they parted to receive the liquid. Noelle must be conscious now, although she still hadn't opened her eyes. He ran a soothing hand over her hair. "We made it to your people, Noelle. This is your relative of sorts, and her husband's gone to bring your brother, Simeon." Her lips tipped at the corners in the tiniest hint of a smile. "Good." The word came out as a raspy whisper, but it was the first time she'd spoken in days. "Thank you, God." He pulled back to allow Mrs. Malcolm room to work. Noelle stirred, her hand groping along the blanket. "Daniel?" He leaned forward again, taking her hand. "I'm here." Her soft fingers closed around his, holding him there. Emotion clogged his throat, seeping up to burn the backs of his eyes. "I'm here, love. I'm not leaving." He touched her hair again, smoothing it down, letting her feel his presence. If Mrs. Malcolm weren't hovering so close, he would have leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her forehead. But this was enough for now. A baby sounded in the distance, and the woman rose. "You can meet my Amelie. She will cheer you for sure." As the sounds of the woman merged with the cooing of a baby, Daniel settled in beside the bed. The woman could work around him just fine. He wouldn't be leaving Noelle's side for any reason. Voices in the distance tugged at Noelle's consciousness. Daniel's earnest rumble settled over her, soothing. Another tone sounded, one so familiar she wanted to reach for it. Not Daniel, but someone else she loved. The voice grew nearer, bringing a flash of memory. Simeon. She forced her eyes open, working to focus through the pounding in her head. Her eyes watered, clouding her vision, but she turned to look for her brother. There she is! Something heavy settled on the side of the bed, pressing down the mattress. I knew you were hard-headed, baby sister, but I didn't think even you would force this poor man to ride through a blizzard to get here. A blizzard? Foggy memories tugged at her mind, but she couldn't seem to bring them into focus. Simeon! Words were so hard to push through her aching throat. Her insides felt as though they'd been left out to bake in the sweltering heat of a South Carolina summer sun. A strong hand settled on her shoulder. It's good to see you, Noelle. Real good. His voice cracked with those last words. Moisture stung her own eyes. You too. He cleared his throat. I brought some things to help you perk up. Looks like Monty's put 'em in a tea. You drink up, all right? She nodded, but stopped when the movement sent a fresh ache pulsing through her head. Chapter 26. Everything is new. I can't help but feel unsettled, yet the peace inside carries me forward. Daniel Noelle's Journal. October 14th, so much has happened, I can scarce wrap my mind around it all. I'll write the details of our harrowing journey since we left the Crow Camp later, when I understand it more myself. But I'm content to say we've finally reached Simeon, or rather, the home of his wife's brother. Simeon has come twice to check on me and bring medicines, but he only stays a few hours at a time, lest he be away from his dear Emma when the time comes for their babe to be born. I can't wait to meet her. I never thought I'd see my big brother so enamored with a woman. When he speaks of her, his face goes soft and starry-eyed. So sweet. I think I see the same expression on Daniel's face when he looks at me, but maybe it's only so many layers of concern. I must have put him through a great deal of worry and hardship. He's such a good man to have worked as hard as he did to get me to safety. Such a good man for so many reasons. Even now, he sits in a chair near my bed as I write this. My strength has been slow in returning, and this is the first time I've been able to sit propped on pillows so long. Daniel pretends to be reading a book, but he sends so many looks my way. It's a wonder if he knows what he's reading at all. I should tell him I'm well, and that he doesn't have to hover over me any longer. But I'm afraid. If he no longer has the duty to protect me, he will probably leave. I can't stand the thought of that. Not yet. Noelle set aside her journal and relaxed against the pillows propping her. Her gaze slid to Daniel again, then to the book in his hands. What are you reading? He lifted his focus from the page to look at her. Then he closed the book as though checking the title. The Bible. A surge washed through her. Really? Are you a Christian? He met her gaze, his intensity stirring concern in her chest. I'm still not quite sure what that means. I've never believed in God. Any God. Never wanted to cater to some being who demanded things and answered prayers only at his whim. He dropped his face to study the book's leather cover. I suppose I saw too much of that with my Blackfoot family and their sun god. He looked up at her again, that intense look more exposed than before. When we were in that snowstorm and you wouldn't wake up, I begged your God to help. I pleaded for you to wake up, and you did. Then I promised if he'd get us to help and keep you alive, I'd do anything, he asked. Be his servant forever. His throat worked. I aim to keep my promise. Oh, Daniel. Tears blurred her vision as she reached for him. She couldn't reach far enough, so he met her halfway, closing his hand around hers. God has wanted to hear those words since he first formed you. But it's not a servant he wants so much as a son. He wants you to know him, Daniel, for you to seek him, to learn about him, to walk with him, hand in hand. She couldn't see his face through her tears, but she could feel the strength of his hand around hers. I'm not real sure how to do that. Is the Bible the best way to start? Her heart lifted, soaring upward in glorious exhilaration. She couldn't help the grin that felt like it would split her face. That's exactly the best way. Maybe you could read it to me? Are you sure you're strong enough for this? Daniel tucked the buffalo hide more snugly around Noelle's shoulders as she nestled into the sleigh's seat. The effort brought his face within inches of hers, and the way she was looking at him caught his breath up short. Every part of him craved to press a kiss to her full red lips. But with her brother standing a few feet away with the horses, he summoned the strength to back away. Later. He'd find a way to accomplish that kiss later. "I'm fine, Daniel, and eager to see my new sister and niece. There's no need for Simeon to keep chasing back and forth when I can go there and be of some help when the baby comes." She looked at him with those eyes that seemed to drill into his soul and melt him like snow on a warm day. But he couldn't help his lingering worry. "Are you warm enough?" If this 4-hour trip in the cold brought her fever back, he'd chastise himself for allowing it. "I am." A smile tipped her lips. He rubbed a hand down the fur covering her arm. "I'll be right beside you on Popper. Just speak up if you need to stop for anything." "Simeon is here too. Between you both, I'm sure I won't want for anything, and I have Grizz here to keep my feet warm." The dog looked up from his position on the sleigh floor, thumping his tail at the sound of his name. He seemed quite content in the spot. He squeezed Noelle's shoulder. "Don't let yourself get chilled." He might be taking his worry too far, but he'd come so close to losing her. He wasn't about to let that happen again. The ride was fairly quiet as they followed the tracks Simeon had created on his way over that morning. Noelle and her brother exchanged a few questions and answers as they sat side by side in the sleigh, but she still hadn't regained much of her strength, and being out in the cold seemed to take what little she had. Simeon had proved himself a good, capable sort, strong and rugged, like he'd lived in these mountains for a number of years. So different from Noelle's delicate form, it was hard to tell they were related. Perhaps they had the same shape of face, but he hadn't found any other similarity. But the affection between them was clear. An old familiar jealousy twinged his gut, something he'd not felt since he lived in the Indian camp as a boy, practically an orphan while his father left for months at a time. It was good to see Noelle reunited with her brother, but it didn't stop his ache to belong to a family of his own. At last, they rode into a wide valley where a good-sized log cabin perched in the distance. "There we are." Simeon shook the reins, and his team picked up their pace. The man pointed to the left at a dark speck farther away. "Emma's aunt and uncle live at that end of the valley. They have a ranch where they raise cattle and horses. A few men live there to help with the animals." As they entered the yard, a dog trotted from the barn to meet them. A mid-size animal with mottled chestnut coat, wiry compared to Grizz's pinto fluff. The two dogs met with raised tails, slowing as they neared each other. Grizz raised his head to stand erect while the other dogs slunk around him, investigating, probably testing, the stranger. "Easy, Mustang. He's a friend." Simeon's voice filled the yard. Before the dogs could finish their inspection of each other, the cabin's door flung wide. A woman waddled down the steps, holding a young child on her hip. "You're here!" Daniel slid from Popper's back and stepped close to the sleigh to help when Noelle was ready to get out. But the woman, who must be Simeon's wife, set the child down on the seat and wrapped Noelle in a thick hug. The women chattered for a moment before Mrs. Grant stepped back and turned to him. "Is this the man we have to thank for saving you?" Noelle turned her smile on him, sending him one of those looks that made him want to be the man he saw in her eyes. "This is Daniel Abrams, the best guide and friend a girl could ask for." Heat swept up his neck as he extended his hand to the woman, although he couldn't quite meet her gaze. But as she took his hand to shake, it occurred to him women didn't shake hands in greeting. He backed away and managed a "pleased to meet you" as his face went up in flames. "Come inside then, both of you. It's too cold to visit out here." Mrs. Grant scooped up her daughter and motioned them forward. That was his cue, and he stepped toward Noelle to lift her into his arms. "I can walk." Her protest was just loud enough for his ears, but the way she snuggled into him belied the objection. "You shouldn't get wet in this snow." She was light enough. Carrying her was no hardship. Grizz followed in his tracks, with no sign of the other dog. Apparently, they'd called a truce for now. Come inside and set her in the rocking chair. Your dog, too. He can't stay out in the cold. Mrs. Grant held the door and motioned them through. As he settled Noelle in the chair and tucked blankets around her shoulders, her head slumped against the back, dark circles marring the skin under her eyes. He couldn't help but brush her cheeks there. You should rest a while. The trip's been too much for you. She sent him a weary smile. I am resting. He gave her a look, but she took his hand and pulled it down to her lap. I'm fine, Daniel, really. I'll talk with my new sister for a while, then go lie down. She clearly wasn't going to change her mind, so he gave her one more warning look before he stood. I'd better settle the horses. He couldn't remember a time he'd been inside a house as much as he had these past few days, and it looked like the women planned to get acquainted. Far be it from him to be in their way. The barn sounded like a better place just now. Chapter 27. This hope burgeoning inside me, it's one I thought never to feel. Yet I want it more than I ever longed for the other. Noelle, the yard sat empty when he stepped outside, so he headed for the large building where all the tracks seemed to lead. The double doors hung open, and he stepped inside. Simeon's team stood at the end, still attached to the sleigh, while Simeon rubbed Gypsy with a cloth. Popper munched hay beside the mare, his saddle already removed. Simeon looked up as Daniel stepped inside. Figured these two have been through enough. They'd be happy for a bed of straw to rest in. Daniel nodded his thanks. They don't often get that. But they've had a long trip, and not enough food at times along the way. They're still catching up. The other man patted Gypsy's shoulder. We've a plenty. You can put them in those first two stalls if you like. There's already hay and water in there. My girls like to share the big one. We're obliged. Daniel stepped forward and took Gypsy's lead line, but he took his time settling the animals in their stalls. He'd been so focused on staying close to Noelle, he hadn't given the animals the attention he should have while they were at Joseph's place. Thankfully, Joseph had taken good care of these old friends in his stead. While he was still in Popper's stall, Simeon wandered over and propped his arms on the rail, watching him as he checked over the gelding for injuries. The look carried more than friendship. Daniel held his tongue. Best let the other man speak his mind. He had an idea what would be coming. I haven't heard the entire story from my sister, but I plan to. Simeon's voice came out in a rumble that made it clear he took the topic ahead seriously. As I understand it, the Biggers were with you as far as Fort Whitson, but they chose to stay and homestead there. The pause made it clear he was waiting for Daniel to confirm or deny the statement. He kept his focus on the horse. That's right. And you traveled on with my sister for more than 2 weeks after you left there. Alone! Daniel turned to face him squarely. It was actually more than 3 weeks, counting the time I was laid out from a lightning strike, then the extra days we stayed in the Apsaloki camp. Simeon's brows rose, a clear accusation on his face. Anything happen on that journey I should know about? A great deal happened. He paused, letting that sink in. Your sister's virtue is unsullied. A spurt of anger sluiced through him at the implied insult, but he pressed it down. The man had every right to be concerned. He held Simeon's gaze, letting him see the truth in his eyes. After a long look, Simeon moved his gaze to the horse, a frown pinching his brow. Spending weeks alone with you didn't help her reputation any. Back east, that isn't done. I know conventions are looser out here, but Noelle plans to make a name for herself in the cities. I can't imagine this will make people think favorably of her. A niggle of unease crept through him. He'd not thought about her reputation back east when he'd agreed to guide her the rest of the way, only what her brother would think about it. Had he ruined her dreams? Would marrying her resolve other people's concerns or only make things worse? He'd planned to ask Noelle if she'd have him, but maybe he should talk through the repercussions with Simeon first. He wouldn't jeopardize Noelle's dream, even if it meant walking away from her. At least, he wanted to be so noble. He would walk away if it was best for her. He inhaled a strengthening breath. Simeon, I'd like to ask your sister to marry me, but I don't want to stand in the way of her dream. The man's gaze narrowed on him, scrutinizing, reading between and around each of his words. Daniel pressed on. I wouldn't make her stay here. I'd go where she wants to live, make a living however I could there. But if you think I've tainted her reputation, and having me around will make it worse, I need to know. A long silence stretched. Daniel stood still at first, but Simeon seemed lost in his thoughts. Daniel's skin started to itch from the tension, so he turned back to the horse, stroking Popper's neck. Why do you want to marry my sister? Daniel spun back to face him, letting the question settle in his mind. Why? The tangle of emotions was almost too much to put into words, but he did his best. When I first met your sister, I didn't think she belonged in these mountains. She's so dainty and delicate, but it didn't take long for me to realize her strength. She steps in and does whatever needs doing. She's never too tired to care about others. She doesn't say a lot of useless things, and what she does say makes you feel special. She's special. He paused to swallow down the lump rising in his throat. I know she could do a sight better than a mountain-born half-métis, but somewhere in those mountains, I realized she means more to me than my next breath. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make her happy, and I've been praying hard that involves me being in the picture too. He was spent, out of breath, out of words. Let that be enough for him, God. When he said he'd been praying about this, he hadn't been spouting nonsense. Over these past days, he'd talked to God more than he'd ever imagined he would. About everything, from whether he should leave Noelle's side long enough to go hunting, to whether he should pack up his things and head out before he could no longer bring himself to do it. God sometimes gave a clear feeling one way or the other, but with that last question, there hadn't seemed to be an obvious answer. He had no peace with the thought of abandoning Noelle, no direction that the Almighty wanted him to leave, so he'd stayed. Daniel lifted his eyes to Simeon's face. Their gazes locked, Simeon's still as intense as before. As to your question about whether you marrying Noelle would further taint her reputation, it actually works the other way. Usually once the couple is married, past indiscretion is forgotten. Mostly, Simeon let out a long breath. I don't know you well, Abrams, but my sister seems to think you set the stars in the sky. I'm not inclined to go with her opinion alone, but I appreciate what you did to save her. He ran a hand through his unruly hair. Heavens, I'm thankful. If you feel as much for my sister as you say you do, I suppose it's up to her. You might as well ask her. She's a stubborn one. If she doesn't want to marry you, she'll set the matter straight. One corner of Daniel's mouth tugged upward. Noelle definitely had her own opinions. He nodded. I appreciate it. Simeon straightened, then turned away. I need to do a couple more things before I head in, but you're welcome to go on when you're ready. With a final pat for his gelding, Daniel slipped out of the stall. I've a free pair of hands. Let me know what needs doing. The next afternoon found Noelle leaning over the table with her little niece. See the star? And the heart? She pointed to each flat shape as she said the name. Ta! Hannah poked her pudgy finger into the star-shaped dough. That's right, sweetness. Noelle planted a kiss on her cute cheek, in that soft spot just below Hannah's ear. You're such a smart girl. You must take after your Aunt Noelle. Her niece beamed up at her, showing a row of sparkly teeth. Aunt Well! How could she resist that smile? She ruffled the girl's soft brown curls. That's right. Aunt Noelle loves you. The sound of boots on the stoop outside snagged her attention as the door opened and Simeon strode in. Daniel and Grizz stepped in behind him, both men red-cheeked and brushing snow from their shoulders. She moved toward the stove. I've warm tea ready. I bet you're cold. Take off your wet things and warm up. Both men had been gone all morning to check Simeon's stock. They must be frozen through by now. After filling 2 cups, she turned back to the table. Daniel had slipped out of his coat and gloves, but Simeon still wore his. She raised her brows at him and placed the mug in his hand. You going back out? Thanks. He dipped his head to let the heat from the cup warm his face. I promised Hannah I'd take her to see the horses when I got back. Horses? Hannah squealed and scooted down from her chair, then ran to her father. Horses, Papa. Simeon set his drink on the table and scooped the girl up. That's right, Hannah Bug. You want to see the horses? He pressed a kiss to her cheek, and she giggled as she pulled away from his icy skin. Watching the two of them, Noelle couldn't help the way her chest squeezed. The love inside stretched her heart 3 sizes bigger. Simeon had always been special, but he seemed so different now. So happy, yet almost vulnerable, the way he loved his new family. As if he'd found the courage to love them fully, holding nothing back. She wanted what he'd found. She ached with the wanting. Simeon looked up, his gaze slipping to the closed door that led to his bedchamber. Is Em finally resting? She nodded. Finally! Hannah and I were making cinnamon crisps. They should be ready when you come back. He nodded, then moved to the door to help his little girl into her coat and hat. Noelle turned her focus to the remaining dough that needed to be cut into shapes. Daniel had settled in a chair across the table from her, both his hands wrapped around the tin mug. His knuckles were red and chapped from the weather. She let her gaze lift to his face. It must be cold out there. He nodded. I'm glad you're staying inside by the fire. She forced her face not to grimace. My left foot has finally stopped aching from the dip in the creek. Concern gripped his face. Did the darkness go away? She dropped her gaze, heat creeping up her face. Not completely. Simeon thinks I may lose a toe or two. How embarrassing to admit it. To Daniel of all people. Would he think her repulsive now? Ah, Noelle. His voice was soft, miserable. I'm sorry I didn't protect you better. She pulled her gaze back up to his. It wasn't your fault. It just happened. I slipped on the ice. I'm thankful God put you there to help me, to save me. His brow bunched in a thoughtful look. A bit of a frown, maybe, like he wanted to say something he wasn't sure about. He didn't speak, though. Maybe this was a good time to ask the question that had been haunting her for days. She had to ask, had to plant the seed in his mind. Dan. No. They'd spoken at the same time, but both paused. He motioned for her to go ahead. She'd really prefer for him to speak first, to delay any thought of him leaving. But she needed to get this out, so she inhaled a steadying breath, then started cutting a triangle shape in the dough. I was wondering what your plans are, now that you've brought me here. He didn't answer right away. The silence stretched between them so long, the muscles in her shoulders tightened. At last, she forced herself to look up at him. His piercing gaze studied her, looked deep inside, all the way to her heart. Could he see the way she longed for him to stay? What do you want me to do, Noelle? His voice came out low, thick. She sucked in a breath. I want you to stay. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Maybe it was the way he held her gaze, so tightly she couldn't have looked away if she wanted to. His dark eyes still holding hers, he rose and walked around the table until he stood in front of her. She wiped her dough-caked hands on a cloth without taking her gaze from him. All moisture had fled from her mouth. What did he think of her revelation? It was impossible to tell from his dark expression. His focus flicked down to her hands. Then he took her towel, set it on the table, and held her hands in his big, strong ones. Noelle, I want to stay, but only if that's what you want. More than that, I want to marry you, to make a life wherever you are, to love you until my last breath. Maybe longer. Her mind struggled to make sense of his words, to believe he meant it. His eyes had softened, creasing at the edges. The Adam's apple at his throat bobbed. I know I may not be the kind of man you want, I don't have much to offer, a bit of money I've set aside, but I'm not civilized like someone you'd find back east. I'll work my hardest to make you happy, though. We can move back to New York, or wherever you need to go to be a journalist. I'll do everything I can to make your dreams come true. Emotion clogged so thick in her throat, she couldn't speak. She squeezed his hands as tears swelled in her eyes. How could this man, this remarkable man, be saying these things to her? Ordinary Noelle Grant. Could he possibly mean what she thought he was saying? Tears slipped down her cheeks, and he raised a hand to brush them away. His brow furrowed. She had to say something, had to gain control of herself enough to speak. Sniffing, she let her joy show in a smile. Are you sure? Of all the things to say, but she had to know. If he didn't really mean it, she couldn't let her hopes rise just to be dashed. His throat worked again. I am. The words came out soft, almost hoarse. They unlocked a flood of joy as she let herself truly believe what he said. Daniel loved her, wanted her. She stepped into his arms, and he pulled her in. She tried to hold back her tears. Happy tears. Relief flowed out of her. He wouldn't be leaving. She wouldn't lose him. Does this mean yes? His deep vibrato rumbled in her ear. She sniffed again, laughing. Then she forced herself to pull back so she could look at him. Yes. Of course, yes. I was praying you wouldn't leave me. I never thought God's answer would be this wonderful. He cradled her with one hand around her back, the thumb on his other hand, wiping tears from her face again. I'll never leave you. Wherever you want to go, we'll go together. Between those words and the love shining on his face, her heart felt as though it might burst any moment. And then Daniel lowered his mouth to hers, scattering every thought and feeling. Nothing mattered except this man, this moment with him, the promise of a lifetime together. His kiss reminded her of that first time in the woods when he was injured, inspiring a longing that rose up inside her, threatening to take control. Too soon, he pulled away, his breath ragged as he cradled her face. You undo me. His touch was achingly sweet, and she let her eyes drift shut as she leaned into him. Daniel? Yeah. Those husky breaths proved just what an impact she had, and she couldn't help but smile. We don't have to leave here, do we? Do you really want to go back east? He pulled away, his gaze roaming her face. You don't want to? What about your dream to be a journalist? She shrugged, then nibbled her lip. That had seemed so important once. How could she explain the difference to him? I think I wanted to be special, to matter. Gazing into his intense eyes, she reached up to cup his cheek. I think I've found that here. He covered her hand and pressed a kiss into the tender flesh of her palm, sending a tingle all the way up her arm. You matter, I can assure you of that. It was impossible to hold back her smile. I do like to write, and I think our stories, your stories, need to be recorded. But I can do that from here. Maybe I'll send some to the newspapers if you want, or maybe I'll save them until I have enough for a book, just for our family. She sent him a grin. Wouldn't that be something? A book called The Thrilling Life of Daniel Abrams. His chuckle came in a deep rumble that washed over her, melting her all the way through. I have a feeling the real excitement has just begun. Her husband. It seemed too good to be true. Epilogue. Noelle's Journal, March 15th, 1859. When I struck out from my parents' home a year ago, I never imagined the changes God would send in these 12 months. I look back on that girl and struggle to recognize her. She was but a young woman full of stars in her eyes, thinking fame was her greatest goal and marriage the antagonist to her dreams. Instead, I find myself here on this, my wedding day. Only a God who loves me so much would choose these mountains, and this man raised as part of them to show how special he made me. When I look in Daniel's eyes, I feel loved in every way. He and Simeon have been working hard these past days to finish our home. Joseph came several times to help, and I'm so glad he brought Monty and little Amelie. Between Hannah, Amelie, and my new nephew Robert, the house is quite lively. I find I like it that way, just like being back home in South Carolina. The air rings with life and love. Never boring. These little ones make me long for my own. Who would have ever thought? I must go now, as Daniel awaits with Father Bergeron and the rest of our family. Our new home will be fairly bursting with all those who come to share our joy. Thank you, Father, for this gift. My heart overflows with gratitude and love. Now we get a peek at one of Noelle's little brothers. I think you're going to love Seth's story. Get this homeward journey, hear about the book. After her husband's death, Rachel Gray is finally free from the turmoil his addictions caused. She wants nothing more than a new life with her 12-year-old son. If she can reach her brother in the wilderness of the Canadian territories, they'll have help to start over in peace. She knows better than to put her life in the hands of another man, but she never expected the Montana mountains to be so treacherous. When two brothers invite her to join their small group traveling to the same area, she refuses. After she and her son narrowly escape a bear attack, she's forced to admit they need the safety of numbers in this untamed land. If the men prove dangerous, she can always leave with her son and strike out alone again. Seth Grant has made some bad choices in his life, but God healed him from the addiction that mired him in his sins. Now, he's determined to live the life God called him to, starting with a journey northward to see the Canadian mountain both his brother and sister have fallen in love with. When he discovers the woman and boy who plan to travel the same mountain trail, he can't fathom why she refuses to join in the safety of their larger group. Though her decision seems unwise, he has no other choice but to pray God provides her protection. Despite Rachel's best efforts, she can't seem to fight her attraction to Seth, until a secret from his past proves he's not at all the man she thought. When a new peril threatens her son's life, she must choose between trusting in what she can control or the man who her heart says is trustworthy, no matter his previous sins. The path she chooses just may determine whether she can step into the new life God has in store for them all. Turn the page for a sneak peek of this homeward journey. Sneak peek. This homeward journey, Chapter 1. Only a final massive obstacle lies between us and a new life. I can push through the last of this journey. I must. Rachel June, 1869. Fort Benton, Montana Territory. Rachel Gray straightened her shoulders as she scanned the dim interior of Fort Benton's trade store. The high brick ceiling made the room feel less hemmed in than she'd expected, but her vision still spotted with remnants of the bright afternoon outside. Male laughter echoed from a back room, tugging the knot in her middle. She'd come into this tiny trade room tucked inside fort walls because she'd been hoping to avoid all the raucous men sloshing down the streets of the town. She'd had her fill of mountaineers sated from an afternoon of drinking and gambling. It seemed when the men stumbled from their bedrolls late each morning, they headed straight for the gambling tables. Not that a man could help his addictions once the demon was planted inside him, but these were a sorry lot. They'd come west hungry for gold or to escape their lawless past, maybe even a hangman's noose. The sights and sounds of their den still churned her stomach into a tight wad. "Howdy, ma'am. Need help with something?" She spun to face the man who strode toward her from beside a large hearth. His buckskins and overgrown beard made him a perfect match to most of the others she'd observed around the town, though his manner seemed proficient enough, like a worker in the course of his duties. Indeed, he strode behind the wooden counter, bent to peer at a lower shelf she couldn't see, then straightened. He spread his hands across the worn wooden surface and peered up at her, as though eyeing her over spectacles. He wore none, but the look was telling, as was the indention across the narrow part of his nose. She pulled her gaze upward to his assessing eyes. "I've a question about the trail northward. Is there a guide here who knows it well, all the way to the Canadian territories? I need someone to ask the best route through the mountains." His graying eyebrows shot upward. "You aimin' to head that way?" He didn't say more, but the silence lingering after his question added another word to the query. Alone? Maybe he thought women the weaker vessel, but he'd not traveled with her the last 2.5 months. She and her son had managed quite well trekking across the prairie land alongside the Missouri River, without the help of a man. And they could continue north alone too, as long as they had a map to guide them. Finding the trail through the mountains would be much harder than following the Missouri River as they'd done to this point. Of course, Philip sometimes tried to fill that role, but at 12, he carried only the good qualities of the male species, none of the weaknesses, and she'd keep him that way as long as she had breath in her body. Thus, the need for their journey northward. Ignoring the shopkeeper's question, she proffered one of her own. Have you a map or sketch of the best route through the mountains? His mouth pinched as he studied her. The best route is to the east, through the prairie land alongside the mountains. You be going to Fort Hamilton? Apparently, he did know the northern country. A sliver of satisfaction filtered through her. I'd rather go through the mountains. I prefer that terrain to the flatlands. His brows hiked up again, nearly brushing his thinning hairline. You musty ain't seen those mountains yet. You'll go twice as fast and stand a sight better chance gettin' where you're goin' if you stay on the prairie land. She let his words slide past her. His statement may be true, but she'd also seen the 2 trains of wagons heading on that same eastern route just this week, filled with supplies from the 2 steamboats docked beside the levee. She'd not spend the next weeks in the company, or rather avoiding the company, of a stream of vice-ridden freighters. But she also didn't plan to pick a verbal skirmish with this man. Perhaps you could provide me with a map for both routes. Have you such? Or is there someone nearby who could sketch the trails? Obtaining actual maps might be too much to hope, but she didn't want to have to ask directions at each settlement she passed. Entering every town would require rubbing elbows with too many strangers, and leaving Philip alone each time. The man ran a hand over his greasy hair as his look turned thoughtful. I could probably draw up something that showed the milestones I know of. His focus turned sharp again. Can you give me a day or two? The relief sinking through her almost brought a smile. I can. A day or two would allow their horses more time to rest before the rough terrain they'd encounter next. He nodded. Then his expression eased into something hopeful. I don't suppose you have a way to pay for my efforts? She wasn't sure whether to be incensed that he would think she'd consider taking goods without paying for them, or weighed down by the fact that she'd have to part with their hard-earned animal pelts. She settled for a displeased expression. I have furs to trade. Hoisting her bundle up to the counter, she unfastened the cloth wrapping the skins and unrolled them. I need cornmeal, beans, salt, and any kind of horse feed you have. How much will you offer for these? The way he perused the stack made it clear he knew his wares, and she had nothing to be ashamed of in these. Every animal Philip brought down for their food had been carefully skinned, and she'd spent long hours readying these hides. They may not have 2 nickels to spare, but out here in the frontier, they wouldn't need coin any longer. Trading was the expected means of obtaining supplies. For the rest of the journey to find Joel, they could barter for whatever they needed. The idea of having enough to feed them seemed almost too good to trust in the possibility. As was the hope of finding her brother in this wilderness, but she had to try. After examining the furs, the man leveled a long and thankfully sober gaze on her. She tensed for the insulting offer that would come next. But the deal he proposed was slightly better than she'd been hoping for. Had she misjudged the price of supplies in this western fort? Or maybe the value of furs was higher than she'd estimated. Either way, she couldn't afford to miss even 1 pound of corn she might gain by bartering a good transaction. She raised her chin and asked for 5 more pounds of beans. The men let out a hard breath and rocked backward, then scrubbed a hand through his hair again. Here I thought I was being noble giving you my best offer up front. His chuckle sounded half amused, half frustrated. I s'pose, but not a pound more. She let her breath ease out in a quiet stream, refusing to allow the niggle of guilt that tried to slip into her midsection. Good. I'll take the supplies now and return in 2 days for the maps. She hated to hand over the furs without receiving everything owed to her, but they couldn't wait for food. Philip had already leaned more than she liked, even with the steady diet of venison, rabbit, and anything else he could bring down with the rifle. Growing boys took in more food than she'd imagined. The man eyed her once more over the brim of his invisible spectacles. Supplies are out back. Don't suppose you have a wagon to load them in? I'll bring my horse around. And as she turned to leave the place, the rush of accomplishment surged through her. Supplies and a map. This arrangement worked better than she'd allowed herself to hope. As she reached for the door, a swell of male laughter from the back room stole any joy the happy thoughts might have conjured. They'd have food for a few weeks and be able to travel on their own, but as long as men allowed themselves to fall under the spell of awful vices like the drinking and gambling taking place on the other side of that wall, she and Philip could never truly be safe. "We'll head out in 2 days, then?" Seth Grant leaned in as he waited for the older man's confirmation. He could practically taste the open wilderness again, a much better sensation in his mouth than the flavors of tobacco and whiskey consuming the stale air around the card game. Elias Benbow nodded. "Daylight morning after next. Meet me back here at the gate behind the trade store, and make sure your animals are loaded and ready to go." "Will do." Samuel, Seth's twin brother, extended a hand to the older man. After taking his turn to shake, Seth stood and turned toward the doorway connecting to store. He needed fresh air, not because the scents in this room lured him back to his former vices. The opposite, actually. The stench in here made his stomach want to heave. God had so deeply carved those old desires out of him, he couldn't seem to stand more than 10 minutes in a gambling den. And only when the situation required it, like now, to secure their guide on this last leg of the journey northward. "Thank you, Father." He'd take the threat of casting up his accounts any day over the way those habits used to clutch him by the throat. Samuel's familiar bootsteps sounded behind him as they pushed through the hanging buffalo robe that served as a curtain between the gaming room and the brighter chamber where the exchange of goods took place. As the fur swished back into place, mostly blocking out the male voices behind them, a sense of calm settled into his spirit. The buyer stood behind the counter, sorting through a stack of pelts, mostly deer from the fur peeking out of the pile. The man glanced up as Seth stopped before him. "We need a bit more feed corn or oats for our horses. Do you have any to trade for gold dust here, or do I need to go to the livery up by the river?" Being as this store mostly did business with the Indians, they likely didn't appreciate white men using up all their supplies, even in exchange for gold dust. The man's gaze slid over them as he raised one of the furs. "You boys from Helena?" Seth shook his head. Not that it was any of this man's concern, but he didn't mind being friendly. "From California." His brows rose. "They run out of gold there?" The twitch of his cheek was enough to show he meant nothing unfriendly with the question. Yet the curiosity was clear in his eyes. Why would they leave the gold fields of California to come to the much colder panning in the Montana Territory? "Nope. But I think we're done mining for now." The sound didn't say much, but the knowing glint in his eyes spoke the rest. Clearly, he felt they'd finally come to their senses. This fellow must have spent a month or two himself digging for gold, seen what kind of laborious work the pursuit was for the pittance the average mine returned. Seth couldn't agree more. "I have a couple sacks of oats I could sell ya." The man peered up as thought looking over spectacles. "Will that do?" He nodded. "We're headed up to the Canadas through the mountain country, so I guess that'll get us at least part way. Hopefully we'll find a place to restock along the trail." The man's chin jerked up. "You know the going's a sight easier if you head northeast over the prairies." He spoke as though the trail they took actually mattered to him, which it shouldn't. Seth kept his tone friendly. "I'm sure you're right, but the fellow traveling with us lives in the mountains above the Marias River. After we drop him off, we'll head farther north." The trader ran a hand over his hair, slicking the greasy strands flat. "You're the second person today say they're taking the mountain trail north. Makes for some hard going, even in the summer." His interest honed. "You mean Elias Benbow?" The man shook his head. "No, a woman come in here while you was in the back. Asked me to draw her a map of the landmarks. Sure don't like the thought of any kind of female traveling that way alone. How do you know she was alone? Samuel stepped into the conversation, surely as concerned at the news as he was. 'Cause she was in here trading for supplies and asking directions on her own. If she had a man, he'd be doing that. Especially as jumpy as she was. Looked like she was afraid one of you men was gonna charge from the back room and take her by force. The opening in the man's beard, where his mouth should be pressed to a thin line. Seth glanced at his brother to see if he was thinking the same thing spinning through his own mind. The return look and nod made his unspoken answer clear. He turned back to the trader. Do you know where this woman is staying? Maybe she'd like to join our group. It'll just be the three of us, but we'll surely be safer than on our own. The man appeared a little relieved. The hotel's been full from the passel of steamboats that's hit the levee. She may be in the camp east of the fort. Seth nodded. We'll look for her. He'd not stop till he found her. The transaction didn't take long to finish. Then, he and Samuel each hoisted a sack of horse oats on their shoulder. The moment they stepped out into the bright sunshine, Seth turned to his brother. You want to store these with our provisions while I go look for her? Nope. Samuel didn't pause to talk, just kept a steady march toward the livery where they were keeping their supplies. We'll go together. A stab of frustration jabbed Seth's chest as he trudged forward in his brother's footsteps. Samuel was right, of course, but curiosity blazed inside him about this woman. What would make she strike out on her own like that? And why the mountain trail? He and Samuel had good reason. They needed Elias to guide them northward, and Elias was headed to his home in the mountains. But what would drive her on such a treacherous journey? Something told him this woman wouldn't be like anyone he'd met before. Get this homeward journey at your favorite retailer. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of This Courageous Journey, written by Misty M. Beller, narrated by Matilda Wilson.